व्हाट्सएप क्या तुमको? लाइव लाइव स्ट्रीम का वो उसको मेल में डालना है, किस में डालना है, डाल दो। ये देखो ये वाला, ये चलो ये वाइल्ड लाइव है। ठीक है, लैग करेगा थोड़ा सा, लेकिन वो तो लैग का होना ही है।
वो अभी शेयर कर सकते हैं ना सर, जो अभी
शेयर करना है।
शेयर कर देंगे तो हम देख सकते हैं। हम शेयर किया हूँ यूट्यूब का ये।
हेलो।
हाँ, चैनल क्या है?
हेलो चाणक्य, are you there? Am I audible to you? हेलो चाणक्य, are you there? हेलो, can anyone confirm we are audible?
Yes.
हेलो, किसी का नंबर है तो फोन करो।
Good morning. Please take your seats. We can register afterward. So I, Saurabh Kumar, on behalf of organizing team, uh, welcome all to this gathering and event and greetings for a pleasant morning and a very warm welcome to each one of you present here. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this insightful event. Today, we have gathered to explore and innovate in a field that holds immense potential and promise, that is environmental impact assessment. Our this workshop come awareness program on entrepreneurship, a scope for students in environmental impact assessment designed to be interactive and to be inspired and equip you. In addition, the student will the knowledge to explore the career and entrepreneurial opportunities in this emerging sector. As we commence the inaugural program, I would like to request our beloved and president of today's program, Dr. N.P. Saucer, Joint Director and Principal Investigator of National Agriculture Higher Education Project, ICRCIP, and Head of Aquatic Environment and Health Management Division, and convener of this program, Dr. Megha K. Padekar, and program co-convener, Dr. S.P. Shukla, Principal Scientist, AHMD, and Dr. Kundan Kumar, Senior Scientist and Organizing Secretary, to grace the dais. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. We will begin the session with the ICR song. Thank you, Sanjay. So nurture the plant is the most valuable service that a human can do for sustainable planet. As plants taught us how to grow by growing in secret and in silence. I would like to request the dignitaries to pour the water to pot and inaugurate this event. So I request to all dignitaries and guests. आगे से आगे रहो। Thank you, sir and madam. Now I invite our head of division and convener of the program, Dr. Megha Kadam Badekar, to deliver the welcome address. Please.
A very good morning to all of you. And I'm Head of Division Aquatic Environment and Health Management. On behalf of our division and on behalf of CIFE, welcome all our guests today. I'll start with welcoming to our guest today, Dr. Karthik from NEERI, Mrs. Gautam Bala, Principal Associate, MB Kini Law, Dr. N.K. Shandye, Deputy Manager, CRZ. He's coming. And Dr. Pramod Dubarse, Director, Central Center for Sustainable Environment and Development Initiative. Sir, I welcome you all and thank you for your time and your kind gesture to come here and for our students, it's a new beginning actually, because this is one of its kind. We are doing first time this workshop on environmental impact assessment. Definitely, it's a newer era of CIFE, I would say. Thank you so much and welcome to CIFE. I think you just show them labs also, because all of you have come first time to CIFE. So welcome you all. And on behalf of AHM division, I'll welcome to our President and Chief Guest of today's program, Dr. N.P. Saung. He's also sponsor for us from NAHEB. He's PIO of NAHEB. Welcome, sir, from division side. And welcome to Nodal Officer NAHEB, Dr. Rupam. He's instrumental behind all this program. So welcome. And welcome to all faculty who is there and students who are there. And I hope you all will be getting all possible benefit, because today for full day we have intellects from a different area, a very, very organized and very, very specialized area. So I think students should get maximum use of this and welcome and be there for full day. We are starting now and I think we are not ending before 6. So be there full day and try to interact as much as possible. This is a really a good initiative taken by Dr. Kundan and Dr. Saurav as organizing secretary. They only conceptualize full how who will be the speaker and how the program should go ahead. And so welcome you all here. And I hope you will have a great, fruitful discussion all day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm welcome. Now it is time to welcoming our guest, and I request to respected Joint Director, sir, to welcome our guest and to the session speaker with a pot with plant as a token of love and affection. So I just first we welcome to Dr. M. Karthik, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, Nagpur. Mrs. Gautam Bala Nandeswar, Principal Associate, MB Kini Law. Welcome, madam. Dr. Pramod Dabrase, Director, Center for Sustainable Environment and Development Initiatives, Navi Mumbai. And shortly, Mr. N.K. Sinde, who is the Deputy General Manager, CRJ and Infrastructure, Aditya Environmental Services will join to us. So now I call upon Dr. S.P. Shukla, Program Co-Convener, to present the overview of this event.
Very good morning to all. I will just present a brief background about this program and why we conceived this particular topic for this program. So, as we all are aware that this planet can support 8 billion population, and we already crossed 7.84 billion mark in 2010, then crossed 8 billion mark in 2024. So that means that to support this population, a lot of developmental activities are required, whether it is energy sector, whether it is food or industrialization. But we have to ensure that whatever development takes place, it does not leave any footprint, whether it is carbon or environment. For that, a meticulous planning is required at the beginning itself. That's why this environmental impact assessment is now at the focus of all the activities, because ultimately it is the environment that will sustain the economy of all the countries. So I think this topic is quite relevant, and we have 4 talks from our eminent speakers from NERI, from government agencies, from law agencies. So definitely we are going to have a deeper insight into the subject matter through the knowledge they will share with us. And then the topics, what we aim to answer the questions is that why AI is required. Is it required? If it is required, whether it should be mandatory? That is one question. Then what should be the framework? What type of policies we have to develop and implement also? And then most importantly, what youth or the students think about EIA? What is their perspective? So we are going to cover all these topics in the talks by our very distinguished speakers. And I look forward to thoughtful, thought-provoking sessions during this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the outlining the program. At this moment, I would like to invite our Honorable Joint Director, sir, and Principal Investigator, NAHAR, ICRCIP, Dr. N.P. Sahu, sir, to deliver the presidential address.
Very good morning, all of you. Honorable speakers today, Dr. Karthik from NERI. All the way from Nagpur, he has come today morning for this program. Thank you very much for being with us for the whole day. And Mrs. Gautambala Nandeswar, she is also first time coming to CIP to interact with the students and the faculty. And Dr. Pramod also, you're from the same institute, no? That time from Navi Mumbai. Okay. So all are coming first time. First time means we are also conducting this meeting. The concept is first time. Why we have conducted this meeting? The 2 reasons are there. Number one, that environmental concern. This is the most prevalent buzzword, or you can say the millennium, 17 sustainable development goal, based on the only sustainability, environmental sustainability. Throughout the world, all are following this thing, even India. So, this sustainability or the environmental concept, something is not penetrating to our students. Our students, particularly in the discipline of environment, I feel personally that somewhere they feel that sometimes they feel they are most eligible or fit in aquaculture, Wherever there is a post in aquaculture, they go there. Sometimes they feel that they're fit in pathology. But you know that environment itself so important, and you know the value or the potential of this sector is so high. So that we thought that this awareness program will create, we will call all the eminent persons working in this sector to create awareness among our students that what is the potential that of this sector. Everybody is talking about environment. Then why our students are so panic about getting a job? Because you are only searching for some limited job that you know or you are acquainted with. Assistant professor, scientist in ARS. Beyond this, you are not looking for anything else. That is the reason why that you are means most panic that there is no job for us. Correct? So today, total all day we'll interact with this thing and we'll find, I hopefully that I expect at the end of the day that you should be happy that yes, this is the best discipline that you have selected and a lot of job opportunities are there and you can do lot many things for the society, for the world. Correct? So whenever we are talking about this environment, no, एक बढ़िया सा that befitting proverb comes to mind that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow from our children. Correct? उसका मीनिंग क्या, डीप मीनिंग क्या देखिए. Generally, parents borrowing from children is a rare occasion. It is the reverse. Correct? So this earth that is for today and for tomorrow. Nobody any right to destroy the earth because if you are destroying the earth or the environment in other way, that is the cost of the future generation. That means we are borrowing from our children and we have to return back. Borrowing means you have to return back. You have to return back with the same conditions or even better than this. This is the responsibility of present generations, and the future generation will take the same thing and again they will follow. They will borrow from the next the future generation and they will save it and will hand over this thing. That is the reason why we are concerned about the environment. Dr. Shukla told now that is development. In the name of development, and if you see the development and the environment, they are the opposite side of the coins. They never go together. But now we want development and we want environment protection, sustainable. That is why the sustainable term has come. That is applicable to all. So when we talk about the environment, what is the environment? In Asia, this is otherwise called as the natural resources. What are the natural resources? Soil, water, air, forest, ocean, wetland, desert, marine ecosystem, everything it counts. Biodiversity, all other the environment. We have to protect the environment. Whatever given by the nature, everything is its own role. So we have to preserve it. Correct? When there is a disturbance in this ecosystem, always a cascading effect will be there. If there is an ecosystem disruption, or tell about that water pollutions, correct? You might know about water pollution. Water pollution is there, leading to some disease problem. Disease problems leads to that is loss of biodiversity. When there is a loss of biodiversity, there is a competition for the resources. When something is deficient, then there will be a compensatory demand for the other resources, competitions, migrations. So that will affect the economic conditions. Then that leads to some our regulations, implementation of rule regulations. So these, as I told, there's a cascading effect. Correct? So when this environmental, that our history will tell you what are the disasters, environmental disaster in the history. Do you know something? That, for example, Minamata disease in Japan, environmental students, this is due to the mercury that is enter into the water bodies and due to accumulation in the fish and continuous intake of that fish leads to that is neurological disorder in case of Japanese. This is the first, during case of 1860, I think. So that type of case came due to our ignorance. First time we know that yes, that we are affected due to something else, due to somebody mistakes, total public is suffer. In India, that is Bhopal gas tragedy, Union Carbide, that is something methyl isocyanate gas. So about 5 lakh people were affected. Still some people are there. That's having means seriously affected. Even Chernobyl, that is a nuclear disaster, Ukraine at that time, in USSR at that time. So, and many times you will see that the maximum the oil spill, one oil spill there in USA, and that is Mexico, there is a deep oil spill. So there's so many disasters are there due to the mismanagement. That means we have to be very sensitive when we are going for any big project, common project, that we should be very sensitive towards its adverse effect, or how best we can take care so that common people should not be affected. Similar also example in case of aquaculture. Aquaculture is booming now, correct? Everybody is now looking up for aquaculture. Government is also boosting this sector because the future is there in aquaculture. Now, the first disaster in aquaculture started in salmon. Salmon is the first species where the intensive culture started. What is that disease? ISN, infectious salmon anemia. That is in Chile. Because intensive aquaculture started, people started getting the money, they started intensification. So that is the first phase in intensification. Then we followed. So that leads to so many complications. Then they have to stop it. They come with regulations that we have to follow some regulations so that it will not affect the total industries. When without preparation you are going, means you are manipulating the ecosystem, then you cannot control it immediately. It will affect the total economy. Similarly, also China. Now, also China is #1 in aquaculture, but due to this uncontrolled mechanism of spreading the aquaculture, they also face serious problems. They immediately stopped the spreading of aquaculture, then they come out with some of the rule regulations. Then now they are doing it. Similar conditions now we are implementing, but as the students of environment, you are responsible, or you should guide the total society or the governments. What should be the aquaculture? What should the fishery sectors? Correct. So that is the reason why this program was designed today, and the best persons in the environment, they will tell about what are the scopes. That I think that 4 lectures are there. One is only environmental impact assessment. There is one thing. Other 3 are there. Now, even if that today topic is environmental impact, but as a environment students, have you ever explored what are the job opportunities there in environment? स्टूडेंट लोग आप बता सकते हैं क्या क्या जॉब है, एक्सेप्ट ARS साइंटिस्ट, associate or assistant professors, or something in the state government jobs, Department of Fisheries, any other jobs. Rather, I will say for environment students, these are not the very lucrative job for you. You should get much more than this. Have you ever explored? नहीं किया ना? मैंने 5 मिनट दिया उसमें before coming here. I have listed the 17 type of the positions where only you can explore, nobody else can compete with you. I will tell you the names. I have listed it. That is coming around 17. I will tell you. एक है aquatic ecologist. Aquatic ecologist. When you are thinking for that is booming of aquaculture sector, fishery sector, then aquatic ecology of the aquatic system, who will look after? Who will tell the government that due to this policy, this ecology is deteriorating or it is maintaining? Because we have to make a balance. Whenever from today onwards, you can say whatever you will do sustainability questions will be there along with you. For every activity, sustainability questions will be there. All the government agency will be behind you for any type of project you are submitting to the government, whether it is sustainable or not. So for that sustainable, you have to prove that it is sustainable. So how you will prove it? With scientific data only. So aquatic ecologist, even if that type of post is not there, but this type of post are very much relevant for the industries. I think that our speakers, those from industries, they will tell you, they will sensitize you. What is the importance of these posts in industries? How much they are paying? Because if it's a big industries, they are spending a lot of money. And if this issue comes, will be barrier for their progress, then how much money they will lose. So that's why they are very much sensitive for this thing. And you are the best person to guide them for industry. One is aquatic ecologist. So have you thought about that? You can be also fit for aquatic ecologist. What type of service you can provide to the industries? So after this thing, what we can do? We can have a one more thing, because I told now for these two disciplines, one is environment, one is physiology. They always go here and there to search for job. They think that nothing here is fit for us, so that we can either get a job from pathology or aquaculture. Why? Because this is the best job for you and nobody else can compete with you. Number two, water quality specialist. वो उसमें 4-5 वाटर क्वालिटी का लेके वो नहीं स्पेशलिस्ट नहीं है. Water quality specialist means, so whenever there is a large projects are coming up, if somebody asks you, Bombay में जो river क्या है river? Mithi rivers from issues every year you will find an issue. Last 50 years, what type of progress, deterioration is going on? Who will tell? So you could tell that, so we don't have a 50 years data. Whether you are having any mechanism to study at present context, what is the deterioration has taken place? That type of data now, at least, I don't know whether how many data are there, how many years data are there, but this is also required. Number 3, marine biologist. This looks to be traditional, the word marine biologist, but now marine biologist role will more to play than what it was defined before. Marine biologist. A lot of activities will be in the sea. Why government is looking after this sector? Because as I told that when by 2047, 2050, 70% feed, because that population will reach by 9.7, let's see, 10 billion. So 10 billion. So 10 billion means, that is 70% of more production we have to do. What we are producing, 70% more production we have to do. 70% more production means with same land or lesser land. Land will be less day by day, no? Because the more home we are making, so it is land only. So it will go down and down. So less land, more productions. Then more stringent rules will be there. Carbon emissions will be less. In future, that is the food price will be decided based on the how much carbon footprint is associated for this production of this food. Every fruit, every processed product, you have to write how much carbon footprint it is associated. Accordingly, tax will be there. So when will total globally all will be implemented, that type of situation will come. At that time, your value will be more. Correct. So that they call marine biologist, that you have to play a bigger role. Aquatic habitat restoration. Recently, maybe 2-3 days back, we got a request, rather we got an order from the government of Maharashtra, because from Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, they have assigned for a survey, new port will come at Palghar area. So what will be the destruction, that is habitat loss, everything, it will come. So that type of study we have to make. So if some habitat is already destroyed, how to restore it? Who will do it? Restoration of the destroyed habitat. That we have to do it. So if you could tell that we are the expert in this line, then you will have a good demand. You have to show that you are having this type of expertise with you. Correct. So accordingly, you have to prepare yourself. Then environmental impact assessment, of course, the theme of today's program, environmental impact assessment. Only this thing is known to everybody. That anything is damaging, then let's say, what is its impact? That is the only methodology that we are very much familiar with. But beside this, that will be in detail, it will be discussed today. But have you ever thought that this type of job will be there for you? Are you prepared for this thing? Then how you are preparing yourself? Whether you know some methodology, what is the methodology to be adopted for environmental impact assessment? Whether it is a one methodology for all type of environmental impact or different types, that you should know. Then fisheries manager and aquaculture manager. Fisheries manager means when the open water resources are there is a fishery students. Also, you have to manage the open water resources. You will be the fisheries manager. Even come to the private sector, Tata, they are having the water bodies. They are managing different open water bodies. That you will be the fisheries manager. That you have to give in database support. That how you are managing the open water resources, aquatic ecosystem you are managing. Similarly, aquaculture also. Now, aquaculture, it is expanding because now it is coming to 50-50. Aquaculture 50 and that is open water or fisheries is 50%. That's the fisheries. Now it will reverse. After another 20 years, aquaculture will be dominant. So in that case, you have to be act as a manager. Hydrobiologist, of course, will be there. So if it's many activity will be there. Yes, I forgot that is. I told us 60% more production will be there. Then there will be no land. Then we have to struggle to enter into the water because total earth is 70% water, 30% land. But we are getting 90-80% our food from only this 30% of land, which is gradually decreasing. So only 2% of the food we are depending on. Total 70% of the area covered by the water. So in future, if you want to increase 70% food, then what we have to do? We have to enter to the water for exploring water. So in that case, water's health conditions, only that we have to tell. Database support only you have to tell with hydrobiologist. Conservation scientist. So obviously conservation means restoration, conservation. So any ecosystem, conserving the ecosystem, conservation scientist, it is also for you. Then environmental educator. I think that our students that they are doing, FRM students, that student entrepreneurship program, they have displayed also, that table also made for them? No. I told them to display the environment students so that at least our speaker, they can see what we have done. We are promoting student entrepreneurship. We have funded some project to them. So now they are displaying that what are the different innovative that idea they can implement, so that from that innovative idea only they can earn money. Even if you see the two aquarium were there, they are the same, the outcome of two, the innovative program. This is not a simple aquarium. This is aquarium and plants are together. So plants for the nutrients from the excreta of the fish will be the nutrient for the plants. So it is a symbiotic or eco approach. So that way it is very much appreciated. Then marine policy analyst. Of course, when we are exploiting the marine ecosystem, the policy, what type of policy government needs all the time, different type policy. Same thing also we are doing as an institute, but you should have the expertise for that thing. Then environmental data analyst, as I told that you should able to know how to analyze the data. You may be having 100 years of data. That type of data you have to handle. 100 years of data will be there. So that 100 years of data, how to handle it, and you have to extract the information that should be presented in a palatable way so that everybody, common man, in common language, that also you have to do, data analysis. Analyzing data is different, analyzing the environmental data and presenting in a way that everybody can understand. That is the art. Then wetland scientist, of course, some scientists are posted in the wetlands. That is also required specifically for the wetlands. aquatic toxicologist. Many industries affluents are discharged directly into water bodies. So what type of toxicological effects are there in fauna and flora? That type of specific study should be done. So for everything, there is a scope. Suitability, sustainability consultant. If everybody is talking about sustainability, then let be a consultant on sustainability. People will call you. So what are different parameters to define anything to be sustainable? So you should devise it. Aquatic environmental engineer. What is this? Different engineer. Aquatic environmental engineers. If you are having the environmental science degree, you can go for some courses in engineering that will give value to your degree. So there is a new thing, aquatic environmental engineers and climate change specialist. Everybody talks about climate change. If somebody understand or not, but everybody is now talking about climate change. Wayanad mein ho gaya, telling about climate change, anything. Continuous rain is there, or speculating about the climate change. So then we are specialists on climate change. These type of specialists are not there. But if you claim that you are a specialist, then you have a mark in the future. That's my sincere advice. You have taken the right discipline. Explore it. You are the person to be the leader. That's why particularly this program was designed. Take the advantage of this design. Also, we have invited all the students, the fishery college in India. They're supposed to join online. So that we thought that when we are giving a facility to our students, let's all the students of the country to take the advantage of this thing. So with this, I think the 4 speakers will be there. That's the reason why we don't want to delay this all the things. We have to finish right in time because possibly stretching the program, it will go beyond the threshold of listening to the program. So within 5:30, everything which is within the threshold limit of everybody, every human being, so that it will be finished well in time and some outcome will come. Okay, with this, I wish you all the best. I also request all our speakers to be with us today and as I told, this is our requirement and to sensitize our students that yes, because you have already reached the positions, let our students also come to that position. They are ignorant. They are not knowing about that, what they will do. So I sincerely request you to sensitize our students that yes, they have selected that discipline, which is the best demand in coming 100 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening with words with wisdom, and always you are a source of inspiration, not for the students, for us, for also. So at this moment, I would like to invite to Dr. Kundan Kumar, Organizing Secretary, for vote of thanks at the end of this inaugural session.
Thank you, Dr. Saud. So now we are coming to the end of this inaugural program, where afterward the technical session will follow. So it's my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks for this inaugural program. So first of all, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our invited guest speakers for today's program, who has come all the way from their listing, and they have came here to give the uh, uh, talk on this environmental impact assessment. So I thank all the invited speakers for joining this program. And then no event can be perfect, safe without our inspiring and motivational leader. So our director is not here, but he is the part of this program, and he is a backbone of our this thing, and he always inspire and motivate for this type of program. So I place on record our sincere thanks to our director, Dr. C.N. Ravi Shankar. And let me thank our Joint Director and Principal Investigator of National Agriculture Higher Education Project, Dr. Sahu, Dr. N.P. Sahu, sir, for his commendable vision that led to the conceptualization of this program. and his foresightness and meticulous execution is truly inspiring. And he has been involved in every step in the successful planning of this event. And today you have seen that he is basically a scientist from the nutrition biochemistry. But when he is delivering, you must see that how much he came for prepare for any of the program. So he was, thank you, sir, for your inspiring word. And for conducting a workshop that without, it is very impossible without our HOD support. So her perception in finding the potential and faith in us to organize this event, and our guidance is the foundational thing for this event. So I thank you, madam, for your support. And I want to thank Dr. S.P. Shukla, co-convener of this program, and Dr. Saurabh, our other organizing secretary for this program. And I also want to place on record our sincere thanks to other head of the division and other faculty member who was also given their suggestion for this valuable program. And most importantly, this program is for the students. So apart from their academic session and all, so you have come forward and joined this program. So I also looking forward for your interactive with our speaker, and I welcome you all for this program, and hopefully you will participate actively for this all the technical session. And also want to thank IT cell, vehicle department, and Dr. Jagidar and his team for this arranging this auditorium. Dr. Raj for IT support, and I also want to thank our contractual staff who has working 2-3 days for this arranging this program. And at last, if I have missed anyone, so forgive me. And at last, I want to thank one and all who are being the part directly or indirectly supported us for conducting this program. So I welcome you all for this once again for this session, technical session. So after this technical session will follow. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for expressing our gratitude, and thank to all the online participants also, those who have already joined to this program throughout the pan-India presence. So that is the end of inaugural session, and we will start our technical session. So I request all the dignitaries to, we will start this technical session. So we will start with the first our lecture with the Dr. M. Karthik, who is delivering his talk on the need for EIA studies and its transition and reality.
So we'll take picture photograph first.
Yeah.
ठीक है सर I'll call. ठीक है we'll start. Break के time.
Yeah. We'll meet you next time. Okay. So you have presentation being there.
Yeah, sure. I'm interested. Just go to.
Yes. But whatever, this is fine for other issues.
Saurabh.
Yeah. Out there. Or the students, they can interact.
It is good, sir.
At the time of discussion, yeah, at the time of Q&A session, we will. Yes, yes. It is. There's a folder. There's a folder in the presentation, which I'll link.
कौन सा है? कौन सा है?
Madam, can you just tell?
Your file name. This one is this one.
Yeah, that first.
Folder बनाया. हाँ? Sound out speaker speaker पे ही है. Speaker पे ही है.
हाँ वही है.
Sitting on speakers.
ठीक है. Keyboard से ऊपर नीचे.
Concluding session. That is particular. There is a one experts there. And practically the five.
So this one discussion.
Yeah.
That can you.
So just I request, please all, you can take your seat. So now we have, before starting his talk, I would like to take this moment to briefly introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Karthik. Dr. M. Karthik is a highly experienced senior principal scientist at the Skill Development Center, CSIR, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, NERI in Nagpur. With advanced degrees in environmental and civil engineering, he has specialized in wastewater management, climate change, and environment impact assessment. Over the course of his career, he has made significant contribution to both the national and international environmental initiatives, authoring numerous peer-reviewed research papers, book chapters, and over 50 technical reports on a wide range of topics, including the design of effluent and sewage treatment plants, effluent treatability studies, and the revision of industrial effluent standards. Dr. Karthik has also been a key contributor to India's national greenhouse inventory, working on the perennial update reports and publications to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. In addition to his research work, he has guided 21 MTech and MSc students and regularly delivers invited lectures on the wastewater management and environmental engineering at various academic and professional institutions. His international activities include participation in expert groups for various international agencies with travels to Singapore, Spain, Zimbabwe, Australia, Thailand, and Egypt to share his expertise in climate change and wastewater management. Dr. Karthik is also associated with the Indian Association for the Environmental Management and serves as an alternate member of the Bureau of Indian Standards. So I think to start our this technical session is the right person, and now I invite him to take the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Saurabh, for introduction. First of all, good morning to all of you on the auditorium as well as online. So yes, it's a new experience for me coming into a institute where it's slightly far from my area of expertise. But then, of course, I'm here to share my experience in environmental impact assessment from various aspects. So to begin with, I should thank your director, Dr. Shahu, Mr. Dr. Kundan, Dr. Meda, for inviting me for this session to give a talk on this subject. So because being students, like, EA is a subject which you learn over a period of time. It's not a one-day subject where you attend a course and then you learn everything. So EIA is a multidisciplinary subject. So where people from all backgrounds are needed to fulfill the needs of the study. Okay. So let me be frank, because you are students, I'm also a learning student, because you keep, as a scientist, you keep learning every day. Otherwise, you don't grow in your subject area. So you have to keep your mind open to accept things, criticize, receive criticism, like that. So I also expect you to be kind of positive feedback to me. Like, this is actually a theoretical subject when I'm teaching, but when it goes to the field, it's totally your application oriented science. So there are a lot of opportunities for people, as Dr. Shatu said, that 17 areas which he described, that you have opportunities. Of course, there is tremendous opportunities, but one thing what I require is you are doing this regular course as a kind of science graduate, post graduation, PhD, like that. But what actually the industry requires is a kind of skill set. So you may be having a degree, but then unless and until, if I'm giving you a task, yeah, I have this water body, can you rejuvenate it? This is a challenge. A lot of lakes, rivers are all getting polluted. And I think everyday newspaper, media, you are seeing this. So you need actually people from multidisciplinary background to address this challenge. As an engineer, I cannot do it alone. So there are some mechanism by which I can treat the water in the lake, just putting chemicals and get it done. No, it's not like that. So long-term implications, all these things are it. So it's a multidisciplinary subject where you need to have people from all background, and there is a lot of opportunities for that. So I'll be putting my ideas in a mix and match kind of thing. So whenever you feel like stopping, probably to have a break in this monotonous presentation, you can stop me maybe every 15 minutes to pose few questions, because this is purely theoretical. See, I will be sharing some experience. I had made my best of my abilities to make it more pictorial, but sometimes this is procedure-based study. So you have to follow all the procedures. When you go for sampling, when you go for site recognition surveillance, everything has a procedure for that. Everything is explained in EA, NABET kind of EA terms of reference. All these things are defined already. So slightly theoretical. So kindly bear with me. So I'll try to put all my efforts, see that you get educated and entertained. So I always follow these two concepts of education and entertainment. If you don't have entertainment, then you don't get educated. So nowadays the concept is education with entertainment. So I try to focus that, but if it becomes too boring, just put few questions so that we change the topic. So my experience with it's a short experience. Most of my time I have spent my life in Niri as a wastewater expert. So I was into the design of effluent treatment and sewage treatment plants, and then wastewater recycle reuse. So that brought me into, because see, EIA is an area where you need experts. So if you want to begin your life as an EIA expert, you have to work under somebody as a member. So you cannot directly graduate into a functional area expert. There are so many terms which is there defined in EIA terms of reference. You can go through that. Some things I have highlighted in the last few slides. So where you can go to that website and download and then read that abbreviation. See, when you go into professional thing, a lot of abbreviations will be used. So you need to know meanings of those abbreviations. क्या है वैसे? ठीक है? So my experience, because I am from wastewater background, so I was asked to be part of EAA projects because EAA, a lot of manpower is required because it's a multidisciplinary. So there are various components: biological component, air component, water component. So everywhere you need an expert from that. So your study area is also very much important. So I was bought into that. So because I was into the design of CETPs, all these things. So they asked me, why don't you put application form in a NABET council for this sector, common effluent treatment plan. So I got that 36 is the sector number. So I have accreditation for that. Then because I work in the area of water pollution, so if you see that bottom portion, it is water, WP is water pollution. So I am functional area in water pollution. So you also can become water pollution because you're dealing with aquatic species. So there are two things where you can apply. One is under water pollution. And second thing is that biological component. There's a biological component. In biological component, we have aquatic biology. Then you have terrestrial biology. So you all will come under the aquatic biology. So you can apply under that also. So this is how I came into the picture of EAA. I have a short experience in that, but then as a project leader, I had done 3 projects. Vatwa CETP. The CETP was going for upgradation. They had an outdated technology, so they had to go for advanced oxidation process. So we designed the system, and then now it is implemented and running. It's not meeting the standard, so that's why the upgradation was needed. The second is second is highway construction around Dal Lake. If you have gone to Dal Lake now, Srinagar, completed in that area, Srinagar area. So I was part of that about 8 years back. So then this third one is the Badbur barrage project, which is in Ankleshwar. There was a barrage which was getting constructed now. So we did the environmental impact assessment. So I was project. So these are the projects which I handled it. Besides that, to acquire functional area expert as well as EA coordinator, you have to work initially under someone as a member. So then you graduate into functional area and then EA coordinator. So I will be giving a brief idea why EA is to be done. So it's I assume that as I understand from the earlier discussion about our colleagues from your college. So the idea behind this day is to make you acquainted with a bit of EAA. So EAA is nothing but it's a requirement by the regulatory agency. So where environmental clearances are required for projects. So there are a list of projects which require EAA clearance. So now it has been categorized. So this is a statutory requirement. So that's why we are doing it. So now, why do you need this? Why do you need this? So what happens is that if you study, आप लोग तो ओडम book पढ़ा होगा ना? Huh? Okay. So what happens is that any human activity, like I don't want to use human activity because it's too common word. If I say as a professional, anthropogenic activity, any anthropogenic activity will entail a cost to the environment. So if you're stopping that activity, environment is not going to return back to the same state of environment. There will be small degradation. So the intention behind EAA project is to understand what is the problem we are going to face and what are the impacts and how it has to be controlled. So EAA studies will have 3 components basically. One is understanding the basic environment, then prediction, and then mitigation plan. So this will be the basic thing which you should always understand. Okay. So now if you see this diagram, you can pretty well understand what is it. When a project is getting implemented, there will be impacts during construction phase and after construction phase. After construction means operational phase. So like when you must have seen some projects like in Mumbai, you must have seen this coastal. So a lot of impacts will be there. आप लोगों का तो बहुत important role है, but I don't know how many people have been involved in that. Many times it is a kind of force through kind of projects where people will say yes and then the project goes through. So sometimes science goes under the carpet. So we don't really do many times. I'm open about that. So during a project construction phase, there are impacts and then you have operational phase. So this is another thing which you should remember. See, I will be putting into a kind of objective kind of thing. So if there is text which I am mentioning too much, you try to imagine as a kind of object. Okay. So actually, EA is a subject which you acquire over a period of time. So I'm trying to force everything in this 1.5 hours. Okay. So try to understand that from that objective way में आप समझने की कोशिश किया ना, you can remember for long and then get into the subject much easier. So this is how that you can see. Now, not normally now when you see EAA, so industrial activity, some new industries will be going to come. So that industry will be having some impacts on the environment. So that we have to assess, and then finally, once you assess it, then correct the activity. So that's, as I said earlier, baseline environment, impact study, and then mitigation. This is how the things goes. It's a cycle. So many times what happens in our country, I'm trying to bring the reality part of the EAA project. Many times what EAA has done, project is implemented, post operationalization of the project, what happens is that now the follow-up is not done. You have to monitor the environment. Those kind of things doesn't happen in reality. Okay, so correction activity may not be effective. That's why you said, कुछ नहीं होता है देश में. So many times, we do miss this correction activity post commencing the project. So yes, now what is EIF? So many people give definitions in a different way. So the best one I personally feel is the last one. UNEP has defined it like this. EA is a formal study process used to predict the environmental consequences of the proposed development project, find ways to reduce unacceptable impacts, and shape the project so that it can suit to the local environment and present these predictions and options to the decision makers. So decision makers finally decides to whether to accept the project or not. There are some projects which, because of environmental impact, they have been stopped. Okay, like one example I can say Setu Samudram project in India, Sri Lanka. You must be knowing about the Setu Samudram. That has not taken place. A lot of opportunities are there for people who have been doing those. NIRI is one of the agencies which we have done. Of course, our report has been criticized because when you do EA, you should be prepared for criticism. It is a thankless job. You do it, and then somebody will say you cannot stand. You are somewhere in between, but most towards the proponent and client, and far from the stakeholder, the other stakeholder, the public and villagers or what's up. So it's a kind of a conscious thought. Actually, you feel like you are a judge, but then it's try to shift. Money makes the change. So thing is like this. So EA is a process that aims to provide decision makers with an indication of the likely consequences. The most important thing is consequences. Say at the end of the day, we don't want to live in a polluted environment. Like today morning, yesterday night I landed up in Nagpur. Today morning, when I just opened the door and came out, I had the smell of some industrial pollution. I don't know. आप लोग यहाँ campus में feel नहीं करता होगा because I am from Nagpur. So Nagpur is having a dry weather, and you don't get smell in Nagpur except for the solid waste. If you go around the town city areas, some solid waste will be there. Drains, nalas will be giving smells. But in Niri campus, we are good. Okay. So otherwise, also if you come to Nagpur, it's a very silent, small. Compared to Mumbai, it's a village, you can say, where life is like a very sleepy town. Okay, so when I came out, I felt that I'm sitting in an industrial area, a small. Then I walked around the campus, and I saw everywhere. In India we do that. Sanitation, when the cleaning job happens, no, people will people will clean the roads, then they will spray that bleaching powder. So they have used it so intensively, that actually generates a lot of chlorine. So you have organic environment and you get that organochlorine smells. I was thinking that, yeah, where am I near sea? And I think the guest house manager told me that I think sea is near, and I am coming from sea. I'm also from sea. Like I am coming from Kanyakumari. Okay, I was born in Kerala. So I know about sea. Sea doesn't smell as sea smells of fish, not this chemical. Okay, so I just found that chemical smell was there because probably I found it probably because of the bleaching powder. Okay, that's fun part of the stay here. Yes, I will not discuss these things. This slide will be there with Dr. Kundan. You can see that. See, Jala text. I don't want to cover much. I just want to convey my thoughts on this. So EA process now to begin the EA process. There are 4 components which are there. EA. If I am the client, like me is a consultant, okay? So we look at it from a different point. Now, for a regulatory body, these 4 components will be there. So first they will be screening, like a consultant applying to the MOIF. So they will screen whether to actually do a EA study or not. So screening comes like that. Then the second is scoping. Scoping means what are the things you should do in the study so that the study will be fruitful to meet the objectives of the study. Okay. Then impact analysis. They will say what are impact analysis you should do. Water may you have to do modeling. Then mitigation. Of course, mitigation means environmental management plan for the project. Okay. So you remember only the scoping, screening, impact analysis. Impact analysis means prediction of impacts. Then mitigation. Mitigation means environmental management plan. So now I'm looking, these 2 slides will be looking from the regulatory agency. So what all things will be there? Reporting will be there, uske baad. How the report should be there, what all the chapters should come, Okay, so I have mentioned what all the chapters will come in the EAA report. That is standard. You cannot change it. So whatever information the regulatory agency needs, MOEF needs, you have to give that. So it's up to them. Hire a consultant, go to Mars, go to Venus, get that study done. Okay, so then you have decision making review. Of course, whatever things, and then you have to review the quality of report. Many times, report quality is not a, it misses in some aspects. I will come to that later slowly. So decision making, then follow. So follow up is not what happens in India. Many times, क्या है, हम लोग project डाल देता है, but follow up नहीं होता. That's why we always feel that India में कुछ होता नहीं है. So follow up is one thing which is the most important thing. Of course, people do pollution control board do it, but not with the intensity. Say, a parameter. Suppose you know one water pollution parameter, BOD. Are you aware of that? BOD, COD? Probably you should be aware because marine ships and all discharges, all those things. So COD parameter, they look only at a number. So you should not look from the number. Like in America, US EPA doesn't decide like that. Once you are less than 30 BOD, okay, you are fine. If it is 31, then you are out. I issue a notice to you. Okay, that's not the way. Like in America, how they give it, notice is you can fail in your parameter n number of times. They define based on the pollutant load carrying capacity of the river body. Okay, so whereas India, we just go on concentration. 30 BOD के ऊपर है तो fine कर दो, नीचे है तो छोड़ दो, ऐसे. So, but in America, they give 80% of the time you should meet the standards, 20% exemptions are there because no industry can perform their effluent treatment plant perfectly round the clock. During summers, during winters, critical seasons, it is bound to change. Like हमारा heart ही constant pulse नहीं देता है. 100 less than 90 or something. We don't get it. You get excited, then shoots up to 100. You sleepy, then it's about 70 or 80. So it's like that. So pollution is one thing when you can control from industry, it's very difficult. Look, complain नहीं होता है. When you operate an effluent treatment, you know that it's much worse than a housewife's job. घर में काम करना easy है, घर में आके काम करना easy है. वो ED भी चलाना मुश्किल है because you have to answer so many agencies, pollution control boards, MOEF, what not, and somebody will come and stand in the gate, धरना करेंगे, so उसको भी आपको answer करना पड़ता है, handle it. So these are some things. Follow up is one thing very important. The third one is public involvement. Any EA projects, industry will say that it's for the benefit of the stakeholders, primarily the public, but it may not happen. Like if you put a refinery plant in an area, example, if you put a refinery plant for as long as the refinery remains there, even after closing the refinery, also that soil, everything will be contaminated forever. If you know about the industry, see, nothing is perfect in it. So there will be always spills, hazard waste, everything is there. So it's not going to come back to the normal state of affairs once the industry is removed also. So public involvement is that many times public is not involved actively. Advertisement newspaper में आ जाता that the EAA process for this project is going to come. Public doesn't turn up. There will be some miscreants will be there. They will only attend the EAA because they have some issues related to that. So yes, now EAA. Now EAA also we have two things. One is rapid EAA. So, the MOEF will decide whether to do rapid EAA or a comprehensive environmental impact assessment. Now again, EAA is split into two. So after some time, bacteria divides into two, binary fission. So like this, EAA is split into two. One is REAA. Rapid EAA is something very simple. See, I am not making it very complicated for you. आप एक बार पढ़ने के बाद mind में register हो जाए. But what I intend, what this course intend is you should get skills to get job in that. Okay. So a rapid EAA is something. It is similar. All EAs are same. Only thing it is done for one season. Normally, all EAs will be done for 3 seasons, 3 years, 3 seasons. Okay, 1 year or maybe 3 seasons. For comprehensive, 3 seasons is there. The comprehensive is normal, laborious work. It goes up to 3 years. Sometimes the client it changes his attitude or attitude, whatever it is. Then the project is dropped because finances have increased. So a lot of issues are there. So the only difference is that's for 1 season. This is for 3 seasons. Okay. So now 1 has become 2. So now the core values of EAA. या हम लोग सब चीज पार्टी शुरू करेंगे, कुछ भी शुरू करेंगे, कोर प्रिंसिपल्स अच्छा रहता है, बट एक्चुअली रियलिटी में कैसे होता है वी डोंट नो. सो द मेन पर्पस ऑफ ये it has to be having the integrity. हम एक objective environment, see at the end of the day industry लगा रहा है for employment, okay, standard of living, all these things, but integrity उसमें हुआ तो it will achieve the objective of the EA study. Then utility, हम तो एक इंडस्ट्री यहाँ रखेंगे, इंडिया में पोल्यूट करेंगे, but the product is sold abroad. What is the use? The company gets the money, but the stakeholder is at loss. Okay. Then sustainability, whether the product, some industrial processes are not sustainable in the long run. Short periods के लिए ठीक है. Because I work in wastewater area, I understand this, but then sometimes the consultant, who are the stakeholders? I always say stakeholders, matlab local people, the people who are going to get benefited. The rest of the bottom three, they will force it upon you. As a consultant, I will force it upon the stakeholder also. So I consider basic stakeholders are local people, proponents, government agencies, and NGOs. But I always feel that stakeholders means public, because it's finally the public who's going to get benefit out of that. Okay. Yes, now everything, when we design a system, we always want to design a perfect system. As I said, integrity, utility, useful. सब party जैसा ही principles रहता है, but over a period of time degrade हो जाता है. The key principles of good EA practices are, yes, it should be applied to all proposals with significant impacts. Now, significant impacts, matlab a farmer will have a different definition of an impact. So he may think that if the project comes from water contamination, always remember with the example of refinery. So refinery comes, what will happen to the soil and groundwater? So they think farmer will have a different understanding of impact. A teacher will have a different impact. Student will have a different, it's all perceptions and your competence. कितनी आपके पास competence रहता है, उतनी आप clarity ज़्यादा रहता है, then what is the impact you will understand. So clarity is most important thing which we miss many of the projects also. Clarity नहीं रहता ये projects में. Because when I worked, I was also not having clarity. Then repeated banging from the agencies, you correct yourself. Begin, of course, it should address relevant environmental, social, and health impacts. Of course, this is the main purpose of EAA. Social thing is important. Health. Many times what happens, we don't get experts like Neely when we are doing EA projects, we don't get experts from social thing. Social studies is a major component in any EA project, but we don't give. Two components are very important. One is biodiversity. Biodiversity, when you say aquatic and terrestrial. Okay, so aquatic, your role is there. So in entire Neely, we have only 2 people who are doing biodiversity. Then we have one marine biologist. He's my colleague, but unfortunately, he's so into deep sea, thinking. So probably he is away from EA, because many times what happens is when you have too much of a subject area, EA it's very difficult to work. You need to have an understanding of the impact of this to that. So you need to connect the effluent coming into the sea, okay, and impact on this thing. So it's connecting, you should be connecting agents to purists. So many people will not have that expertise. Like I have a lot of colleagues, they are excellent in their own core area of research. But then when you ask them to write a report for this component, they really struggle. So then we have to take over and see that ye chahiye, wo nahi chahiye. Because you give too much information into a EA report, no, you will end up in some soup. You should give only what is required. It's like a legal document where आपका नाम क्या है, कोर्ट में पूछा था, you should tell M. Karthik. You should not tell anything else. M. Karthik, senior principal scientist, Mary. It is not required. So in EA report, you have to be very specific. So giving too much information will land you also. Many projects, they will literally bash you in the meeting. So you have to keep yourself humble. Yes, कोर्ट में हम लोग क्या आंसर करते हैं वैसे humble रहना पड़ता है. Okay, so the final is the statement of impacts and mitigation measures. Impact आपको बताना है clear cut or mitigation measures. I'm slightly vocal about certain things what I have seen, but sometimes ये platform में बोलेंगे, can I say it or not? I have my own fear. There's one project which I did. उसमें क्या है? So you must be knowing dolphins migrate from sea to the fresh water. Okay, now you put a barrage in between, तो उनका life खत्म हो जाता है. Okay, so when I was going for sampling in the river marine ecosystem, those dolphin keeps on coming behind your boat, trying to tell the message that I am here alive. If you put that, probably I will not be there. You know, whenever I had gone for sampling, I find that these two dolphins used to come around our boats and then they try to give a message. See, they are very intelligent species. They come and warn you, they do all the somersault kind of things to say that I am here, don't forget me. So many times, some things we skip. So yeah, so this is one thing which you will feel, and nature will come and try to show its presence. Like I'm here, don't neglect me, highlight it as I said. But that you should be very sensitive to that. If you forget that, no, probably it will be another EA report into the cards. Okay. So it has, your EA report should have certain that much information. It should make decision making clear. So many times ये है वो सकता है क्या ये हो सकता है वो नहीं होना चाहिए क्लियर रहना चाहिए. So this needs a lot of experience on the subject. So that's why I said when you start a career in EAA, start working under a EAA expert technique as a member of the project. After 2-3 years, you can your college will come under the cycle of NABET certification. So that time you apply, you get a category B certification, like I got in for one sector. So then you become a functional area. So you can slowly acquire across accreditation, other sectors also. So now you are only people working in fisheries. Now you can slowly get into other aspect of biodiversity. So this is one place where you can do projects, and you can write reports of other departments also, not engineering, but similar work. So you can have as many accreditation sectors possible. Okay, so you have to, they will ask you questions related to your, initially you start as a ES, environmental impact statement. Whatever project you do as a member, you will be putting under EIS, not environmental impact assessment. Okay, so what happens is that no, they will be asking questions, and once you clear the oral interview kind of, then you get accreditation. They will put some comments and all. So that's what you can go and check that NABET certified agencies like that. You can see what are comments there. Even we had a lot of problems, this kind of things. Okay, so anytime you, as I told earlier, आप लोगों को कुछ बोर लग रहा है, just intimate me so that I can change the course of the thing. So benefits of ये now आप सोच रहे हैं इतनी दूर आके क्या benefits नहीं है तो हम क्यों इनको बुलाना है? So it's like that. Of course, when you do a reporting, it should be sound. Clarity is most important thing any report requires. Then any professional will like to see that whatever mitigation plan they give, it should meet the standards. Okay, so not like the standards 30 can you say to 30 or 31 हो गया तो notice दे दो. नहीं, it should be something that in India still we have not reached that level of environmental reporting. Savings in capital and operating costs. Yes, now when we have optimum resource utilization, then your cost will be down. Okay, then reduce time and cost for approvals. So when it is perfectly done report, you don't need to go again and again to clarify certain subjects. Then increase project as well. If your report is good, project normally gets through. Better protection of the environment and human life. Of course, that's the need of the study. So these are the benefits. Yes, successfully report what we see from the past is that it should be actionable. मतलब proponent के लिए वो delivery होना चाहिए. मतलब he put a proposal, now this plant has come. Okay, for a government agency like MOEF, CPCB, GPCB, or any pollution control boards, yes, I am responsible. I have done a fair job, so he should feel happy. And public, अरे अच्छा है ये project करने से हमको पैसा मिलता है, नहीं तो job नहीं जाता है ऐसे. So that's the aim of the EAA. Now, yes, now looking from the consultant side, so far I've been talking about the regulatory aspect, MOAS kind of thing. Now from the as a consultant, if I'm a consultant, how I will be preparing my report. So the first thing is that executive summary. Of course, now earlier when we used to submit reports, there won't be any executive summary. In general, I have seen that most of the reports are passed goes without any summary. So a person who, you see any EA report, no, they have to 500 pages, 700 pages. Who's going to read all those pages? Trump, you must have heard some 5 or 6 years back, Trump के पास एक US EPA ने एक EA report दिया था. वो देखा था how many pages? Some 1,000 pages they said. You keep yourself. he outright rejected on the video. And then what use? The president has to see all the pages, what consequence of that project. He has no time, so they want executive summary. US also they have this kind of problem. Trump wanted only 1 page executive summary. So there are good people. He may be notorious for certain things, but he is very clear about what he needs. So it's like that. So the first thing is executive summary. It's very important because that defines almost everything what you have prepared in the report. Of course, the main purpose is need for and aims of the proposal. आपको project क्या करने वाला, क्या products क्या बनने वाला है. So then description of the proposal का पूरा description कौन सा process use करने वाला है, कौन सी mitigation plan ये सब रहता है. So this is from the consultant point of view. Okay. So a consultant like me, if I am a consultant, I should be getting this information from the suppose Indian Oil Corporation. So I should get most of the information from them. If they don't have, I can do another project to prepare that way. Okay. So public consultation, what they have done, public consultation, then main impacts and their mitigation. These are things which, as a consultant for any company, I will be doing. Evaluation of significant residual impacts, environmental management plan. So, environmental management plan for two components I will explain further in this because it's very big, subject area. It takes almost it took almost 1 year for me to understand what is NABAT, what is EAA, क्या है. See, subject area we can be expert in our own core area, but then ये आपको अंदर जाने के लिए थोड़ा टाइम लगता है. It is a procedure based and then so much abbreviations are there. Slowly you have to go through that. And always one thing I have found that suppose if your organization is going to go for accreditation, one person should coordinate. So he will be the main coordinator and then following him, there will be people who will be supporting him. So, and that person who is the coordinator, he should have a well-versed knowledge of these things before taking the responsibility in the institute. Okay. So now evaluation of impacts as a consultant, prediction of major impact. Like suppose if it is a refinery, I'll again talk with respect to refinery. So the refinery main problem, there are two main problems. One is air pollution and water pollution. So water pollution is one thing which you can easily address in a refinery. Air pollution, like if you go to, I don't know, आप लोग Baroda गया या any refinery areas you might have gone. So you have that a basic smell of BTEX, benzene, all these chemicals you'll be inhaling it. So आप उस zone पे ही गया तो क्या you can smell that 25-30 kilometers down the line because of the wind like that. I will come into the plume like that. So कुछ हर इंडस्ट्री का एक सिग्नेचर पोल्यूटेंट रहता है, बाकी सब एड्रेस कर सकता है, बट सिग्नेचर पोल्यूटेंट आप कहीं भी गया तो भी वो डिटेक्ट हो जाता है. So refinery में वो स्मेल है. You go to a distillery, somewhere around distillery you can see smell that. Okay, mercaptans. Okay. Then you have what proposal mitigation measures के लिए कितनी भी mitigation measures रखा तो भी है ना, these are all bound to escape because they are all fugitive and you cannot help it. Fugitive मतलब पकड़ ही नहीं सकता. So then you have significance of the like whatever pollutant is coming out of that. What is the significance to the environment? So these are all things which we have to work at as a consultant. Limitation, uncertainty, gaps in knowledge. There are many things we don't know, so we put and classify under them. Like हमको पता नहीं तो भगवान भरोस बोलता है ना, वो comes under uncertainty, limitations. ये scientific study में ना भगवान भरोस बोलता है ना, वो तो common term में हम लोग Indians use करता है. Actually, it is uncertainty. Like I am working for greenhouse gases, reporting for India's wastewater emissions. So we have uncertainty. I mean, see, these are some things which you should learn. Uncertainty, how to do uncertainty statistically for any big data. So if you know that, no, you can work across all environmental platforms because everywhere is uncertainty. Uncertainty is one thing which you have to do it arithmetically, statistically. You have softwares for that. So unless and until you do it arithmetically, no big agency will accept your report. So yes, like in Tamil Nadu, we say that Gandhi's account. When we say Gandhi's account, there is no accountability on that. Okay, so whatever money goes into, you don't know, you don't ask anything. So we say Gandhi account. So yes, environmental management plan is what the last thing which we should do for a project from the consultant angle. So what are the suppose the client refinery must have wastewater treatment के लिए they might have put an ETP. So whether that ETP is enough to meet the design norms is what I am supposed to look at. Suppose they must be putting only primary treatment and secondary treatment, but that is not sufficient to meet other parameters like phenol, cyanides like that. Okay, so you need to go for advanced treatment systems. So whether the mitigation measures are okay by the client, that we have to check out. If not, we can take it a separate project and we can do it. Then schedule for implement. कितनी जल्दी वो implement करने वाला. So surveillance and monitoring programs. Of course, report should contain what is the periodicity of monitoring. So critical parameter, like if you see pollution control board does monitoring once in a month for industry because they have so many industries to go around. So they cannot monitor every day, every week like that. It's a very expensive kind of thing and they don't have manpower. Nobody has manpower. You ask anyone in a team, "Arey, I don't have manpower, I don't have manpower." Even I also say that, I don't have manpower. I work without manpower. So it's like that. So surveillance and monitoring is very important. So you have to, there are already norms now. In NABET, they have given how many times you have to monitor these parameters over a period of week, month, or year. Okay. Then impact management strategy, whatever impacts which is coming, even after putting all these things, you have to try to manage. Then, of course, reporting, auditing. You must have heard the term environmental audit. So environmental audit is part of that post monitoring environment management plan. You have to do that once in a while, see that things are normal. See, across the world, what is happening is that now people are reducing their footprint. When I mean footprint, carbon footprint, power footprint, water footprint. So everywhere they are reducing energy footprint. So they are reducing the, for producing 1 ton of product, they are reducing footprint because they either gain in technology or do something in such a way that footprints are reduced. So when I say footprint, these are all the components: water, carbon, energy. You can add more from your kind of experience. Of course, their capacity. Suppose some labs must, some refinery, they must have a minimum lab requirement because they will be analyzing certain pollutant parameters. If they have put that minimum pH, BOD only, no, it's not allowed. So you have to go up to this level of laboratory. You should have this equipment, this equipment. So you should have this much manpower so that all these pollutant parameters. So all these things are part of the capacity building requirements. Okay. So now by coming to the main thing, so EA actually initially it started in the year 1994 से शुरू हुआ था. Then there was an EA notification 2006 upgradation of the earlier 1994 this thing. And 2-3 years back, there was a draft notification which came. It was put in public domain. Comments, there are a lot of loopholes in that, and it was kept in hold. I think Dr. Godamala can substantiate to that. I have not thought beyond 2006. So at 2006 is pretty good. There are some lacunae into that, but I think if you update that, it's fine. But 2020 is too much. I think she can highlight on the negative this negative aspects of 2020 draft notification. So now coming into the core of the subject area, EAM, you need environmental clearance. When you say environmental clearance, 2 levels of clearance you will get. One from national national level, it is given by MOEF and CC. MOEF, CC. Now it is not MOEF, it is MOEF and CC. Climate change has been added to that. So for every category A projects, you have to go central clearance. That is MOEF, CC. Okay. For category B, it is at state level. So you have a committee state level across the country, state level environmental impact assessment. I was part of MP state. I was part of MP state level this thing. So category B projects will come to us. So we have to prepare the terms of reference, like scoping I said. So we have to prepare that. And then we have to see that whether that thing EAA report is okay or not like that. Okay. So category A is central clearance, category B is state level clearance. So you have experts working in that domain area. And those experts, what I have seen, not necessarily from single background. So he can be an environmental engineer, he can be a biodiversity expert, he can be a chemical industry expert. So multiple domains people are there. Okay. So now, as I said earlier, also in the screening, whether that project requires screening or not, goes in the first stage screening. So this I have explained. Then public scoping, public consultation, appraisal. I'll skip that because we have a huge number of slides. 150 slides. Okay. Now stage 2 is scoping. As I said, scoping is where we prepare the terms of reference. So the state level authority or the central level authority, they give you terms of what all should be studied. Okay. So now I'll be, see, this is the list of projects or activities requiring environmental clearance. So you see category A, category B. So category A goes into MOEF and category B goes to state level. So you see the criteria they have, mining of minerals. So this is first one A is the mining of minerals, industrial sector, where less than 50 acres of mining lease, sorry, greater than 50 hectares of mining lease, you have to go to category A, and it has to go to central listening. And less than 50 hectares, it is at state level. So there are a list of industries which require this clearances A or B. So 1B is offshore and onshore oil and gas exploration, where you can contribute. आप लोग clear ये expert बन सकता है, because it's all sea based. Probably you can get there. उसमें exploration surveys रहता है. That's why I said you start as a member, then you become partially expert, and then you can take all these projects. So then you have river valley projects. I think here also CP has a role to play. Then you have thermal power stations. Of course, thermal power stations also require your expertise, because most of the thermal power stations are near a river body. Okay, they need huge quantities of water, lakh meter cube per day, a lakh meter cube per day. So I think, but many times I've seen that your component is not, we don't have expert from fisheries or aquatic. So biodiversity person himself, based on experiences, they get accreditation and then they go after that. So then you have 1D is, 1E is nuclear power projects. Nuclear power projects, we cannot do it for one thing. So only Baba Atomic Research Center does that. Nuclear may, no other agencies have been given this thing. Many times it comes to us also, but then we don't have the right to do the project. So you can see there are some projects which does not require state level. That will go, like nuclear projects, you have to go to central agency. You cannot do it at state level. So you can see that's column is left blank. So then you have cold washeries. Cold washeries, कुछ industries बताए तो आप लोग समझ सकते हैं कि आप, you will get a presentation. आप जाके वो industry क्या करता है, उनका process activity क्या है समझ लीजिए. Then you will come to know. See, every anthropogenic activity will have an impact on the soil, water, and air. So water means you think about yourself. Then mineral beneficiation. This is also part of the coal industry. Coal and mining, sorry, coal and mining. Then cement plants. Then you have coke oven plants, asbestos mining. You can see this. These are already available, so I don't need to explain too much into that. Then chloralkali industry, soda ash industry, leather processing industry, then pesticide industry. Yes, see, you see all these industries, no, only central clearance cycle, because these are all very tough parameters, pollutant parameters, state cannot handle probably. So that's why they have put under category A. Okay, so petrochemical base, distilleries, then integrated paint industries. This is a big list. It's about 7 pages or 8 pages. So you can see shipbreaking yards. Then industrial estates, like even industrial estates have to do EA. Like Niri did one industrial estate for Haldiramka. Haldiramka ek industrial export processing zone is there in Chindwara. Probably you might have heard about that. So we did that study. So we have to do EA for that also. So then you have common hazardous waste treatment, storage, and disposal facilities, ports and harbors where you can play a role. Highways is another. Then aerial ropeways, common effluent treatment plants, and common municipal solid waste management facility. Like there are incinerator plants there where you need environmental studies. So then building and construction projects, large township areas also require nowadays. You can see covering more than 50 hectares. So you need to do it at state level. Okay, you don't need to come at central level. So now that's the end of the industry list. The process activities in EA and report preparation. Report preparation में कैसे करता है? So these are all the two major components. एक environmental component है, दूसरा EA component है. EA component means what I have to do, what study I have to do. Environment component I have to look at. It's a kind of matrix. So air environment, you have to generate baseline data. Air environment identification of impact, air environment prediction of impact, air environment evaluation of impact, air environment EMP, and post monitoring. So for each of the environmental component, I have to do EAA component. Okay. So I think I'm pretty. Am I convincing, or आप लोग कुछ कहीं आपको problem आ रहा तो just give me a feedback. Just I work on the feedback mechanism. अब चुप रहा रहता है ना, फिर मेरे को भी बहुत लग जाता है. So you have a environmental component, you have air, noise, water, land, biological environment. Biological environment, as I said, aquatic and terrestrial. So under terrestrial, you have land species as well as fauna. Okay. In aquatic one, you have your area of expertise domain can be there. Then socio-economic environment, we have a very less number of people working in this area. There's a lot of opportunity. We can get accreditation on this, then probably you will. One thing I forgot to tell is that when you are getting accreditation, your name, if I am getting accreditation, it will be along with NEERI. So I cannot use NEERI accreditation and work somewhere else. Okay. So it is null and void once I leave NEERI, and I cannot do it like that. I cannot freelance. Okay. So this is like that. So if you get a EAI accreditation, it will be attached to the institution. Okay. So earlier this was not there, but then people have understood, people are making, a lot of problem in India, any business opportunity, the people will start misusing it. So that's one reason why they have put all these clauses. You see Indian constitution, we have a lot of sub clauses. Because that's all because people misuse the system. So this is a general thing, what I as an expert should look into. So the same thing applies for noise, water and land. Okay. So now, yes, now what are the environmental attributes? Now components so they clear. Now, what is the challenge? As a project person, there are two things. One is project attribute, then environmental attribute. Project may require process. So I may be putting A, B, C. There are three process will be there, and three process will be giving the same product. So A process will be not environmental, B will be moderate, C will be this thing. So process attributes. So when you are working on the prediction of impacts, process you should know which ये process से आपको impact ज़्यादा आ सकता है क्या. So some of the industries slowly over a period of time, whether you agree or not, over a period of time things have changed. Our pollution control boards have evolved, industry has evolved. A lot of things have taken. Now if you go to a member secretary pollution control board, उनका room पे कौन सी zone में क्या pollution आ रहा है, air pollution का monitor रहता है, कितनी waste water is getting discharged, everything on his dashboard दिखता है. So that's the actually. I am also working for one aspect, not this one, like climate change. Like I am part of the national expert. उसमें क्या है? We are supposed to make a dashboard for PM where हमारा yearly greenhouse gas emissions from India, CO2, CH4, N2O, all these things will be seen by the Prime Minister. Okay. So, of course, the project is under the thing, and once that comes into, so you can find out the data in your computer, how much emissions are estimated generated from India. Say when we say emissions, CO2 for climate change, CO2, methane, nitrous oxide, and other gases, so many gases. You have agriculture, you have industry, you have energy, waste, all these sectors contributes to CO2 emissions, CH4, N2O. So this dashboard is already pollution control board has how much SOx, NOx, sulfur oxides, nitrous oxide. Pollution control board member secretary का room पे रहता है. Okay, even if you go to thermal power station, the chief engineer has that in his computer. So that actually they are all given at pollution deadline. So if you exit, then he has to where is the problem coming from. So he has that. So what was earlier a challenge for environmental persons monitoring, yes, now it has become easy because of data. So artificial intelligence, data analysis, and all this one big thing which has a terrible scope. Like if you're doing all these things with these things, see, understanding the subject, very easy to say AI, what is that? But understand so many data is that how to put what, suppose one method 1, method 2, method 3, which method you have to use to give some kind of input, that you should know. That's one of the toughest thing. Even I don't understand, even after reading and attending courses, I just want to use kind of sense to my data. It's very difficult. You need the experts in that domain. Okay. So if you see process technology, then fuel availability, each process will have its own consumption of fuel, then water availability, land, proximity to town, industry. All these things are looked by the industry people. Unka importance is everything should be near so that the cost will be less for the product and you can make more money. But from our perspective, topography, we have to say, because now you cannot put a polluting industry in the hill. You have to climb, you have to pump, So it will be very expensive. So it should be in a place where, that's why now when we say EAA, alternative sites has to be located. Okay, so we have to give, based on topography, your EAA project can get cancelled. That suppose if it is upstream, suppose the industry is coming and wind is going towards the town, so you have to shift the industry. Okay, so EAA will be given alternative sites you have to find. That's also part of the EAA report. Mitigation and alternatives, that I'll be coming later. Okay, then how EA report is there. This is the chapters. If you look at EA projects, these are will be the information which will be there. You have to create this chapter. So what documentation you have to do, I'll come further into that. The first chapter is introduction. This is a standard format. I cannot change it. Okay. Then project description, what is the project about? You have to give everything, material consumed, energy used for transportation of coal, oil, whatever it is. Then description of the environment. Description of the environment, chapter 3 is the baseline data, which is our control. Like NERI baseline data means I will come to that. So there, where we'll be measuring the ambient environment. What is the baseline environment? Water, air, soil. So that will be our main thing. बाकी सब तो वहां से मिल जाता है. You go to site, get some survey done, the industry will give you. The third is one, you have to do it. Third, fourth one is anticipated. This is based on the third chapter, anticipated environmental impacts. So you use models like air and water, you use models. Then based on that, you predict a kind of impact. Then analysis of alternatives. I said that will come. So sites choices. There are times when you have to put an alternative route. So that comes under alternative analysis of alternatives. Then environmental monitoring program. As I said earlier, laboratories are required for certain industry. So if it is a small industry, probably they don't require EAM. So big industries will definitely. So that monitoring program, minimum level of equipments, manpower, monitoring facilities, that we have to identify. Then seventh is additional studies. Suppose there is a dam near this industry. So what happens? You have to do that studies also, dam break studies. Okay. Then project benefits. Of course, the decision maker needs to know what's the advantage of this project. The project benefits as a result of this project, what is the project benefit? That should also be given. Then environmental cost benefits. Environmental, see, none of the project which is put by humans will have zero environmental damage. Everything will have some cost to that. So we have to analyze this also. Then finally, environmental management plan that I'll be coming. I will be briefly explaining that. And summary and conclusion for the project. This is how the chapters for EA report is there. As I said, introduction, what all information will be there. That's a brief description of nature. You have to set the environment, how the environment, is capital city से कितनी दूर है, what is the weather there, what is the temperature, precipitation कितनी है, ये है, वो है, सब इसमें आ जाता है. Location of the project, importance to the economy, ये वो सब कहानी, general information that you get mostly from the websites or from the industry itself, or maybe specific agencies like PQCI, like that. Then scope of the study, as per terms of reference, हम क्या करने वाला terms of reference. So then project description, type of projects, here the technical details will come as submitted by the industry. So magnitude of operation, large scale, small scale, medium scale, like that. Then what type of technology, what is the product thing. See, you can go on a website, put EAA reports, suppose EAA, hydro project reports, you can download it. It's very easy. So it will have a similar structure. I'm actually, I can say with pride that NERI is the main agency which created this setting. So in 1994, before 1994, NERI had the background to do EAC because we have Professor Khanna. He was actually stalwart in setting up why EA is required. So NERI had prepared this kind of what a report should contain, how should we go about. So I think we are one agency which were instrumental in setting up the ground for proper EA study. Of course, things have changed over a period of 30-40 years. So need of the project, then proposed schedule for approval, how much time will take for construction, all these things will come in this project description. Assessment of sometimes new technologies will be brought into, so you have to assess that. Sometimes we don't have the capability. Many times foreign technologies directly some kind of background understanding should be there. Like, there are a lot of claims saying that, I don't know, you must be hearing about that. There was one person in Tamil Nadu, he came saying that textile industry, he has developed a technology. He is actually not even a graduate. He came saying that he has developed technology, where you put that solution into the textile wastewater, it will become colorless. If you have gone around the country, like all industrial estates in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Hyderabad, Rajasthan, everywhere, Tamil Nadu, you see color is one major component of the textile effluence. Okay, textile and dye intermediates. So he came, that was actually sent by Dr. Abdul Kalam, came from the president's office saying that Neeri should evaluate it. So actually, I was part of that, and that fellow is a very hardly diploma something like that. I say, यार हम लोग इतनी headache so कर रहा था, and we cannot develop any technology. We know established technologies क्या क्या कर सकता है. I worked in advanced oxidation and all. And so I had to spend 1 week with him to know that he's another kind of like Ramar Petroleum. You must have heard like this kind of petroleum, Ramar Petroleum, some years back, maybe probably a decade before. So what actually he has used is he bought a pressure cooker. He put the textile wastewater and then put one capsule of that liquid, maybe 30 ml of that liquid, and then he cooked it. So in technology, we call it wet oxidation, wet air oxidation, where when you cook certain dyes, it breaks down the color. Okay, so that's a common thing, and it's very expensive technology. Okay, so what he had to that, apart from pressure cooking, he had added hydrogen peroxide. So how I came to know is because when people are working, you should not see the process, you should see the person. So when he was spilling it, he spilled it on his jeans. And jeans में वो colorless बन गया. मैंने सोचा यार ये तो oxidant है, hardcore oxidant है. Because I have been working with oxidants like ozone and hydrogen peroxide. Then I said, ये आपको spin वहाँ white क्यों हो गया वैसे से करके पूछा. नहीं ऐसे काम करने से होता है ऐसे. So then I took the sample without his noticing. Then हम किया तो hydrogen peroxide था. So pressure cooking में some amount of color will come down. Then when you put hydrogen peroxide, it's a strong agent, oxidizing agent. So totally color again. And people who are looking at that outside, they think it is made of beautiful technology. Actually, you can go through the website and see wet air oxidation. उसमें क्या होता है? High pressure में when you cook effluents, color will be reduced. That's because of oxidation. So we call it wet air oxidation. It's very expensive. You cannot cook huge quantities of wastewater like that. So people come with, they think they have found out things, but we have to convince them because it's come from the office of the president. So we have to respect that. And finally, I gave a 2-page report. Case khatam. So there are a lot of things I say. People have 12th, 10th standard. They think that they are actually appreciated in their yes, what is technology? हम भी सोच रहा था यार हम तो textile industry के लिए I spent my 1-2 years understanding zero liquid discharge. I worked for all the industries, 600 industries. I could not find any solutions. Very difficult and they're very expensive. See, the cost is the major component in any effluent management. So how one liter you can put 10 ml and then it's finished. So actually you need to be sometimes skeptical to look at problems. Otherwise, probably you will go with them and then say, hey, beautiful technology. Yeah. The third chapter is the description of the environment. That's the place where we work, baseline data, which I already explained. Then fourth one is anticipated. I think this I can skip. So based on doing this, we try to give index, we generate an index. So here, environmental impact assessment, ecology is given some 150 marks, environmental pollution is 150 marks, aesthetics is 150 marks, and socioeconomics. So when we calculate all these indices, then we get some numbers. So based on that, we choose whether it is positive, negative, like that. So we get ecology, it's like this, we generate. Of course, we have a separate team who does this job. I am not part of that. So they do this thing based on that. The more plus the benefit to the society and environment, and less means, of course, understandable. So this is how finally. So these are all when we are going for EAA presentation in front of MOE, we have to highlight it there. What are the core benefits? This will come under the benefits. Okay, you can see here change in environmental impact over baseline value. How much change is there? If it is net change in A due to EMP, so when you put EMP, then it becomes positive. So if your EMP is not effective, then it will be having lower scores. Okay. So then finally, chapter analysis of alternatives. If the system has low benefits, then do we have alternatives, sites as well as process also? Okay. Then environmental monitoring, as I explained, additional studies. Risk assessment is one thing which earlier people were not doing it. Now I think most of the projects have that. We use a software which is highly expensive software that costs around 1.5 crore. That one software which we wear, it's 1.5 crore, and that's why the EAA studies are slightly expensive. So risk assessment domain mostly रहता है chemical engineers. So because the spill कैसे spread होता है, ये सब चीज उसमें आ जाता है. Okay, then project benefits. This is chapter 8. Chapter 9 is environmental cost benefits. 10 is an EMP. And finally, 11 and 12 is summary and conclusion. The last chapter is all the experts. See, EAA cannot be done by a person who have no accreditation. All people should have accreditation. So that's why here disclosure of consultant. So if I am working in a project, my name will be there. So I will sign that. Every person, he will sign that. And when the EAA agency, NABET agency is coming and interviewing you, you are supposed to show sampling. आप कहाँ कौन सी दिन में sampling ticket भी आपको दिखाना पड़ता है. How many days you have gone? Suppose you say that sampling requires 1 week of monitoring. You have only 3 days of ticketing there. Remark आ जाता है. So you have to be very careful. It's a very paper based, intensive रहता है. Questions कहाँ से आता है? Like I also attended 2-3 times उनका. Actually, working is difficult. So asking questions is very easy. So what happens is that they will put so much questions that sometimes as a consultant we skip many things. Process के अंदर बहुत सारे चीज़ है ना. I'm an engineer. I don't know many things. What is happening in a thermal power station? There are so many things, and you're supposed to know everything. डॉक्टर का सब पता रहता है क्या? फिर भी आप जाता है, आप फीवर के लिए हो जाता है, बट ये जनरल स्पेशलिस्ट कैन नॉट ट्रीट कैंसर. So it's something like that. But then they expect you to be at that level. So competence is very much important. So train yourself as a member, then FAE, then environmental coordinator later. Okay, madam can give much more highlights compared to other people. I think 15 minutes more. So yes, that's it. Now, basic data collection. Yes, we have air environment. Yeah, you have to decide the sampling area location. You have to see normally in a 10-kilometer radius you have to site. So आपका project site है तो उसका एक 10-kilometer radius में आपको पूरा air monitoring station रखना पड़ता है, water quality सब. Beyond 10 kilometers, as defined by the regulatory agency, they can increase or decrease. But in general, it is about 10 kilometers. Okay. So along with air environment, you have noise and vibration. So air, noise, and vibration are together. So normally experts will have experience of these 3 components. So these 3 things you have to collect data. Noise, you have to set up a decibel meter as a different thing, and then monitor in the industry. See, as I said earlier, during construction phase, during operational phase, you have to work out for both. Now construction ही नहीं शुरू हुआ, कैसे आप करेंगे? I have not asked you question. Now if I start asking question, आप लोग और भी confusion हो जाता है. So the point is that impact activity is during construction phase and operational phase. Now noise कब measure करेंगे? So it's like that. Okay. Now I put that question to you. आप जाके देख लीजिए noise कैसे करना है. So you set up stations. It's a tight job actually. एक बंदे ये स्टडी के लिए एक बंदे से सभी नहीं हो सकता. He needs one. If I am doing noise, I need 2 more people with me because रात भर करना पड़ता है. You see the time रात में भी करना. There are areas where you cannot stay at night. Even in the safest place, also night में आपको भूत प्रेत का डर लगता है. Then you'll be hearing not the noise. You'll be hearing things in your mind. So it's like that. So, being part of that, I am basically a water expert. So when I go with other teams, I do sense their kind of thing. Like there was a call, like when we were doing the Gujarat Barbuj project, so fishermen had come to us. They were हड़ताल करना. हमारा एक टीम सोशो इकोनॉमिक स्टडी के लिए गया. अरे आप लोग कुछ नहीं करता, कुछ भी रिपोर्ट लिख के जा देता. ऐसे करके बताया. उनको घेराव कर दिया. They literally arrested them. मेरा PA भी था. He is from Gujarat. So this happened in Gujarat. So I was in water pollution river monitoring में कर रहा था upstream में. So they are all in socio-economic. I was the project. They called me. मैं जाके 4 hours I had to waste that day till evening 7 o'clock, they didn't leave those 4 people. I went and joined them. I also gave them company for 4 hours. So at the end of the day, 7 o'clock, they got bored up. I said, all of you keep down. See, life threat रहता है. ये project में life threat रहता है. So I told them, see, whatever we are doing, they want to record. Then they will see. Media is such a thing. No, people का mindset ऐसी है. Professionals के लिए बहुत डर लगता है. But you have to be very careful. So they said ना, मैं मोबाइल सामने रख के बंद कर दिए. आप भी रख दीजिए. Then we will discuss. So we had a discussion. It went for 4 hours. They were telling their problems. It's like I personally felt like I was listening to my wife. So what happens is that now, if you listen to a wife, no, probably you can understand EA much better. So whatever they are saying, I didn't like it, but I had to. So life का experience है ना, sometimes EA में काम बहुत होता है. So I was listening to for 2 hours, which I never had. I never had. I'm a voracious person. I used to talk well, but then I had to listen for 2 hours. Finally, they got fed up of me. Then said, "You go." So before the things, we went to lab. My HOD, Dr. Suresh Kumar, था, वो पूछा अरे मैं रूम पे जाने के बाद immediate so many calls, अरे यार न्यूज़पेपर में आ रहा, मीडिया में आ रहा है यार. सर हमारा नहीं है, हम लोग सेफली पहुंच गया. They got fed up of me. They सबको छोड़ दिया. So thing is that you need to have extreme patience when you're dealing with humans. Extreme patience. Actually, I have gone Sterlite का एक project के लिए South में गया था as part of NGT, not EA. Actually, they literally told in Tamil that आप तीनों यहाँ से गया तो another 15 minutes में आपका life कोई guarantee नहीं है. Then I told to my boss, sir, ऐसी बता रहे थे. Slowly we walked off. क्या करेंगे? So it's up to them. So there are a lot of things when we go as an environmental professional, what subject you may be, there is a kind of threat. You need to be aware of your. मेरे साथ girls काम करता रहता है. I have to be extra cautious. क्योंकि है ना, the way the world is progressing, I am not comfortable having a girl with me going to site and boat में हम जाता है, washroom नहीं रहता है. बोट में वॉशरूम नहीं रहता है, स्मॉल बोट रहता है. एंड 8 पूरा सुबह 7 बजे हम चालू करता है, इवनिंग 7 o'clock तक जाता है. सो यू डोंट दैट बोट में ही दैट फिशरमैन को पैसा हम दे देता है, वो समुद्र में ही मछली पकड़ के हमको खाना चावल के साथ दे देता. सो इट्स अ काइंड ऑफ different life. If you are very professional, you will enjoy it. But if you are to 9:30 to 6%, probably you may not enter that environment subject. Environmental subject which you need to be having a more dedication. Is both risk रहता है. You will learn a lot of things. Okay. So let's come back to the subject. So this water environment is my area of specialization. Then yes, here again you have to go and collect samples. This I think आप लोग sampling करता होगा ना. So it's similar to that. See, the main intention of my presentation is that you should have skill sets. आपको कोई भी पैरामीटर एनालिसिस करना, सीओडी या बीओडी, अमोनिया, नाइट्रेट, if you know how to do it, preparation of calibration standards, how to run the equipment, then you can get job anywhere else. Whether you are a city person or a needy person, you will get job. I'll tell you, skill set is more important. Degree is just standby. But people expect, industry expect you to have a skill set. If I'm given the challenge of doing analysis, this parameter, I should do it. Fine. So NEERI also does a lot of skill training program of certain topics. Like I am going with if you go to NEERI website, you can see skill. We give kind of certificate. So for 1 or 2 days or 3 days like that. Of course, it will not cover up every aspect of what you need from environment, but then probably the certificate may be of helpful to you if you apply for industry. Okay, so I am teaching GHG inventory for India because there are less number of people working in GHG inventory. So my interest is that. So and wastewater management also. So you go to NEERI website, you can find this skill training programs. Right now, Dr. Shashavardan was supposed to come here. We have a program from August 12 to 14. Either can you go? ठीक है, हम लोग दोनों एक ही division में था EIR में. So I was before that. As I said in my first slide, 17 years of experience in wastewater, then 4 years in EIA. Environmental impact and sustainability, then skill development, and now climate change. Now I'm right now in climate change division. So this is the water environment analysis of parameters. I think every course will have this. You should know how to do analysis. If you want to get a job in industry, they expect you to be very good in analytical skills, uncertainty analysis, errors. ये सब आपको clear cut पता होना चाहिए. Otherwise, no business. So yes. Then water environment, I will not go into that. I just say what are the things which we do Land environment, yes, land environment means soil, okay? You have to analyze particle size distribution of the soil, okay? Sodium absorption ratio, how much sodium is there in the soil, then soil fertility, permeability, all these things are very much, so this is the baseline information. What is the natural environment that you are going to find? So these are the parameters which you have to do. So while during the construction and post-construction, how things are going to change, these are all you have to find impact. So land also contains cropping. So what type of, so when you go for sampling in land environment, we have to see what type of agriculture is there. So wheat, sorghum, rice. So we have to take what is the excel. So we have to go to the respective department. This much amount of paddy is cultivated from this area. This kind of general information also we have to collect. Because if the soil is fertile and we are going to put an industry which is going to impact that fertility, then khatam. So yes, then watershed area, whether it comes under watershed area, if it is a watershed area, now we are putting a refinery, so that entire pollutant will be carried downstream. So these kind of things are things that hydrology is one component. If you go to EAI sector, you have hydrology, geohydrology, expert domains. आपका भी रहता है बायोडाइवर्सिटी, ये सब उसमें जाके देखा तो आपको सब पता चल जाता है. So then you have biological environment. So now, as I said, biological environment, these are the data which we collect. Fauna, flora, then aquatic, all these things are there. Collection of secondary data on fishery. Wherever you go, suppose if there is a river, pond or sea, marine, so you need to collect how much resource fishes is generated, what type of fish per year, per month, catches, which season is off season. All those things has to be recorded in the report. Okay. So if it is coming and there are some species like if you are going into Gujarat, that Barbud project, so that river, the barrage which you are going to put, no, so आप लोग का हिल्सा fish तो पता होगा, so that's a very tasty fish, like by Bengalis, and especially, yeah, northeast, so it's very expensive also. Nagpur it costs 2,000 rupees during season. So I have also eaten. So thing is that if you put that barrage, hilsa is one thing which marine say brackish water say it goes to fresh beat karke mar jata hai. So that is going to be impacted. So the fisherman will be impacted. So they're in the role plays. Most of the hydrology projects, river valley projects, thermal power station, and they have a lot of impetus. Like how do you design fish ladder is one of the things. Like people say that in a project fish ladder is put. अभी fish ladder, fish के लिए ladder climb करना आता है क्या? Sometimes we design it. Now yesterday only I saw that salmons are trained to use a tube. They have developed a new tube in which salmons are trained and it goes to the other side, upstream side. That's the latest development. So they call it, you can say, fish ladder. So we are training fish also. See, life evolves, and so has every animal on the planet. कुत्ते भी आपका देखना road देख के cross करता है. So animals are also evolving at the pace which we are not understanding. Okay, so I have seen pretty well that animals have evolved and they are catching up with us. When I go on projects and I'm like, birds come and talk to you. They want food and they are coming and asking. Birds, if they want, मेरे घर में आता है. So then I throw some grains. उसके लिए powder करके रखता हूँ, दे देता हूँ. So life is evolving. They now are asking what they need. You immediately, you can see that, हम लोग सोचता है बच्चे हम लोग ही intelligent. They are all intelligent. Even plants are demanding. अभी मेरे घर पे एक अमृत का ये रहता है, आई प्लांटेड इट. आई डोंट नो दैट फ्रूट है ना, वो गिरता, मैं कब सुबह जाता ना उस समय वो गिरता है. टिल द टाइम वो रहता है बट गिरता नहीं है. वैसे लाइफ में प्लांट्स भी evolve होता है क्या? आई सीन एनिमल्स, ऑल दिस थिंग्स आर evolving, बैक्टीरिया ना. समटाइम्स यू कैन सेंस दैट ना, सर्टेन पीपल टचिंग सम ट्री ना, वो पूरा काला ड्राई हो जाता है. आई सीन दैट काइंड ऑफ थिंग. लाइक इट हैपेंस इन माय हाउस. लाइन हम प्लांट किया, कोई और टच करके पूरा ब्लैक हो गया, मतलब ब्राउनिश हो गया. So I don't know. Things may be evolving. I know about animals, but not about the plant system. Okay, so then biological environment is this. Then socio-economic. Yes, socio-economic is the biggest thing. Socio-economic में क्या हम लोग करता है? What is the population, males, females? Then what is their salary structure? Where from they are incoming? Their source of income? Dispensaries है क्या? Fire station. How is the schools, hospitals, facilities in that area. So socio-economic में बहुत सारा चीज रहता है, उसमें salary is one major thing. So So because now if you have the data, average per capita income of that area is about 25,000 per year. So after the industry comes, it will go almost a lakh per year. So that's how we have to find out. There are equations how you do socio-economic this thing. Then now the last is risk assessment. Risk assessment where refineries and all you have this problem. Hazard identification of hazardous activities, materials, past accidents होता है ना दूसरा इसमें, that also you can bring it here. Hazard quantification, ASAP operation, all these things will come into that. Then we have a software. We have a software in which we put those chemical hazardous hazard identification. Some chemicals are there. We put there what if it is blown at that intensity, how much it will spread. So we have to define all those things. That will come in that chapter. I don't have the because it's a proprietary item. I cannot show things. So that's why many of the things which is confidential to the industry, I have not put it. These are all general things. Because we also sign confidentiality clause. We cannot share many things. So equipment and tools for conducting, yes, air pollution. I think you must have seen these things in large number of places. High volume samplers is where we use it for SOx, NOx, and H2S, CS, carbon disulfide, and ammonia. So this is an instrument by which we collect images, collect करके फिर analysis करता है lab में. So that's what I said. Now, if you have the skill set to do all these parameters, you have a job. Okay. So then methods, modified Westgate method, then Nessler reagent for ammonia, and Jacob and Hausler for NOx. So this is the standards for the respective industrial area, residential area. So suppose you are putting a plant in industrial area, so you can see suspended particulate matter. So this is the old standard. Now it has been refined. So see, old standards, just take for the case of suspended particulate matter, industrial area, it is 360, whereas WHO says 60 to 90. Now the revised one is SPM. SPM now has become particulate matter 10 and particulate matter 2.5. You must have heard at 2.5 and 10. So now, अपने newspaper में and media में सब देखा है. So SPM has become PM 10 and PM 2.5. So you see, PM 10 is 60 now. Earlier it was 360, now it is 60. So yes, things have changed. This is 2000 guidelines, 2006 guidelines. So this is for all parameters, ammonia, benzene, like refineries and all are so then benzene, all these parameters come. So then you have short range modeling. Now, when you say air pollution, we have modeling. So most of the time, EA projects we do short range modeling. So microscope because normally 10 kilometers range में कितनी होता है. So that we do it local level. So long range modeling normally comes under the platform of climate change, where intercontinental or regional kind of things are there. So that is not used unless and until it's a transboundary movement of pollutants रहता है ना, then it will come. But India में उतनी नहीं है that where we carry this level. So yes, now for air pollution, we use different types of models. One is Gaussian model, numerical, statistical, and physical, manual. You can say physical means manual. So I'll explain only a little bit about the Gaussian model. Gaussian model is the one which we use regularly for air pollution. So there are different sets of models which we have, ISC, CST3, PAL, FDF. These are all different types of models available software based. So they assume they use Gaussian type. Okay, and this is the source. The source is nothing but a point, area, line, and volume. So suppose if the industry needs a point source, if it's a single industry, then needs a point source emission. Then short range this thing. Okay. So how it is, you see, this is this chimney is one place of emissions. So this is how the plume patterns are there. So this C is the concentration. At different distances, the concentration will vary. So when you use this Gaussian model, you can predict how far this pollutant will get reduced. Or due to advection, dispersion, dilution, all these things acts upon the parameter. Okay, so as I said, sources are point, area, line, and volume. This is a weather station, meteorological. Actually, air pollution, we monitor pollutant parameters as well as meteorological parameters because they are connected. Because when wind speed pollution dispersion process, so we collect wind speed direction, we create windrows diagrams. So based on that, we can find out prominent area of dispersion of the pollutants, then stability and urban mixing height. और कितनी हाइट में वो मिक्सिंग होता है. So based on that, ये chimney is designed, chimney height is designed. Okay, then there are conditions. I'll skip this. This is too technical probably, so I will skip these things. आप लोग पढ़ो फिर if you have anything you can write back to us. It's too technical and sometimes when I explain atmospheric boundary layer, then if you read atmospheric stability, you will get more confused. So we have a lack of time, so I can cut short down. I want to go with one case study, which is, so these are all models. See, this is the plume condition. So you see these are different plume conditions. So if you see any plume from a chimney, so this will have this kind of pattern. There are more than this, but these are general parameters. So I'll tell the last but one you can see. Last but one, okay. So the last one you can see the plume pattern. You see the wind is almost neutral. It's cloudy and windy here. So pattern is uniform flow will be there. Whereas the bottom one, you can see a straight line because wind velocity is higher. So under different conditions, air pollution, pollutants will get dispersed differently. So these are the parameters and their model what inputs they give. I'll skip that. So this is when we put that for under different models, it will generate different data. Okay, these are all things have to be done so as to understand the pollution dispersion. Yes, now I'll come to modeling for surface water modeling. So these are parameters in general we use it because other than this, other parameters are defined by the regulatory agency. Like suppose for a refinery, then you have benzene, toluene, BTEX, we call it BTEX. So these parameters also we have to do. So based on that, multi-parameter modeling is not done. Normally, a single pollutant parameter only is done because if you put too many pollutant parameters into the model, no, then you will get a very uncertain values. Okay, so this is how the industry is there. Upstream water treatment plant is there. Downstream effluent treatment plant is there. So how much waste is loaded and how the over a period self-purification of rivers concept is there. So when you put a pollutant into the river, when it is moving through the river, it gets dispersed, settled, precipitated, absorbed, all these things happen, and then you have different things. So at what distance it goes, we have to find out. I'll skip this. So these are models which we have in our organization. Mike 11, this is a very old one. So now we have Mike 3. See, the basic model costs 15 lakh and basic one costs around 50 to 20 lakh. And then in individual components, if you want, individual models like hydrodynamics, adversion dispersion, they are placed 5 lakhs, something like that. I'm telling the approximate price. I don't know last this thing. So बेसिकली आपको एक खरीदना सॉफ्टवेयर, उसके बाद आपको मॉड्यूल कौन से प्रोजेक्ट में आपको कहाँ यूज करना, वो मॉड्यूल आपको उसके साथ खरीदना पड़ता है. So that's a dam brake is separate software part of the mic. So this software is useful especially if you are looking from marine, river kind of this thing because it's basically a water model this thing. Then typical application areas you can see environmental impact assessment studies, coastal oceanography circulation studies, including fine sediment dynamics, water pollution studies. So options are there. You have a lot of options. The moment you learn one software, I think it will open up multiple areas of consultancy. So see, the entire world is going towards software. I'm telling, I have seen my organization has transitioned in 20, 30 years back from manual monitoring to digital-based monitoring 30 years back. Of course, we are still evolving. What I see is that no design of experiments you must be doing. All now softwares are available. You design instead of doing 1,000 experiments, you can reduce it to 60 to 100. So then based on that, you get the different surface response method is there. So many methods are there by which you can have a objective data interpretation of your study. So software, entire world is going towards software. So if you know software, probably you can do much more. Theoretical studies are not much accepted. Of course, regulatory aspect mein softwares except Mikey and other few softwares, new softwares are not into their domain because what is not in the domain of pollution control board or MOF, they may not accept even if they are better than what was earlier. So some challenges are always there. So knowing software at least from getting a skill is important. So application areas, yes, this is another eco lab, some outdated ये है. Rivers, wetlands, lakes, reservoirs, all water bodies you can use this. Then this is a typical bathymetry. आप लोगों को तो ये मालूम होगा. So this is one thing which we do in some offshore studies and all. So bathymetry, I will not go into that. This is all self-explanatory. So data requirement for mic software is that discharge, speed, outlet direction, and pollutant parameter, ego parameter. You cannot put too many pollutant parameters into this software because they are not designed in that way. So you have to, when you study this, you have to know what are the limitations, what is the basic assumption. So many of the assumption factors are designed for America or Europe. It may not function. Probably you have to put your own assumptions into the under Indian conditions. Then only your results will be closer to reality. Otherwise, what happens is that from American environment को हम इधर किया ना, you will not get the results what you expect. So you need to customize the software as per the Indian condition. Like हम लोग करता है, when we prepare GHG estimates for our country. So default values IPCC gives, Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change gives default values. But we use country specific because our industry is different from American industry. So we have to customize it. So even software, you have to customize it. So yes, groundwater also we have this. I'll skip this. These are all softwares which will help you in prediction. So then GIS is one most important thing in EIA. EIA studies will never be complete without GIS because you have layers of data. So you can prepare multiple infographics from this and which is explanatory. आपका executive summary में यही ला रहा तो आपको clear हो जाता है. It is very self-explanatory. Okay, GIS is very much important for EIA studies. So if you have that skill, I think GIS is one platform which across the world people are using across multiple domains. Traffic, like I have used it for at least 3 projects. It looks simple. You have free software like QGIS. ArcGIS तो काफी expensive है, but QGIS का मैं तो QGIS में काम करके महाराष्ट्र स्टेट लेवल पे कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स किया. सरफेस वाटर बॉडीज कैसी चेंज ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ लास्ट 3 डिकेड्स, उसके पेरेंट डाटा नहीं है. तो 3 डिकेड्स से हम कैसे करना है, कैसे इंक्रीज हुआ डिक्रीज. So what we thought is because of climate change, this is my personal work. Of course, it's not published. What I thought, everybody thinks that climate change से water bodies कम हो गया होगा. What I seen is because of government intervention, more water bodies have been created for a period of 30 years. So when you use infographic GIS, no, you have a different kind of reading of the subject. हम सोचता है एक अलग है, actually data अलग आता है. So it's like that. So GIS, तो I think you should be knowing about that. हम लोग तो literally we use it every day, but then we are not aware of that. GPS and all आपको मालूम होगा. हम लोग तो ट्रैफिक के लिए यूज करते हैं. समथिंग सिमिलर टू दैट, ओनली इन ये डायनेमिक स्टेट में रहता है GPS. ये तो एक पिक्चर जैसा रहता है. तो we use simulations, dam break simulations also we use that, how when the dam breaks, how it moves that. Yeah. So all our assumptions reality में कैसे होता है, it's very difficult to predict nature. So yes, I'll skip this. Yes, environmental management plan. You have environmental management for air, noise. These are all general things. I would not explain much. आप लोग देख लीजिए because probably we are short of time. Then water reuse, water environment. See, maximum reuse and recycle. So whatever water treatment रहता है, we try to design it in such a way that water should be recycled. So water footprint will come down. The intention of EA is to reduce all the footprints. So that when you have the footprint minimum, automatically you are protecting the environment. So the idea, if you see all that, will be on that. So hazardous waste treatment facilities, how safely it is done, how safely it is going, whether it's going to a secured landfill like that. Yes, in case of mining projects, proper closure and rehabilitation. Closure also should be there. Mining खोदना शुरू कर देता है, but problems आ गए तो बंद करने भी plan रहना चाहिए. So it's like that. Then you have biological environment. This is one thing probably you should read that. हम तो टीचर जैसा दिखा सकते हैं इधर. आप लोग जाके अंदर रीड कीजिए. Probably see after going through this session, you should go and download few of the reports. Then read it. Then you will get a better picture of the study. It looks too theoretical. मैं बताता रहेंगे. Photos भी दिखा तो भी ना movie आके something like movie आके अटेंड करके निकल गया बस गया खत्म. So few minutes के लिए we have that sense of euphoria, but after that everything is gone. So एक बार जाके आप देख लीजिए. Potentials तो बहुत रहता है. We don't get manpower for एक मैन पावर एक्सपर्ट्स लाइक हमारे नीरी में तो बायोडाइवर्सिटी एक्सपर्ट 2 ही लोग काम कर रहे हैं, एक मराइन बायोलॉजिस्ट है, नाउ ही इज रिटायरिंग, nobody is willing to come. Oh, problem. I think probably CP also must be aware. You must have observed that कुछ job selections are, so they define only few posts. Problem is that ये studies में you have to put multiple like marine biologist चाहिए तो लगाना चाहिए, वो नहीं रहता है. So that post goes off. So now the procedure, government procedure is so tough, you cannot hire a person also as a consultant. So lot of issues are there when we are doing. Of course, it's not my way, I'm not the director. So this is biological environment. Now, yes, post-project monitoring is one component, emissions. ये इंडिया में बहुत perfectly नहीं होता, but they do it, where all the information is already given, how they are performing. So as a kind of feedback mechanism, वो ये report success है failure. हम लोग तो failures ज़्यादा देखा होगा, but there are many cases where when successful ना success दिखता नहीं है, failures ही दिखता है. So there are many cases where projects are successful, आपको पता भी नहीं चलता. They are all because of proper implementation. I do accept that 20 years back, the Indian industry was very bad shape. Now I think you go to an industry, probably you can see a better environment than what we have seen. We go to Gujarat and all, I think some of the worst sites I have seen is Gujarat, then UP, then Mumbai. Mumbai also is good. Andhra, Hyderabad, GD MATLAB, Patancheru, all these industrial estates are there. You see the wastewater going, that when you enter that zone, you can feel that you are in a narak mein aaya jaisa feeling aata hai. Like you get that chemical smell. So then water environment, how the ETP and STPs are performing. So these are some general things. Please go through that. Land environment, of course, soil में कुछ changes आया है क्या? Solid waste generation disposal, how it is done, whether they are effective as early, whether new technologies have been implemented or not. Sometimes people go for incineration. Over a period of time, oil refinery will think that incinerator हम डाल के देखेंगे, but they have to get consent again for that. So they will put that incinerator and then they will burn some of their oil waste, clothes and wherever they use oil, so they burn it. So of course they have their own problems. It will create a new set of pollutants, which is not taken care of in the EAS study. So incineration is another thing where you can, I think if you are aware of the dioxins, new kind of pollutants are there. So that's more dangerous than cyanide. So these kind of problems are there. That's why post project monitoring is very important. Okay. Yes, my expertise is in, this is the last thing which I want to finish. My expertise is CETP and I have accreditation for that. So CETP तो आप लोगों को मालूम होगा ना, common approach treatment plan. So actually industrial cluster में instead of doing it an individual treatment plan, if you put combined, probably you can reduce the scale of operation, manpower easy हो जाता है, costing कम हो जाएगा. So that's the reason why CETP is like 5 लोग का खाना बनाना और 1 बंदे का खाना बनाना जैसा concept है. So 5 people के लिए it will cost 100, मतलब 1 person के लिए it will cost you 60 rupees. So cost economics will be there in this thing, and manpower, skilled, all these people you will get easily. So main thing is protecting, and regulatory agencies have a problem. Even as the number of industries multiply, they cannot handle take sample from each industry. So they can. This is a single point of research. So they take this inlet में sample analysis कर देगा individual industries, and then it's a very easy job for them. So yes, this anyway, this you can read it. You have a lot of places where you must have seen these kind of things, no? Mumbai में आप लोग campus के अलावा जाता नहीं होगा. If you don't move out of, see now so you must have seen similar sites, na? Go to Gujarat, Rajasthan, you'll find all color, more color, the more danger. I personally feel like there was one meeting which I attended in Gujarat. So they asked me that color pollution ke liye kya kar sakta? If everybody become angel, no, probably will not have this color problem. Angel mean white color. If everybody wear white color, no, probably you'll have less of a dye and kind of thing. So, but that's not practical. So this is the issue with CETPs. CETPs are a success and failure. It depends on where you're sitting. I will say that yes, they need upgradation, they need refinement. Of course, monitoring is done. It's reducing the problem definitely, but problem is ना सब जगह distributed pollution को एक जगह में आप लगा रहा. So again, there's a problem. So yes, planning process for CETP, yeah, these are all general things. I'll skip. Current status, yeah. Now, if you see CETPs, you have textile, chemical dyes. Ankleshwar estate, if anybody had gone to Ankleshwar, industrial estate, like we have chemical clusters. Ankleshwar is one, Vapi, Vatwa. Then Mumbai also we have clusters. Then we have MP. Every state have industrial cluster which is very highly polluted. So they all manufacture dangerous chemicals. See, Ankleshwar, Vapi, Palsana, Ludhiana, Hyderabad, Tirupur, Vellore, Kanpur, Karur, Dindigul, Ambur, Vanimbadi. All these places have a lot of textile pollution, textile related pollution. So it's a major push by the government of India, World Bank to put common effluent treatment so that at least the problem can be, reduced. So CTP is listed among 54, and CTP also now comes under an industry. So why I am talking about CTP here is that now CTP many times what happens is that they discharge into the nearest water body. See, they treat almost 5 mld, 10 mld. So 10 mld, 10 million liters of water per day. They cannot use it for the tree plantation or something. So they have to put to the nearest discharge point. So you have, I understand one thing, there are 4 environment sources by which we discharge our effluents. One is, can anybody tell? Our discharge standards, we have 4 environment where wastewater is treated and discharged, untreated and discharged. Common sensor, 4 disposal points. Marine. Actually, as per CPCB or MOF, it comes under marine coastal areas like that. Okay? Sewer, you put it into a sewer, whether it is treated or not, it's other thing. But you put it into a kind of a collected kind of system. Then you have soil, irrigation. Then you have marine. Okay? So you have 4, soil, sewer, and I'll come to that. Okay? So these 4, so these are all the number of CTVs across country. This is 193 as on 2016. Now it's increased beyond that. CTV is a big business, I'm telling you. That they require people of environmental pollutant analytical skills. You know, you have that skill set of analyzing parameters, so probably you get more jobs. So as the number increases 190, now it should be around 300. Now it should be around 300. So if that's the case, see the number of employment opportunities. Okay. Yes, need to revisit CTP. CTP, sometimes people say it's a failure. As an agricultural person, he will say, no, koi kaam ka nahi hai, pura effluent. They are not treating. They will say like that. In general, they say they are not treating. So sometimes they don't fulfill obligations. Yes, in the past, there are a lot of shortage of manpower, technology. And now I think India is pretty well placed in technological front. We import technologies. We can recycle water to such an extent that you can make it drinkable. Okay, things are there. But of course, whether the client or whether they are doing or not is a matter of area and concern. So now consistency in compliance, consistency, yes. Whether they are meeting almost all the time the standards, yes, no, yes. Poor operation maintenance, yes, of course, maintenance is a big problem. See, that's what I'm saying now. Running a kitchen is much easier than running a ETP. It's very difficult because you have a different process in ETP. You have a primary treatment, secondary treatment. Each one is biological, one is chemical, one is physical. हम एक ही इंडिया में इतनी difference of opinion रहता ना, so ETP में you can find all the difference of opinion. It's very difficult to manage ETP. Lack of knowledge also is there. Many times you put a bad manager in a good plan, na, he will spoil that in within 3 years. Lack of access to capital. Yes, investment is money is a big problem. Many CETPs, like I have worked especially for Vatva's CETP, they have done a beautiful work. आप लोग एक CETP वाटवा में जाके देख के आ जाइए, पूरा एडवांस सिस्टम का पूरा सॉफ्टवेयर बेस्ड है. क्या कौन से टाइम में सैंपल कलेक्ट करना ऑटोमेटिकली ओपन होता है, कलेक्ट कर लेता है, the sample is coming to the lab, analysis. It's one of the example CETPs in India. Nowhere else it is there in India. So SCADA based. SCADA means supervisory control and data acquisition. So everything is done manually, automatically by instruments. It's a electronic this thing. Of course, उसमें artificial intelligence नहीं है. Now there is a concept of artificial. You can introduce it, then it will take decision. The moment pH ज़्यादा हो गया, so then it will pump in. जब pH ज़्यादा हो गया, तो acid release करेगा. So already we have this in small level. In laboratory, we do these kind of studies. Then we have a complete control. But in huge 100 ml plant and all, it's very difficult. So we have technologies. limitation of old technologies. Earlier, diffusers used to consume more power. Now you see an old tube light and latest tube light. So latest tube light consumes less power. Okay, almost 3 times less. Okay, so retrofitting of old, so opportunities are there from engineering, from science background like that. Yes, CETP being industry, water, air, environmental protection, and hazardous waste management. चारों लागू होता है. Then you have an inlet standards for CTP. So any CTP you have an inlet standards. What should be the feed of effluent going into that? So you see pH 5.5 to 9. So probably you must be aware, being a marine person, you are doing regular fish and all. You will be knowing some of these parameters. Fish में cyanide कितनी है आप देखा होगा, या fish में chromium कितनी है. Biosec test and all you must be knowing. Tissue लेके आप लोग करता होगा. So these are all areas. Aquatic research is a total area where we had scientists. Now they are no more. Niri, we have lost some of the old people who are last people who have done aquatic. They are no more now. They are dead. Now are retiring. So we have only engineers, and most of our people are chemistry and bio. We don't have specialists from the fisheries kind of thing. So that's our opportunity there. But many times when you put advertisement on, we forgot actually we have this background also people working. So many times it happens. We fail to put the correct people so that EAA can continue. Even we are facing problem related to EAA studies. Yes, these are the standards outlet. So I said here, screen sharing is there. So you see marine coastal, then irrigation and inland waters, and the first one is sewer. 4 disposal points. Okay, sewer, inland water means rivers, lakes, ponds, whatever it is. Then you have irrigation, soil. See, anything will go, any wastewater or any water related pollution will go into these 4 sources only. So yes, issues तो है EAS. Normal EA में क्या problem रहता है वो CET paper में रहता है. That's I think you can. I'll skip. Yes, standard terms of reference for CET. Normally, what standard TOR they will give for CETP is this. Details of CETP, general information. वो किसके लिए बनाया, कौन सी industries है, कितनी quantity of wastewater received, characteristics of the wastewater. So all statistic analysis, all these things will come. Land use, land conversion. So because of putting that CTP in that place, what will be the land conversion, existing transportation, whether it is through conveyance. So many times, if you see CTP, tankers will be carrying industrial wastewaters into the CTP and discharging into that. But there are CTPs where you have a conveyance system where the wastewater is conveyed and each industry will put into that conveyance. Green belt development, MOUs of CTP, like CTP mein membership रहता है, so they will be paying kind of a rental per meter cube of wastewater discharge into the CTP. So 1 lakh per year, example for 1,000 meter cube of wastewater. So the profit and loss of that CTP is how you fix the ratio. Someone will say, I have less COD value, why should I pay more? So there is a economic calculation. As an engineer, we do that. We based on the COD loading, based on the pH, how much amount of acid neutralization is required. All these things are calculated based on chemical equations. Then we put into Excel and then we do it. So based on that, proportionally that industry will be charged. So there is a rationale for charging on every CETP. So I was part of the Taro for CETP where we try to fix the charges for each industry. So they are all already there in the net. CPCB has already defined what type of method we can use to give breakup of this thing, pollutant load. So energy requirement, what is the source of energy, whether you have a captive power generation or from the national grid. Then water use plants. Nowadays, water use plants are also there. What is the role of treated water? So whether you're going to give it, like in Nagpur, you must have heard that our thermal power plants, water is reused. Our city wastewater is treated and given to thermal power station. So not first of a kind in India. It's already done in South long back, but now you can say in Maharashtra it's new. We have a sewage treatment plant of 300 mld capacity. They treat technology, and then that treated water is sent to pump to about 20 kilometers to a thermal power station. Paradi, Khapar, if anybody is from Nagpur area, probably they may be aware of Paradi. So it's pumped there. They use that for power generation as well as cooling towers. So that's one case, a huge application of industrial reuse. Yes, cost of the project and EMP. Of course, these are all standard things. This is the book. You can download it from the website. So for a CETP, standard terms of reference for conducting environmental impact assessment for common effluent and information. So what all data we have to provide in the report, that is there. Okay, so baseline studies is like that. Just two or three slides worth. So for a CETP, you have process wastewater. Process wastewater, matlab, what is coming from the industry. So we have to know the quality of the wastewater coming. Then domestic use will be there. Okay. Then auxiliaries. There will be auxiliaries like some units will require chemical when you prepare a chemical solution, you use water. So we got all this under auxiliaries. So we need water to prepare chemical solution. So वो सब उसमें आ जाता है, and then that is used for chemical feeding the CTP. Okay, then domestic. Then yes, I think this also I have explained this thing. So this is one CTP project in Vatwa. So yeah, this is the 10-kilometer diameter. So the CTP said, for this industry, I am supposed to monitor any water body or anything around this 10 kilometers. So the river was just touching the boundary. You can see the red line is the boundary. The river was touching. That's Ahmedabad mein kaun si nadi hai? Sabarmati. So it touches this and goes. So these are all R1, R2, R3 are all sampling locations upstream. I want to collect before Ahmedabad and after Ahmedabad. So within Ahmedabad, R2 se shuru hota, R10 tak. Okay, so R1 is pristine condition. We can use it as a kind of control. So this was monitored for water. So we monitored air. So we measure plankton, zooplankton, fish. What is the status of fish? Of course, city में तो कुछ नहीं है. पूरा DO is zero, so we can't expect fish there. So analysis data is also that we collected samples. This is a mega pipeline which is coming there from the industrial estate, CATP. So that discharges about 30 MLD of toxic effluents to the Sabarmati River. There are other friends also of this in CATP. They are also discharging into the. If you must have come across a lot of news from Ahmedabad, that entire river stretch is there. So you see the color of the river, entirely dark. Why it is dark? So it's dark because it is anoxic, no oxygen condition. So normally fish cannot live, game fish cannot live. Then what else can live here? So the choice is yours. आप लोग उसमें करना है काम. It's not my job. So I had my colleague Dr. Vijay Lande. So he is marine biologist. He's retiring next year. So the thing is that he's marine biologist, so he's retiring. So he helped me in this project. So my report writing is my area. So there are other experts, they used to contribute from there. So you become a project leader, probably you have to handle everything else. So whatever you are supposed to know, the other components, at least some 10%. So this is that. You see the other wastewaters coming into the Sabarmati, MLD, million liters per day. So this much are, so this industry is only 16 MLD. So you see 126, 126, 35, you see the number of industries contributing to that. Can you, even if I do a EA project, I will submit it like that. But whether this river will have a solution, that's for other CTPs to think. So it's like this. The problem is that now you can solve one industry problem, but not multiple, because we don't look at this dynamically. So either you have to control all the inputs coming into the river, or you have to look at some advanced technologies. Many times legally, because of legal issues, yeah, we cannot go ahead. Okay, this is that. And if you see the quantity, it's about 1300 MLD. This is long back, 4 or 5 years back. So you see the pollution for parameters across amplitude from 1 to 10. So that's how TSS is one thing which was very high. Okay, beyond the things. If you have a high TSS, what is going to happen? Suspended solids, what is filterable, what is filtrate? So what is filtered over the paper is suspended solids. So if you have more suspended solids, of course the color of the water is dark, anoxic, where no life can sustain. But the suspended solids can affect fish, aquatic species by choking their gills and all. So as a common science person, I can say like that, but specialist, I expect much better refined answer. So you have a high concentrations of BOD, 200, 300 like that. So bacteria, आप पूरा organic load आप डाल रहा तो फिर fish cannot survive. So, but yes, this is the last thing. These are the details, same. So now you, based on that, you generate this kind of matrix, like what is the impact, site clearing. So you generate this also, site clearing during construction phase and operation phase. So you see there will be some places where you have to mark X. So that activity will be done during construction. Okay. The same thing during operation phase, quantity. So leaks, spills, yes. Oh, during operation, you have leaks and spills. So this and all you have to generate based on going to the site. Okay. So now what has happened as a result of EIA for CETP is that reduced pollutant loads coming into the river body. Almost what used to be around 600 COD, 600, 700 COD is now less than 250, 200 COD into the river. So that's about 50% reduction. But you cannot reduce it because it's chemical waste. You need to go something higher up. So, of course, ETP improvement is very important. They have reduced their energy consumption, water consumption, everything they have, gone about. Okay. So this is the final thing. These are the reference you can go and download. If you go through this, probably you'll get fair idea. So these are websites you can again go. So it's part of this thing. So this is Parivesh, where you can download guidance finance for mining of minerals, offshore this thing. Then this is how NABAT accreditation is done. So you have to register yourself, whoever is a lead coordinator. So he has to register under his wing. He has to nominate certain people, and then they will be going about NABAT accreditation. So this is the website for that. Then bus. So there are a lot of things. Maybe if you have any doubt later, you can ask us. Thank you.
So thank you, sir, for giving very comprehensive and extensive information about the EI. We can take one or two very quick questions, if anything. Otherwise, we can go for break. First of all, the photography at the reception, and then we have a tea break, and then we can assemble here once again for next lecture. So any question is there, then we can take. Yeah, one question we can take. One mic to give, sir.
That's a very interesting presentation. Thank you for all this information. I just wanted to know, as you said, there are no experts from our field. Very few experts are there, and you are also getting most of the data that you are getting is primary data that you are collecting, and some authorized secondary data. So my question is like, do you collect like what are the authorized secondary data? Is it like only government reports like Studio Record report or those kind of reports, or are scientific papers, research papers that we study also? Do you use that?
Yeah, your question is correct and good for this point of time. Yes, all data from government is the first preference. So many times earlier, when we collected, even government data also is not clear. They are not done scientifically. Data is there, but they are not done now. But if you see nowadays, you get data done very scientifically as well as statistically, because like I do it for greenhouse gas estimation. Earlier, how many septic tanks in India, how many sewer networks, how many pit latrines are there? We don't get data. Now I am getting. So ministry itself is coming forward to get the information from MOHUA like that. So then when you're going for the site 10 kilometer in diameter, so you have to go to the nearest government departments like aquatic in each state. I don't know how they refer it, but fisheries department is there. We go and collect the data. So how the fish has grown over a period of 10 years, 20 years like that. So for Badbut Barrage project, we had to collect from fisheries department. But again, I will tell you, we understand that they also don't get funding in the level what we need. So whatever data information is there, we need to apply. You see, they will not prepare data as per your need. They will prepare for their reporting. So you have to make use of a little bit of judgment to see that it's useful. Because now prediction is something different. No? See, they will have only data over a period of time. So you need to project. Also, some case studies also you have to refer, like papers. Peer-reviewed papers are very important. Not Normally, I discourage people, students and fresh students publication करता है low impact, no impact factor journals. So when you publish in a very good impact factor journals, ना like whatever आप लोग काम कर रहे हो उसको publish कर दो. Publish करे तो फिर है ना somewhere somebody will be noticing it. I'll tell you, the world is so open now. Any kid, ask any 10th standard kid, they know data much better than me. So data, if it is in website, no, people do get it. I am surprised when I can see a 6th standard, 7th standard kid coming and doing like Nagpur one school. Like I was also part of a judge where we were supposed to evaluate which school does good in science. So I saw that 7th standard, 8th standard students developing a software and connected to a sensor to monitor the soil moisture. It may not be a great thing in Mumbai and all, but for a person from Nagpur and school, and it's, of course, there is a hand of a senior person and teacher and all. But then imagine then they have the sense to think at that soil moisture. The moment soil moisture is नीचे गया, so then it starts sprinkling water. That level of things are people are aware. मतलब पढ़ने वाला तो पढ़ता है definitely. So we use all the referred documents, not someone कुछ भी मिल रहा है magazines में मिलता है वो सब use नहीं कर सकता.
And then, sir, some of these government reports that we are talking about, like, some will be watered down after, like, once it comes out. Like, for example, Gandhi committee report was watered down to Kasturi Rangan report. So it was almost half of it was like cut down. So in those cases, what would you prefer to use? What are you supposed to use?
See, there are two angles to that. One is political angle. Okay, political angle हम नहीं करेंगे, but the will of the people. The will of the people, if they are, if somebody is pursuing it, no, probably I think you can still bring it out. See, you do your duty. That's it. Life में हम वही करते हैं. हमको क्या करना वो करते रहेंगे. दुनिया क्या चाहिए वो दे देता है. So this thing is political angle. I think we should forget it. Of course, now the realization is there. So people will do something to that. See, will is required. यहाँ actually ज़्यादातर क्या है? We are not. India is not someone public comes out and wins against people. Okay, we don't actually come and claim our rights. So when you come for a proper thing, then I think the government will listen.
So we will go to break.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Once again, I just announced that we have to go for photography at the reception. Then we can come back and join in front of 314 for the tea break. So we can reassemble to 12:45 here once again for the next lecture. Thank you.
पासवर्ड पासवर्ड का ऑफ कर दो हाँ हाथ से किया होगा उसने पहले तो आपको सब पासवर्ड है तो देखो नहीं होता तो छोड़ दो बाद में मैं आके कर देता हूँ
Are you not going to work? Oh, you didn't came for photo? Why? Actually, इसके पहले ही हम लोग निकल गए थे तो फिर स्नैक खा लिया था आधे लोग वही किए थे इसलिए हम लोग फोटो के टाइम वेट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आधे लोग तो खा ही रहे थे हाँ वो तो आगे रहते मैम मुझे लगा कि बहुत लोग हैं जिन्होंने रजिस्टर नहीं किया है सभी लोग शायद मॉर्निंग में आके कर रहे बाकी डिपार्टमेंट हाँ सही है, बाकी डिपार्टमेंट में आपके लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं, हम लोग
हमारा यहाँ
लंच
मेरे-
डिनर सब हुआ है, तुम लोग का नहीं हो रहा है। हम बोले अरे हम लोगों को हो चुका है, ये दूसरा है, वो था ना उस दिन brainstorm। तो लिखा तो है, डिनर का तो नहीं लिखा है, प्रोग्राम की चीज मुझे बोलते हैं फाइल भी देखी दे रहा है, प्रोग्राम तो ठीक है क्या अरे ऐसे
तो इन लोग का क्या है, सादा कोड डेलीगेट्स सादा
So what you can do is just take the here this one so that you could speak. No, this one I think this before. Otherwise, they will thought that we are in Mira lecture आने के बाद ऊपर आप लोग उठ कैमरा लेके दे आप कैमरा लेके दे कैमरा ये है नहीं वो तो ठीक है लेकिन आपके और तो बस स्पीकर का भी होगा ना तो मतलब कैमरा का उधर काम हो क्या आफ्टरनून बट वो बोले अब अभी यह फीचर का है स्पीकर का फोटो खींच के अगर चले जाते तो फिर आप वो मनोज कैमरा लेके भी चला गया है वो कैमरा का उधर काम नहीं करता अच्छा अच्छा ओके ओके तो अभी अभी कुछ देर के बाद आ सकता है क्या हाँ हाँ ये वो तो स्टाफ है हाँ हाँ वही स्पीकर भी देते थे उसका प्रॉब्लम लेना होता है हाँ, नहीं हाँ ठीक है हाँ वो ठीक तो वही कैमरा लेके चला गया ना कैमरा नहीं नहीं है हाँ के बाद क्या Okay, after this post break, we have to take next our lecture by Mrs. Gautam Bala Nandeswar on EI policy and framework. And before starting her talk, I would like to take this opportunity to briefly introduce our esteemed speaker. This is Gautam Bala Nandeswar, Principal Associate, MIDI, MB Kini Law Firm, holds an honors degree in microbiology from Mumbai University, and LLM degree from the Mumbai University in Human Rights. Gautam Bala has extensive experience of 26 years in the environmental legal field. She was the standing counsel of the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board in the Mumbai High Court. She also was associated with the legal department of Environment Department of Maharashtra as an outside legal counsel. She advised corporate clients to all their environmental compliances. related questions. She also regularly interacts with the MPCB and other government agency to obtain the permits and licenses for the companies setting up their units in the Maharashtra and assists them to constructively resolving any environmental related issue. A part of the environment, she comes with the substantial legal experience in civil litigation, corporate laws, and with the aviation laws and the land related laws. She also involved in the publishing reports and publication. And recently she authored in the environmental law and practice in India overview. So greatly, I welcome you, madam, for the next lecture for our audience. Thank you. Yeah, online participant, can you hear us? Pragati? Thank you, ma'am. Now. PPT is there.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm highly pleased to be here to address all of you. This is not my first lecture in CFA. Last year, I believe I had taken an online lecture also on the same topic. So it is my great pleasure to be here and to be sharing the dais with very esteemed speakers today. I have learned a lot from the first lecture itself, and I'm very happy to say this, that Karthik sir has almost covered half of my lecture. So I will be concentrating only on the legal aspect of it and sharing my experience, whatever limited experience I have had so far with the legal aspects of the implementation of these environment laws, with specific emphasis on the CRZ notification, because you must be very much familiar with it. I will be taking you through a few cases related to the EIA on the land, as well as EIA related to the CRZ notification also. So hopefully we can all get through this within the time frame that is given to me. So I have just prepared a short listing of what all topics I would be covering. That would be the constitutional provisions for environment protection, history of EIA, then EIA in India, legal policy and regulatory framework in EIA, then a few case studies, CRZ notification with respect to the aquaculture, case studies, and then environment monitoring and management plan, role of Coastal Aquaculture Act, CA amendments into 2023, and that is how I'll be winding up. So let me, since we are all students here, let me pose a very small question here. Where is environment listed in the constitutional provision? Which list? Can somebody tell me? So we have 3 lists, which is there in the constitution. One is the state list, central list, concurrent list, residuary list. Where is environment list there? Very basic question. And we'll start from there. So, so environment is not in any of the list, because environment, yeah, it is not there in any of the list. So whichever subject is not there in any of the list with the center or the state or the concurrent list, it stays with the center. So therefore, it is with the it is with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and for climate change, right? And the reason behind is because the environment evolved in our country a bit late. Before the framing of the constitution, we did not have much emphasis for the environment, and therefore it was not included in the list. It came much later. And still today, it is not there in any of the list. The center wants to retain it. It is there. It manages for the entire country. That is how it is. Let us just quickly go through the constitutional provisions for the environment protection. Each one of us who is born in India is put the duty to protect the environment. Now, today, in today's changing scenario, protection of environment is a very, we have other word for it. It is the, we are supposed to conserve the environment because of the demand which is put on the environment, because of the human activities, human population. What we call today is the sustainable development. So what we are looking today is to conserve the environment. So Article 48A in the directive principles of the state policy under the Constitution says the state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard the forests and wildlife of the country. So the Constitution puts a duty on the state to protect the environment, to make policies to protect and conserve the environment, because we have the kind of constitution wherein state policies are for the benefit of the human, the citizens, and for the environment also. So that is how environment is put in the constitution through way of these articles. Then Article 51A G imposes a fundamental duty on every citizen to protect and improve the natural environment, including forest, lakes, rivers, and wildlife. So, apart from the duty which is cast on the state, it is also our duty to protect and conserve the environment. And we can, if the state is making any kind of rules, regulations, which according to me or you affects the environment, you have every question to raise before the government to challenge it and to make them change the policy about it. So that is our duty then as a citizen. And as a result of this, when the environment was taken seriously in 1986, before that in 1984, the Bhopal gas tragedy happened, and therefore the government brought in the act in 1986, which is the Environment Protection Act, which is the umbrella act today in India. Before that, we had in 1971, we had Water Prevention and Control Pollution Act and Pollution Control Act of 1974. And we had an Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act of 1981. So these were the two acts under which all the rules and regulations were formulated, and all the policies were being framed around these. Later on, these came under the EPA Act, the Environment Protection. Now, what is EIA? Karthik sir has already covered the definition under the UNEP. That is the United Nations Environment Program, which defines environmental impact assessment as a tool used to identify the environmental, social, and economic impacts of a project prior to decision making. It aims to predict the environmental impacts at an early stage in project planning and design, find ways and means to reduce the adverse impacts, shape projects to suit the local environment, and present the predictions and options to decision makers. In simple words, EIA is a very powerful tool to assess and mitigate the factors which affect the development project, which any project proponent is proposing. So it is a very, very dynamic tool, which helps not only the government to decide whether the project should be given approval, whether it should go ahead. It also provides a tool for the common man, for the NGOs, to assess whether such kind of project in his vicinity is beneficial or is it going to harm the environment and himself and the lives of the common people. Right? Now, if we go through the history of EIA, soon after the Second World War, after each and every country was into the industrialization phase, so to progress and to come out of the effect of the World War, the industrialization took at a very fast pace, and therefore the effects of environment were not felt at that particular time. So in around 1969, US, in the early 70s, US implemented the National Environment Policy Act, which were then later on the other countries followed suit. Canada, Australia, and New Zealand were the first countries to implement NEPA in 1973-74. Before that, in 1972, Stockholm Convention came in. India was a part of it. And we implemented a lot of policies arising out of it into our own policies. European countries like Germany, France, Brazil adopted the process for EIA by using impact statements or reports seeking planning permissions. So these are the countries. Now, if we see, these are the countries, Germany, France, Brazil. You may in your studies have come across, they have the best of technology because they are the ones who are the leading ones who first implemented the EIA in their own processes. And that is how they have mastered it. And they have come out with the world-class policies, which we also have adopted to a greater extent. So in the EIA, the greater emphasis is on ecological modeling, prediction, and evaluation methods. There are technical things which is already covered in the first lecture. Provision of public involvement. This is extremely important. In the initial years, public involvement was not really emphasized on for the same reason that each and every country was going through the growth phase, and public consultation was not the priority for that at that particular time frame. So therefore, later on, as the environment policies evolved, as we started implementing the EIA, we brought in the EIA process, the public consultation process also into the EIA. Earlier, it was not really there. Then EIA is also the World Bank and the other international aid agencies. They have established the EA requirements. They have standardized the policy around the EIA. And when we, as a country, when we approach World Bank for any financial funds or where there is a combined project which we implement in India, then we have to follow the policy and the standards laid down, which World Bank would want us to follow. And that is how, and they provide the financial aid basis the reports that we submit to them. So it becomes a very, very, very crucial that we stick to the EIA norms which are established, not just in India, but worldwide. Then how it spread of EIA in Asia. Asian countries were a little late to pick up. We are still a developing nation by that standard. US has a lead of almost 50 years in this process. So has Canada and Germany. We are still evolving because we have a lot of catching up to do. But EIA is emerging as a very, very, very important tool in the field of environment law. And so is environment. When I started in 1998, I had started my practice with being on panel with the MPCB in Bombay High Court. So I got my exposure right in the beginning with the environment law cases. And from there was no looking back. At that particular point of time also, we felt that environment has a lot of scope, it's a very dynamic and a new topic and new subject which will pick up in India like anything. So, and so with the industrialization in the early 90s, which happened in India, we have seen a lot of evolved environment laws also, as per the changing dynamics in the country, as per the requirements, as per the economic policies which are laid down in the country. The rules have changed in the environment aspects also. Now, Indian experience with environment impact assessment started in 1976-77, when the Planning Commission asked the Department of Science and Technology to examine the River Valley projects from the environment angle. So when India picked up after its in 1947, that after we got our freedom, we went into frantic phase of dam building. That we thought, that is going into hydroelectricity, hydropower, everything around the River Valley projects. So multimodal project was there, if you have read about it. Across many rivers, dams were made by the then government. And we still, benefit from those dams. Of course, in that particular time, that idea was a very beneficial idea for India. And so that project is there. The Bhakra Nangal project, Koina project, Chambal project, Hirakud, this was all a part of River Valley project. And at that particular time, EIA was an administrative action because we did not have a legislative backing or a constitutional backing for EIA. Am I being very monotonous? Are you absorbing all this? Right? Yeah. So it was an administrative action. So EIA was not looked into so deeply or so comprehensively at that particular time. Now, interestingly, this institute was formed in 1961, if I'm not wrong. The old building is there. Do you think you had EIA for that at that time in such a comprehensive manner?
No.
Today you are in the new building. Do you think you had a EIA for this? Have you read about it? Do you think there's a public report on this? So EIA reports are public documents you can access from the websites. And maybe, you know, we were just having a discussion with the Medha ma'am and sir. And we were talking about how, you know, the students can benefit if they are attached to, you know, a certain way in a short-term internship projects and things like that. So like we have in law, you know, we have moot courts, wherein we pretend to be lawyers and we present a case and all. Probably you may do the same thing if you really want to understand all the aspects of EIA and the legal aspects also attached to it. You may pick up your own institute and see from a different, you know, angle. Once you step out of this, after this lecture, you might want to see everything, you know, oh, is this legal? Oh, is this affected by EIA? Is this affected under the environment law? So it has to make you think. All these policies which are surrounding you. EIA is touching each and every life, every aspect. Now, you look at Mumbai, you see this rampant construction everywhere. Everything, every aspect of your this thing is life is touched by the environment norms, if you think of it. So these big projects that you have, the TransLink project, Harbour Link, Trans-Harbour Link, the coastal project, right? The metro project. So every project undergoes this. And then, of course, it faces certain legal issues. What are these legal issues? We will just go through a few case studies. What can be the legal issues which are, you know, governing the EIA basically. Now, in 1994, the Union Ministry of Environment and Forest under the Environment Protection Act 1986 promulgated the EIA notification, making the environment clearance mandatory for the expansion of projects or for setting up the new projects listed in Schedule 1 of the notification. Since then, there have been 12 amendments in the EIA notification itself of 1994. So after the Bhopal gas tragedy, after we have had the EPA Act in 1986, the government brought in the EIA notification of 1994. There was a dire need of it. Though that notification, we'll just go through what all was included in that notification, and later on what all amendments were carried out in that notification. So 30 projects were covered under this notification. Objective for EIA 1994 were to predict the environment impact of the project. We already have seen that any project which comes up, wherever it is, be it the CRZ zone or be it on land, be it in your city, be it in the rural area. So what will be the environment impact of it? Even if there is no human settlement, the environment is still affected. So to what degree, to what, to how many kilometers that particular project is going to affect you. So that has to be studied. That has to be done. Then finding ways and means to reduce the adverse impact. Now, once you know that, okay, this project is going to affect in such manner, the mitigating factors also have to come in. You have to see whether if you do any change, say with the technology that you're using, that the industry is going to use, whether it will improve the quality of air, whether it will prevent damage to the soil, to the water. All these factors have to be seen. So mitigating factors have to be taken into consideration. Then shape the projects to suit the local environment. Now, you cannot have a project which in a barren land which is water intensive, right? Or you cannot have a project right in middle of human settlement. That is really going to affect everybody. So all those factors also have to go in when assessment is done. Now, present the predictions and options to the decision makers. The entire exercise of the EIA is that it should help the decision makers to decide whether the permission or the EC, environment clearance, has to be given to a certain project. That is one. Secondly, it also helps the common public where the project is going to come up to decide whether they want it in their vicinity or not, how it is going to affect them. So this is the entire, the real purpose of a EIA ultimately. Now the amendments which took place in the EIA 1994. So in 1994 notification, there was not the provision of public hearing was not there, which is an essential process essential step under the EIA. That was not there, so it was introduced in 1997. Then in 2002, the pipeline and highway projects were exempted from EIA. Again, because of these projects were for public benefit. So therefore, and they are very time-bound projects. And EIA takes, for big projects, it takes a lot of time. No? If you are not, and these projects, essentially, if you are going for EIA, which require EIA, it may take a year almost for seeing the environment impact. So therefore, certain projects were exempted, and but public hearing was conducted so that public is aware that this kind of project is coming in their vicinity. So they retained the public hearing for projects, even for projects which were exempted from EIA. The new projects less than 100 crore and expansion modernization projects less than 50 crore were exempted from EIA. In 2003, the amendment, again, there was an amendment which brought in the change for location sensitivity was taken into consideration. Like I said, that location matters, for each project, whichever is coming up. For example, from West Bengal, one particular company was driven out, right? For many years, it struggled to establish itself over there, but ultimately it could not. For many factors, maybe, there must be a local opposition, or there might be some legal issues, whatever. So therefore, that sensitivity also has to matter, location sensitivity, whether the local public will accept that project or not, whether they are going to create any kind of issues for them, for the project to run, for the industry to run. Because ultimately, private industries or government industry, whatever, in a larger sense, they are benefiting, the nearby public also, the locals also. So even all those factors have to be taken into consideration. In critically polluted area, within 15-kilometer radius of the reserve forest, sensitive areas would require EC from the central government, because these are very eco-sensitive areas, and therefore any project which is coming in the vicinity here, it has to have the environment clearance from the central government. Then in 2004, EIA became compulsory for the construction and the industrial estates. So probably before that, it was not compulsory. There was rampant construction going on everywhere. And therefore, in 2004, they made it compulsory for the construction. So everywhere across Mumbai that we see, if it's a huge project, be it a residential project, be it a commercial project, for example, data centers and all. So they all go under the process of EIA. Then comes the EIA notification 2006, where the 4 stages are already discussed by Karthik sir. That is the screening, scoping, public hearing, and appraisal. So here, I would just want to mention about the public hearing, which is a very important process that has to go through. Screening is to assess whether, the project is viable or not, whether it will work or not. Then in scoping goes the objectives of that project. The project proponent, the one who's proposing that project, has to explain and has to give the objectives as to why it wants that particular project coming up. How is it going to benefit the local public also? and what kind of factors are going to affect, how is it going to affect the air quality, the water quality, the soil, and the public in general, how it is going to affect them. So all these factors come into the scoping. After scoping comes the public consultation, which is again a very important factor. I have had a chance to attend one of the public hearings on behalf of the law firm that I am in, MV Kinney Law Firm. And it's a very dynamic process. One of the members is from Public Pollution Control Board, one is from the local administration, and the general public gets a chance to ask questions. So the EIA report is published after scoping. Today we have 30 days period, which is given by way of notice. So it has to be published in the paper that such a such project is coming up, and you are invited for the hearing, public hearing. So public hearing is conducted within 30 days of publishing that notice. So everybody, the NGOs, the local people, they get a chance to go through that EIA report, and if they find it troublesome, then they can ask their questions, they can make a list of the questions, they can make a representation. And that is presented before the project proponent has to attend the public hearing. And of course, the officials are of course there. This entire process is recorded. It's a recorded process completely. And if there are some serious concerns which are raised by the public, that has to be taken into account by the officials. And accordingly, that report is sent further. Basis that report, then it becomes easier for the authorities to decide whether EC can be granted, whether this project can go ahead or not. So public consultation is a very, very, very important step within the 4 stages that we have. Then after the public hearing, the appraisal is done, and accordingly the EC is granted or rejected. The concerned authority here, the nodal authority for the environment related, the EIA, the category A projects is MOEF. For Schedule 1 projects, mandatory clearance projects like mining, thermal, nuclear valley projects, infrastructure industries, EIA is compulsory. Now, and the EIA goes before the central government. Before the state government, there is an agency, State Environment Impact Assessment Authority, in case of states, where the B category projects come in. Now, as I mentioned, projects are categorized as A category, EC from MOEFC, under the recommendation of Expert Advisory Committee, that is the EAC. No screening is required here. B category, EC from CR, under the State Level Expert Advisory Committee. Now, again, B category is further divided, in B1 category and B2 category. So B1 category, it requires screening and environment clearance. B2 category requires no EIA. Depending on the size of the project, basically, depending on whether it is under the red category, orange category, green category, white category. White category does not need any kind of EC or EIA. Only land can be secured by the PP, no construction activity or site preparation work to be undertaken. So while the 4 stages of the EIA is going on, the the project proponent cannot do any kind of construction on the land once he secures the land. So what happens is, when the EIA application is made, the form 1 goes. In that, if the land details also has to be given, because the project proponent has to show where is the project coming up, right? So the government will ask you, the authorities will ask you, okay, do you already have you secured the land? So is there an agreement with the owner if it is on a lease basis, or have you purchased it? So before purchase, it is always ideal for that project proponent to do all these EIA related activity, basically, at least, the environment, the factors which are there. EIA, that study is very important. The environment statement is very important. Environment study is very important. Okay, I see certain people sleeping in the backside. It is getting monotonous, I believe. Legal side is always very, very monotonous. So let me tell you, let me tell you 1 or 2 case studies which which I have had the experience in this, basically. So whenever any project gets stuck because of a EIA report, it comes to us. It's rejected. Why is it rejected? So ultimately, when it is rejected, of course, the authorities may make it's on the website with reasons. This is a mandatory requirement that they have to state the reasons as to why it has been rejected. So then it comes to us and they ask us as to whether we can appeal this and whether the authority which has rejected, have they taken into consideration all the factors. So as a lawyer, it becomes our duty that we examine that as per the, of course, the laid down norms and see whether there is any scope of appeal or not. And accordingly, we advise the project opening. So many times what happens, there may be problems with the environment statements that they have submitted to the authority. And now all these environment rules, they also have guidelines for all these parameters, with respect to your BOD, COD, right? The air quality and everything. Established norms are there. So for a particular area, if a project is coming up anywhere, any project proponent has to get that report, whether whatever activities it is undertaking, whether it will affect or cross that ambient air quality, or whether it is going to affect the water, from where it is going to obtain the water for its construction, that will matter. Whether it has to approach the local authority, which is the Gram Panchayat, if it is it is in the rural area, for obtaining water, from the permission they have to obtain from the Gram Panchayat, in case the project is there. So all these, make up a EIA report. We always feel कि building खड़ा है, वो कैसे खड़ा हुआ, उसने क्या-क्या face किया. Do we ever think of that? Now, when I walk through any of the areas in Mumbai now, so the first thing, oh my God, is this affected? Did they do everything possible? Or when you see a building being constructed, do you see whether they have put an, construction se of course itna sara air mein pollution फैलता है, right? Dust and all is there. So they are supposed to put a canopy, green canopy. अगर वो नहीं डालेंगे तो आसपास की buildings के लोगों को affect होगा. Whether they are following that or not, again, it becomes an issue. So, okay, I was telling you before obtaining the EC. So say if a project is submitted before the department, it comes with a letter saying you are not supposed to commence any construction before EC is granted, right? So if the land which they have secured, it contains certain number of trees. So you cannot go ahead and you say, oh, EC तो मिल ही जाएगा, मैं झाड़ काट देता हूँ तब तक अपना लैंड को तैयार करता हूँ कंस्ट्रक्शन की. No, you can't do that. It is a condition. You don't think that you have got the EC. You can do all that activity only after EC is granted to you. So that is one thing that they forget. They feel, oh, we can do this. Sometimes what happens is environment consultants also advise, कि ठीक है इसमें टाइम लगने वाला है, तब तक आप इतना कर ही सकते हो. नहीं कर सकते, आप नहीं कर सकते. फिर वो अथॉरिटीज के नजर में आ जाएगा और फिर आपको इसी वैसे नहीं मिलेगी. फॉर अ वेरी स्मॉल थिंग कि आपने झाड़ काट दिया, आपको स्पेसिफिकली बोला था नहीं काटना है. What you can do is you can just construct a small fencing you can do, and you can only cut the trees जो fencing के उसमें आ रहे हैं जितना है, या फिर टेम्पररी आप शेड लगा सकते हो, उसके लिए जितना ट्रीज कट हो रहा है उतना ही आप कर सकते. You cannot clear the entire area. That is not allowed. So these are very, very small things which go into it. And then, the industry comes to us and asks, इसमें क्या गड़बड़ होगी? So we have to go through and say, अरे नहीं बाबा, you can't, at this stage you cannot do this. And that is one of the hindrance for you, not to obtain EC. Anybody will take objection there. So these are the minute things which go into, the EC aspect of it and the clearance aspect of it. So let me just quickly take you through few of the case studies. So in one of the cases in Uttarkash Mandal versus Union of India, Delhi High Court has held that the EAC was bound to disclose the reasons underlying its decision following the principle enunciated by the Supreme Court that quasi-judicial and administrative bodies have to disclose reasons for reaching a particular conclusion. So what I was saying just before this, that EAC is supposed to disclose the reasons for acceptance or rejection of any project. If EAC is not doing that, it can be challenged by the project proponent. And then that matter reaches the court. Either it can go before the High Court, and if in the High Court you're not happy with the order, you can go before the Supreme Court. So all these minute things are challenged. It can be challenged by anybody. So we as lawyers always feel, we say, follow the ideal scenario, basically. No, of course, there are shortcomings. It can be on any side, it can be on the side of project proponent, or it can be on the side of the regulatory authorities also. That can happen. Now, in this case itself, the National Green, it went before the National Green Tribunal, which came up in 2010 for all the environment related issues. Because high courts were being burdened a lot with the environment related issues, and therefore the government felt that a specialized court is required for dealing with these matters. And that's how the NGT came into place. Now, of course, any order passed by NGT can be challenged before the High Court and the Supreme Court also. Anyways, but it does have a very relevant position in our law, and any matter can be upheld by Supreme Court, and it's a very relevant regulatory authority. So it held that appraisal is not a mere formality, and it requires detailed scrutiny by the EAC and SEAC of the application, as well as the documents filed. The final decisions for either rejecting or granting an EC rests with the regulatory authority concerned, that is the SIA or MOEF. But the task of appraisal is vested with EAC or SEAC and not with the regulatory authority. So it is very important that the appraisal that EAC is doing, because ultimately that appraisal उसके ऊपर ही depend करता है regulatory authority का approval देने के लिए. So therefore the appraisal part has to be done very carefully by these authorities. That is what the Supreme Court held. And in another case, in Adivasi Mazdoor Kisan Ekta Sangathan and another versus Ministry of Environment and Forest, the evidence of persons who voiced their opposition to the project was not recorded, and no summary of the public hearing was published. So, like I said, which I attended, basically a public hearing that I attended, it was being recorded, and the objections and all are recorded, and it has to be made public. That report has to be made public, and that's how the change in policy can take place. Government can take informed decision. So if you miss even a step in the 4 stages, it becomes a problem. It becomes a legal issue. Now the regulatory framework, who regulates, which are the regulatory authorities which are looking into these environment related issues. We have National Green Tribunal of 2010, which deals with the civil cases under the EPA Act, Water Act, Air Act, Forest Conservation Act 1980, Public Liability Insurance Act 1991. Then it also deals with the Biological Diversity Act 2002, Coastal Aquaculture Act. What is excluded from the purview of the National Green Tribunal is the Wildlife Protection Act, Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers Act 2006. Now, as I said, decision of NGT can be challenged in High Court or Supreme Court. The other regulatory authorities which are there are the Central Pollution Control Board. You must be very well aware of it. And in the states, it is the State Pollution Control Boards, right? So these are the regulatory authorities which overlook the functioning of an industry or any violation which is done by the industry. So these are the authorities which take care of it. Now, I thought because you are into aquaculture, let us also briefly go through the CRZ notification. How many are familiar with the CRZ notification of 1991 and then all the subsequent amendments also, right? So how did 1991 CRZ notification come into picture, and later on the amendments took place? The Ministry of Environment and Forest under the Environment Protection Act has declared the coastal stretches as coastal regulation zone. Everybody is aware of that. The CRZ includes the coastal stretches of sea, bays, estuaries, creeks, etc., which are influenced by the tidal action for regulating the activities. Thus, the Water Act, Environment Act of 1986 and Coastal Regulation Notification 1991, as amended in 94, 97, 98, are the prevailing legislations to support the orderly development of the coastal aquaculture in the country. even in the, so after 1991, regulation came in, CRZ regulation came in. There was this case, I think right. S. Jagannath versus Union of India and others. In 1996, this case came in. Mr. M.C. Mehta, who is a prominent environment lawyer, he represented the petitioner. So the case was across all the 9 states, these prawn farming was being undertaken. Earlier it was traditional farming, which was hardly impacting on the the aquaculture areas and the environment. Later on, with the industrialization and with the demand as it rose in the other Western countries for the prawns and all, shrimps, the activities and the big business houses also entered into the this particular business. They started acquiring all these lands, even the agricultural lands from the farmers. Though it destroyed a lot of neighboring agricultural lands because of very improper way of disposal of the wastewater. So therefore, what is his name, Mr. Jagannathan, S. Jagannathan. He was the chairman of Gram Swaraj Movement, an NGO. He filed the case in the court, in Supreme Court, saying that this kind of rampant prawn farming across the coastal areas is affecting us in big way. It is affecting the local population, the local agricultural business also. And therefore, the Supreme Court then formed a committee and stated that we want a report from each and every state saying how is this affecting? How is this business affecting? So there were so many observations which came into picture, and they realized that it is affecting the soil. There is no legal way of acquiring the agricultural land, very functional land, for converting them into prawn farms. So all these came forth because of this case, and it became a landmark judgment. Because all the 9 states and the Supreme Court then directed, it issued notices to all the coastal states, stating you furnish your report, and we would like to see the problems which are faced. They came out with the the Algar Swamy report. It was a very comprehensive report which took into factor all the state reports also. It had its own independent environment consultants who went there, who took the samples probably, who monitored the they have conducted the EIA over there, and they submitted the report to the Supreme Court. And that's how the findings of the court were: denial of free access to fishermen and villages, denial of potable water. So if I am a businessman, say I am acquiring an agricultural land. If that agricultural land consists of a well, which is accessed by the villagers, neighboring this thing, and if I acquire it, obviously I'm going to deny the other person, saying you cannot enter my land, it is my land. So well also is, then it becomes private. So, and that is not how it works. Well is a public, it has a public access. Nobody can say it is my well. It may be in my land, but then the business houses started behaving in that manner, and it started affecting the villagers. So that was one factor, there was a denial of free access to that particular land. Then denial of job opportunities. If big houses come in, obviously they will bring in their own team. They'll say, oh, these are illiterates. How can they contribute to my business? So they're excluded from the entire factor. Then conversion of agricultural land to shrimp farming. Now, there were no regulation at that particular point of time, wherein anything is regulating whether agricultural land can be converted into prawn land or not. You must be familiar with it. You must have, you're all PhD students, you must have studied it probably. Social displacement and impact on agriculture. Then there was issue of salination of groundwater. You as students must be knowing better. If the wastewater, untreated water is not disposed of in a scientific manner, then it will definitely affect the water table in the surrounding, right? So there was a salination of groundwater because I believe essentially the prawn farms require the saline water, right? It grows in the saline water, right? Then there was no provision of treatment of sediments and there were no STPs. So no treatment plants were there at that particular time. Then location of aqua farms were not as per the MOEF notification. So 1991 notification, CRZ notification also had certain norms wherein it was prescribed as to where the farms should be there. They cannot be near the, where the natural nesting grounds of your tortoise is there or prawn spawning is there, probably, right? So you cannot have farms over there. So these were violated by these business houses, and therefore it becomes a crucial issue before the court. Then location, destruction of mangroves, shrubs in the marine zone. That also became a problem. So who is going to regulate? Nobody was regulating that. And these are the protected areas under the CRZ notification. Then microbiological deterioration of the water quality. That was also taking place. Then organic pollution of water, estuary and discharges from the pond. So therefore, because of all this report, then the Supreme Court judgment which came out, it highlighted these few points. Strict environmental test for shrimp industry or shrimp pond. High-powered authority for scrutinizing each and every case before the grant of permit. So at this particular point of time, there was no EIA for these prawn farms. Nobody was thinking about it. They were just simply catering to the demands, the export demand for the prawns. I believe today we have the highest exporter of prawns in the world, to US basically, right? So the demand is almost, from what I have read, is almost 297% from what it was earlier. That is the demand today. So EIA before the grant of permit to be based upon assessment concerning the environmental degradation and social impact linked with shrimp farming. So here also then the Supreme Court decided that yes, here also the EIA is very necessary. To see how it is affecting the land, the water, and the environment basically. Then Constitution, under the CRZ notification and applicable to all sea, bays, estuaries, creeks, rivers, and backwaters. So you must have studied that, there is no permission for, having the shrimp culture pond around these areas, if you have come across in your studies. Direction excluded traditional and improved traditional technologies in shrimp farming in coastal low-lying areas. Now, this direction of the Supreme Court was not made applicable to the traditional farming because traditional farming was not affecting the environment and the water in that manner, in the manner which intensive farming with the technology, improved technology was doing. Traditional farming did not involve your pesticide or whatever feed, additional feed that is given to the prawns for increasing the size and all. So that was not. It was simply that the farmer is going in, the fisherman is going in, or जो भी catch उनको वहाँ पे वो net डालते हैं जो मिलता है वो लेकर आते हैं. So in no way was it affecting the environment that way. So therefore, this particular direction of the Supreme Court was not applicable to the traditional farming that the farmers were doing. Then agricultural land, salt pans, mangroves, wetlands, forest lands for village, common purpose and public purpose not to be used or converted for shrimp culture. So it put a break on, the manner in which the agricultural lands were being acquired by the business houses. So the Supreme Court said, no, you cannot acquire agricultural lands in any manner. You cannot do that. You cannot have the, the salt pan areas to be converted into prawn for prawn farming. And the mangroves, you cannot cut mangroves for your particular businesses. So all these restrictions were put in by the Supreme Court. The no aquaculture industry or shrimp culture industry shall be constructed or set up within the 1,000 meters of Chilka Lake and Pulicat Lake. Because at that particular time, these prawn industries must be cropping up over there. So Supreme Court laid a complete ban on that. Then environment damage compensation schemes to be framed by the state agencies. Here, the concept of compensation by the industry comes into picture. So we did not even have that a particular legal policy for that. Now we have the polluter pays principle. So if any industry is creating pollution, then it has to pay for it, pay the compensation for it. So earlier it was criminalized. Now with the recent amendment in the EPA Act, it has been removed, and the emphasis has been more on the compensation part or restoring the environment back to its original what it was. That's a huge task anyways, but that is how it is now. Then the authority in consultation with the expert bodies like NIRI, Central Pollution Control Board, and respective state pollution control boards, they were asked to frame the schemes for reversing the damage caused to the ecology and environment by pollutions of the coastal states and union territories. The schemes so framed shall be executed by the respective state governments, union territory governments under the supervision of the central government. So then these regulatory authorities, they were asked to frame specific rules and regulations for regulating these activities, all your aquaculture activities. The judgment of the Supreme Court was indeed a hard-hitting one. It laid the foundation for a new coastal ecology jurisprudence that would form the presidential backbone of the future judgments. So this was a very landmark judgment before which the Supreme Court passed in that particular time. Another case, a very, very recent case, where the authority stated, in Tiruvallur, that you cannot acquire the agricultural land, and the respondent, that is the one who was conducting the project, he said, no, you have no authority. He said, because it is falling outside the CRZ zone, and therefore the land that I have acquired, you cannot pass a judgment on it. You cannot stop me. But court said, no, it is not like that. So petitioner's argument was that the fisheries department could regulate the aquaculture farms within the CRZ and not beyond. That is what it said, the project person said. It cannot regulate that if it is falling outside the CRZ zone. The land of the petitioner falls outside the CRZ zone, and therefore no question of approval from the coastal authorities under the Central Act takes place. However, the respondents stated that the petitioners have misconstrued the provisions of the Act. So NOC is mandatory from SPCD. So whatever the case, whether your farm falls within the CRZ zone or not, you have to obtain a NOC, basic NOC from the State Pollution Control Boards. That is mandatory. You cannot escape that, which this particular industry did not obtain. So that became a reason for the authorities to stop their entire activity. The aquaculture farms were destroying the adjacent agricultural lands, so the committee consisting district collector as chairperson and other members constituted under the CAA Act are empowered to take action against the illegal farms. So you have a CAA, that is the Coastal Authority Act, right, of 2005, which, have you heard of it? Yes, everybody's heard of it, right? So you would know the functioning, how it functions, it regulates, and any project for the prawn business. So first they have to apply before this particular authority, obtain the permission, and they formulate all the regulations which govern the entire business. So this is one act. I will not really go deep into it because I'm just assuming that you would know the layout of the act basically. And I think there's a time crunch also. Now this act also underwent the amendment in 2023. The amendments were broadening the definition of coastal aquaculture, inclusion of emerging aquaculture practices, which is the cage culture, seaweed culture, marine ornamental fish culture, and more. You would understand this better. Aquaculture units like hatcheries, broodstock multiplication centers, nucleus breeding centers permitted in no development zone within 200 meters from the high tide line. Then modification of registration, stringent provisions of civil penalties for unregistered coastal aquaculture activities. So like I said, the EPA Act has undergone amendment, and so has the other acts, which were earlier giving imprisonment to the violators, stating 1 year imprisonment or 6 months imprisonment. So that particular provision has been removed. Now it has been replaced by the civil penalty. That is the compensation, basically. That penalty is there. Now, operational flexibility. Provisions for modifying certificates of registration in case of changes in ownership or activity size. Now, CA is also empowered to condone delays in renewal applications with a compounded fee. Now, earlier, this provision was not there. So, if there is a delay in submitting complete information, probably within certain time frame, then your application is rejected. So now there is a provision that you can condone that delay with and pay a fee whichever is prescribed by the authority, and your application is still considered. Now, how is EIA related in the prawn industry? So EIA is not required for farms which is less than 10 hectares. For farms above 10 hectares and up to 40 hectares, statement on EIA is to be given along with the registration form. For farms above 40 hectares, EIA is to be made at the planning stage. That is before the application is made before the coastal authority. The environment monitoring and management plan, which is required for 40 hectares and above for any project which involves 40 hectares. The information on MMP is to be given for farms above 10 hectares and less than 40 hectares. So if a report is not there, at least the information has to be shared. If any project is below, involving a land which is below 40 hectares. Now the aspects which are there under the EMMP: impact on the water courses in the vicinity, impact on the groundwater quality. So what does the report comprises of? It will include the impact on the groundwater quality, impact on the drinking water resources, impact on agricultural activity, impact on soil and soil salinization, wastewater treatment, green belt development compulsory in all the farms of 10 hectares or more, but less than 40 hectares shall furnish detailed information on the above aspects, that is the water quality, the air quality, the drinking water quality, everything. Now for the land related projects, there's a complete, compulsory mandate of 10% of the area of the land, where your building is there. It has to have a green cover. That is a compulsory mandate. So likewise, here also the green belt development requirement is there. Now, that is true even for the STPs, which Karthik sir has dealt with extensively, and the treated water which is there. So I had a chance to visit one industry where STP was functioning, and they had a zero wastewater treatment plant over there. Of course, it was an MNC, and these are very, very, very expensive plants. So it really helps, but what happens is, in spite of that, sometimes the field officers, which go from the pollution control board, they send a notice with relation to some, and then these MNCs are not able to understand that we have not created any kind of, waste. So how come we are receiving this? And that is how, when we are approached, we do a field visit, like you people do. We do a field visit to understand better. And that is how we see that the treated water, the quality of the treated water is such that it can sustain the plant over there. The compulsory plantation which is to be done, this water is used for that. It is recycled in that manner. So if the plant survive, that means you are treating the water correctly. If not, then that becomes a fish. That is how it works. So it works here also. And ultimately, the list of the plants, which trees are to be planted, it is there with the government, with the regulatory authority. You can plant only that. You cannot plant on your own, anything that comes to your mind. No, there's an entire list which goes into it. Then the CA is mandated to fix standards for all coastal aquaculture inputs. That is the seed, feed, growth, supplements, etc., which you are already aware of. So to conclude this session, there's a famous quote of Ralph Biknis: sustainability is about ecology, economy, and equity. So nothing is in isolation. Everything is, you have to take in consideration. And we have to treat EIA as a very dynamic tool for sustainable development. I have only mentioned the positives of it, because that is how we have to look at it. Of course, in legal field, we come across the negative aspects of it also. But it definitely acts as checks and balance for the new projects. So yes, AI is a very important tool for the regulatories and for the common person to consider. Thank you so much for listening to me so patiently. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for giving a very extensive and objective oriented presentation. I'm surely that students are benefited a lot and they have many questions. So now we are going for a break, for lunch break, and we will assemble 3 o'clock here for the next session. So now the questions we will discuss in our panel discussion session. So this workshop is made for the students, so please be interactive during that session. So now it is break. Online participants, please, if someone can respond, we are going for the break and we will assemble 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Nice plan, but I was just wondering if you have to program. Thinking about the plan actually. It's really nice plan. I have
I'm looking forward to your lecture actually. Yeah. Yeah, correct. Without giving. Always a pleasure to interact with you. All the audience have very limited understanding of it. And if we can contribute to increasing that participation.
Now, Sindhu sir has joined to us. So, behalf of CIP, Central Institute of Physical Education, we welcome you, sir, with a vote of plant. So, I request our head of division, Ms. Megha Medical Madam, to just welcome you, Sindhu sir, to CIP on this workshop. Thank you, madam. Now we have the next lecture of student perspectives on AI, which is going delivered by Dr. Kundal Kumar, who is the senior scientist in aquatic environment and health management division. So briefly, he has working expertise in aquatic microbiology and pathology, and he has done master and PhD in that field. And then he joined CIP as a scientist and then senior scientist. He is working in aquatic environment management, and that is a specialized area of expertise is a risk assessment of emerging pollutants. And he has recently published several impactful peer reviewed research papers and got several awards. In the recent, he got the NAS Associate. So, sir, this is uh, the form. We have to show like a student perspective on AI. So I'm welcoming you and inviting to take the lecture.
So, good afternoon to all, and welcome to this afternoon session. I think this is the morning session was hectic, and after lunch, people will be feeling sleepy. So even though I will not in my lecture and all, not it would be like this session. Afternoon session, we have kept session for this student perspective, so that I will keep you also involved in my lecture, the student also, so that you don't feel sleepy. Okay, so in the morning hour, you have seen the importance of EIA and what is the importance of EIA. And being a PhD graduate, people are thinking that what we are doing. And moreover, this expert has come from the different field. One is advocate, one is in the private agency, and one is in the scientist in the Navy. So if we call fisheries, then people don't understand what we are doing for like, we do master, UG, then PG, then PhD. So for 10 years, what we are doing. So that's what we want to showcase, that what we are doing and what we are capable to do. Okay, so I am now talking on your behalf, mostly on the student behalf, and want to show what our division and what our section in particular do with respect to the environment. So in the morning session, you have heard that South Sir was telling the different 17 sections and different 17 opportunities and all are there. So if we talk about like fisheries, environment people and all, like fisheries environment, and if we talk as a fisheries as a whole, then you must have, I just want to give one small, very 2-minute brief story, that everybody, people in the fishery will be facing that when you are going home and all, no? So people, age-old people, like you must have watched like Swadesh movie. So that person is like Shahrukh Khan is coming to that village, and that in that village, the people are asking what you are doing. In this case, yahan to ye bhi bata deta, isn't it? So like that, when you go to the village, in the age-old people, they will ask you, what is your scope? You are leading the business for 10 years. What is the scope? So you will find very difficult to show them what is our scope. So one time we have experience like this when I was student in my PhD. Then when I was going to the village, the people are asking, "Tumhara scope kya hai? Na this पढ़ क्या है?" Then simply one person has told me, "अभी दूसरी बार पूछेगा ना तो ये जवाब दो." So what I have done, I make a circle. That is that. Then I divided into 4 sections, and I said that one part is rest of the world, and all the 3 parts there is scope is other. So like you feel that your scope is vital, and the 3 part is covered by like aquatic environment or aquatic resources. Either it can be marine, or it can be ocean, or it can be land. Or so you feel that, and you feel confident that your scope is very, very wide enough in compared to other sectors. Okay, so this is how, and you feel you should be feeling confident that okay, we are dealing with the aquatic environment, and our this one is scope is enormous. Okay. So if we say that EIA in particular, that EIA and importance EIA, that most of the learned people in the morning hour have said that what is the importance of EIA. So my basic degree is like fish pathology and microbiology. Okay, so I have done my PhD in fish pathology and microbiology. Now it is aquatic animal. So I want to relate this because I am dealing with the both sections, because I have earlier worked in aquatic health management. Now I am dealing with the aquatic environment. So I will connect both the things, like in disease management or aquatic animal health. We say that prevention is better than cure. Okay. So like that, EIA is also a prophylaxis measure. If we say prophylaxis, for other people, those who are from the different field, prophylaxis is the preventive measures what we take for that disease should not happen. To maintain the good health of the host, that is the prophylaxis measure. So EIA, if I correlate the EIA, it is also a prophylaxis measure where we do the impact assessment before the concern or before the project. So if EIA is done properly, definitely it will be going to maintain the good health of the environment. So this is how I relate both the AEM and AS together. So in age people say always that disease should not occur, so prevention is better than cure. So EIA in respect to the environment, it is also a prophylaxis measure where we can say that, okay, if we have done the EIA with any of the developmental project, then it will maintain the good health where the alternative mitigation measure or alternative sources could be provided by this EIA. So I will very quick and sum up my discussion within 10 to 15 minutes here. So here I basically want to showcase that people from the different area are there. They want to know what we study in the environment in the fisheries sector. So as a fisheries environment or aquatic environment management, our section or discipline we can say that it is aquatic environment management. So it is aquatic environment management. So we are not like behind with the other sector. We are also at par with the other environmental science discipline what is going all around. So if you see our courses, what we offered in the master's program, that is, we have listed eight, there are 15 courses are there. So what is relevant to the EIA? So I have listed these important courses in the master's. Like we do with the analytical technique in the environmental science, aquatic pollution and management, coastal ecology and coastal management, history oceanography, ecotoxicology, aquatic microbiology, climate change impact and management, chemical interaction in the aquatic environment. These courses we teach the student in the master's degree program. And this is the BSMA syllabus. BSMA syllabus is the broad subject matter area. This committee has been formed by ICR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and these courses are offered throughout the India. So all the fisheries colleges, they follow the same syllabus. So they must be, if they are a student in the PG program, they must undergo these courses. This is uniform throughout the India. This is the courses what I have listed in the PhD. PhD, many of you have idea that PhD only is the research work, but wherein our organization PhD is coursework and research and thesis work or research work. Where 1 year is the coursework and 2 years we give for the research work. So in this one, 1 year coursework, they are doing this coursework relevant to their area of research. They can take the courses from other subjects also, which will be helpful for their PhD research. So these are the courses which we teach them in their PhD program. So first one is the technique in aquatic environmental studies, dispersal and fate of pollutants, water issue challenges and governance, management and utilization of waste and wastewater, environmental impact assessment. This is a course which we deal with, that is 1+1 course. 1+1 credit, that is 1 theory and 1 practical. So estuarine and coastal oceanography, aquatic plant resources and its management, application of remote sensing and GIS in fisheries. So one important aspect, because this theme is aquatic environmental impact assessment. So we have kept environmental impact assessment in particular, because when the people are going up, they want to come in the field of EIA, because earlier these people are reading this as a theory, that they know that what is EIA and all, but they have never thought that, okay, EIA, in what form it can be utilized, or in how they can EIA, they can become a consultant. Because being a fisheries graduate, they must have heard about aquaculture consultant, feed consultant, like this. They have seen the people in this sector like this. So this was, my planning was like that, okay, that environment we are dealing with the fisheries environment, but people should know there are other avenues in the private sector also where the student can go and do their work, and even they can earn money much more than that what in the aquaculture sector or feed sector are dealing with. So this is how we have kept intentionally this course 1+1, so that they can have the idea. But in the practical, we are facing the difficulties that in the practical we just taught them that okay, the sum of the case report or case study, what the people have done that in the earlier past time. So they are just, we said that how to prepare a case report and now then doing these practicals. So this is the courses and all which we teach them in the masters and the PhD program. So now we are coming to the activities. the activities what we are doing in the lab, where our postgraduate student and the PhD students are also involved. And apart from that, our faculties are also involved in this activity. And if we say our AEM faculty, then there is one specializer who is an economist who is dealing with the plant and IT this thing. And one is Vidyasri Bharti who is dealing with the soil chemistry, and one is myself and one is Saurabh. Both are from the physics background and other two are from the general. So we both have a team and this, and it is guided by Dr. Megha Vadekar, who is the HOD. And with this team and with our student support, we have 8 students in the master's first year, 8 in the second year, and PhD also 5, 6 are there. So we have a like 20, 25, 30 people group. Apart from that, 4, 5 are faculty and 25 are the student or research scholar, what we say. So with this team, we are dealing with several activities in our lab. So like that, biogeochemical cycling. So here what we do here is biogeochemical cycling. Now I'm working on the triclosan. So if the triclosan is the antibacterial compound, so if this compound is going into the environment, how this biogeochemical cycling will be affected. So if the biogeochemical cycle is not in the proper shape, then the cycling of like natural things like nitrogen, carbon, and all this is not the problem. So we are dealing with, and with this type of cycling, biogeochemical cycling, where the microorganisms or the bacteria are involved. So if this triclosan and antibiotics are going into the environment, they will be definitely have the impact. So we study that, okay, these things are going into the environment. So what will be the impact of this emerging pollutants or any of the pollutants on the bacteria or microorganism involved in the biogeochemical cycle? Then biofilm and water quality, then these are the several activity what we are doing, like phytoremediation of arsenic and of copper using the spirulina, then genotoxicity of heavy metal, biodiversity study of Power Lake. Power Lake, many research theses you have seen of the Power Lake, and many reports are also this thing. But still, this is the area of concern where, because this is the landlocked, we can say that lake, which is totally surrounded by all the urban districts, where the sewage and the urban runoff is going into this environment and it's creating a lot of problems. So we are also studying this biodiversity of algae and all these things in this power lake. Then utilization of saline water and inland saline water for this production of this spirulina flatensis. That is algae like and bioremediation of picrobil, that is insecticide, and bioprospecting. We are making some of the things. Integrated environmental quality assessment. So these are the various sectors where we are doing our research, or our master students or PhD are working some of the activity here and there. So we have broadly classified this and with the research topic and with the faculty topic that what we are doing. So we do the this PHA contamination through oil spill, then a bioaccumulation study of heavy metal. Sir was telling that really now people are not working on this bioaccumulation for the fish and all. So here we still do like I have also doing with our team. We also do the triclosan bioaccumulation in the study the different fishes, and we have taken the model of the like conditions and all. So biofloc, bacterial community in the biofilm, column-based filtration, which is the important program we are dealing with, where Dr. Shukla and our team is working. So we are making a column-based filtration for removal of fluoride, with removal of heavy metal and all. And we are also just triclosan also we are thinking of to make a column-based filtration for that also. So biomarker, if we say that, like if we say biomarker in the case of human, the last class also in the master we were dealing with the biomarker. If we say there are diagnostic biomarker, which is that biomarker by which we know the different health status of the organism or a human. So here we are developing a biomarker or screening a biomarker which can be indicative of pollutants or heavy metal in the environment. So this is a predictive biomarker, and that is a diagnostic biomarker. So if this biomarker is increasing in respect to the normal condition, then there is chances that okay, this heavy metal pollution is there, like mercury is there. So if this type of protein is increasing, then we can say that, okay, heavy metal pollution is there. Like the acetylcholine esterase is there, that is, if that enzyme is increasing, we can say that pesticide pollution is there. Endocrine disruptor and all these things are there. So we are estimating that which compound is creating which type of enzyme fluctuation in the pieces that our students are doing. The carbon sequestration toxicity or study of the contaminants. So we are doing the toxicity study with the heavy metal, with the pesticides and with the contaminants and all. Then assessment of the contaminants, agro waste utilization. One of our scientists that previously Bharati is working on that biochar production. So agro waste, that's lot of sugar bagasse and that sugarcane bagasse and things are coming out. So that is going to be, if we dump it, it will increase the organic load of any of the environment. So we are thinking that, okay, these things can be used in the production of biochar, but in absence of oxygen, we burn it and make it as charcoal. And that can be used for a different purpose, even if that can be used with the agriculture, that can be used with the fishery sector, that's what we are doing. Then the operations study of the contaminants. So any contaminants is there, as we say that this is there, the heavy metal and all. So first of all, for a study of that kind of thing, we have to see the occurrence, whether this is occurrence means, whether this is like anything is banned in US or European countries, like triclosan. That has been banned in European Union now, but it is still in India, it is there. So what is the problem? Problem is that there is no policy framework and all is there. If we say that India, then we have to show the occurrence that, okay, this is present in this level, then we have to submit the report to the policy maker, then it can be something can be changed. So like that, USFDA has banned in 2006, I think the triclosan has been banned in other countries to use, but in India still it is used because the literature is very less and nobody has reported like that. So plastic removal devices, we have made one plastic collector from the stream of a creek flowing water that we have named it as CIP trap, and we have given a patent application, design patent, and we have got the design patent for that. That is a plastic collector. We have made a design that during the creek water, inflow and outflow is there. So this is a double chambered collector. In the while it is going into the creek, when water is going inside the creek, in that way that will also collect in one chamber, and when the water is coming from that side also it will collect in the different chamber. So that is like a cartridge kind of thing where bag is put up, and after once the bag is filled, we have to remove that bag and we have to put the next bag to like fresh bag, so that it can be used. So we have filed a design patent for that. It has been granted for. Yeah, it's already been done. Picture right now we don't have, but we will definitely show you after this. Now, if we talk about like EIA, there thing is that anything EIA is done for like impact assessment. So in impact assessment, what we do, what is the impact? So what is going in the environment? So what is the impact of that one? So here we do the screening that what things are going into that particular environment. So like occurrence study of emerging pollutants. Now we specifically working like 5-6 years we have worked on the triclosan, heavy metal and all. So how this is in which area the persistence level. We are monitoring this Warsaw Creek from last 5 years. So before the corona time, the level was below 1 ppm. But after the corona, where the extensive use of this hand wash and all, where the triclosan has been used in extensive use. So after that, we have seen the level has become better. 1.6, 1.8 ppm of triclosan in the use. And we are monitoring from 5 years. So apart from that, when we see the occurrence that okay, these are the compound present, then we see the toxicity in our model or vision, we are dealing with the secretion. So we deal with the okay. So what this is present of this environmental relevant concentration that we found in that okay, this is 1 ppm is found in this one. So now 1 ppm, if it is going in the fisheries in the last also, I was telling that ultimate thing is the aquatic environment. So in the aquatic environment, first thing is foremost thing is that getting disturbed in the fisheries. So if this is the concentration that 1 ppm or 2 ppm is going into the environment, so how this will be impacting this on the fishes? So we do acute toxicity and chronic toxicity also. So acute study for 96 hours we do that whatever the changes is there. And we also do the trial for 3 months that okay, with the 1 ppm or 1.5 ppm, what changes would be there in the case of fishes. Now the biomarker, I have told that biomarker will be cyclosan or heavy metal, what are the different enzyme or hormone level fluctuation is there in the fishes that we study in our lab. Then comes the impact assessment that, okay, if things are going into this environment or aquatic environment, what would be the impact? So like nutrient dynamics and biogeochemical cycle, I told that as a microbiologist, I have some basic background of microbiology. So for biogeochemical cycle, all these microbes are there involved. So if these things are going, definitely the microbes will be impacted. And thus it can change the scenario or biological community or microbial community of the system. Then biodiversity study that some of these things will be going when the community fluctuation or community levels could be there. Some microorganisms will be subsidized and something will be going higher. Then bioaccumulation study that we do in our lab. Then third aspect or in the EIA, the aspect is that, okay, if you have find out the impact, if you know that it is going to impact, then you have to suggest also that, okay, what suggestion you are going to do that if cyclosan is going or if anything is going into the environment. So this is creating impact. So now if you're making the EIA report, then you have to suggest the remediation or mitigation measures. That, okay, these are the alternative source or you can use instead of this or this that. So in mitigation measures we are thinking of or we are dealing with the phytoremediation, microbial, all these things right now we are dealing with the like phytoremediation, we are dealing with the like heavy metal phytoremediation using the plant or the cyclosan, we are removing the cyclosan from the aquatic environment with the use of plants. Then bioremediation where we are making some microorganism or bacterial consortia, not single microbe or bacteria will be capable to do the things in the aquatic environment. So we are thinking of that, okay, we will make a consortia of different microorganisms like algae, bacteria and bacteria, algae and algae. So we are trying different combination of microorganisms to deal with the to study the effect of this consortia to removal of this heavy metal or any of the contaminants. So column-based filtration, I have told that carbon sequestration what we are doing. Then mitigation and that one of other thing is that alternative source you have to show that okay, this is the things that okay, any triclosan industry or this thing is producing the triclosan or the when they are using this triclosan, there must be the effluent water that is going to the environment. So if that effluent water is going into the aquatic environment, definitely problem will be there. So we have to suggest them okay, while doing the discharge of this effluent water, we just put this column or put this filtration unit or pond-based settling pond, try different type of things. So we have to put them alternative. We cannot directly put the effluent water directly dump into the marine environment or any of the aquatic system. So before that, you have to just treat the things and then you can remove this thing into the aquatic environment. So for this, we are also doing the utilization of aquaculture waste. So now aquaculture is also creating some problems so that water contains lot many things that will go into the environment. So we are thinking that okay, that water is having potential, lot many things, nutrients are there. So that nutrient can be utilized for spirulina production. So that water supply is doing that okay, this is the wastewater from aquaculture. So this water can be used for spirulina production. So this how we are thinking that okay, spirulina production that it will be helpful for carbon sequestration also, and that the spirulina will be produced that is added value for. Then agro waste utilization that I told that biochar things. The bioplastic production that Professor is also working on the bioplastic. And one or two master students have their preliminary work for that. But still under consideration that is not in the final stage, but still result whatever the master student has created that is very very good. And then the bioactive compound from the algae and seaweed that now algae and all people are taking the spirulina and all. Now we are thinking that okay, instead of spirulina, we can produce the phycocyanin out of that, but which is a natural coloring agent, which in food industry, we are using that color one chutney and all. The red, you will find that that is really a considered cancer producing substance. So instead of that, if we use the phycocyanin and a natural based product, that definitely will be useful for that. So here we have a developed method for phycocyanin extraction from the spirulina. So these are our recent publication of high impact factor from last 1 or 2 years, what we have worked on. So like many of your paper, you will see from what I have told that this activity that from the tractogen remediation, tractogen biomarker, heavy metal, then removal of this algae from this aquaculture wastewater production. So this kind of paper we have. So I have listed only 10 papers, even paper are many more to show, but still whatever the top publications we have in the last 2 years, that I am focusing there. And new initiatives that we, in the lunch hour, we are talking that, okay, we are doing this much. Now, what is the new initiative? So, Dr. Saurav and myself are now involved in that, okay, e-waste is now becoming a havoc. So now we are thinking that, okay, e-waste is going into the aquatic environment. So if that widget is produced with the certain things, so what will be the impact of this in the aquatic environment, the aquatic organism? So that we are thinking, and we have submitted a project also. Hopefully, if we are getting that, then we will be working. And we have started working on this area. One student has been assigned for this work, but we are waiting for the externally funded project. If we get, then definitely we will come into the details. Then the second day is the toxicity evaluation of emerging pollutant tractogen. We have worked 6 years. Now we are combining this tractogen with the microplastic and want to see the impact, what is the impact of this one. And a new also concept we have submitted to Maharashtra board. We are like assessment of reservoir health dynamics using the case culture in the Maharashtra. Karthik sir was telling in the morning hour that baseline study. So now cage culture, people are doing cage culture, the feed and antibiotics, so many things are being given in the aquatic water system. So certainly after some time, people will come or NGO will come, they will say that this cage culture is creating problems. Where is the data to show them? That okay, no, our cage culture is not producing certain these things. So for that, we have thought that okay, we will prepare a baseline report for 5 to 6 years. That okay, with the cage culture, or without the cage culture, what is the scenario? And if this cage culture is persist for the longer run, then what will be the scenario? So we are thinking of that, okay, in the cage, like in fisheries, it is like that, it is no impact. But still, if we see it minority, there will be impact. And if we do for longer time, definitely things will be like anything in excess is a problem. So if cage culture has been done in so many years together, then definitely it would be a problem. So we thought that, okay, we will make a clear-cut baseline study for 5, 6 years, and we will show that this are the data. Before the cage culture, this is the scenario, and after that, what will can be the changes. Then only we can say that. Otherwise, NGO people and these people will come, they will say definitely then you have to close them. You have no report or you will not fight. You are telling me in that board, if the things are coming up, then we have to respond it very carefully. Without data, no, our case culture is not producing, we cannot say like that. We have to show them data, no, these are the data we have done. So for that, we have thought that, okay, we will do this kind of thing. So this is the new initiative and challenges in the aquatic resource management. I don't want to deal with this all 100 people. I don't think these are the challenges and all. So this is how what we do in the lab and all. what our lab, what our activity, our research work with the masters, PhD and the faculty, what our team is doing. That's what I want to focus more on. This is the main thing that research that and all. We still face some of the problem like when we go for like when we talk about that EIA collection of sample and all. If you go for a collection, the fishermen are the more, we can say that notorious one. If we go for a sample and all, they will think that they have come मेरे पेट पे लात मारने आए. आप अगर कुछ बता दोगे, if you report something, there will be a problem. So sampling to get the sample now, it is really difficult. When we are going in this creek with that life jacket and all, they are thinking that क्या रहे हो तुम लोग हमसे पूछे नहीं हमारे society से you have not taken permission and all. So this kind of problem we face when we deal with the fishermen and all. So this is how this is the major challenges what we face in the game. Anything like if we case culture, if we report that something is going wrong, they will not listen. They will say that अभी तो आपने पेट पे लात मार दिया हम क्या करें? But if the long run, you will see that okay, we will see the things and we will give you the alternative also. But they are no, आप कुछ करो ही. So these are the problem what we face in the aquatic or we can say that in the fisheries field. So this is the in the nutshell what we do in the our lab and what is our this thing. And one more thing is that I have told so many activities in this thing lab during my this one that we do several research work pertaining to this. So with this, our students are also very equipped in like 2-3 good equipment we have like CHMS analyzer, that the carbon nitrogen that element HPLC we have. One good instrument was the Vitek, that automated instrumentation for that identification of microbes. So they are well equipped. They are good in the data management also. They like that. If you say that in the fisheries or in the case of like science, we say that research work. So data can be generated by the analysis system in part. So these people are very good enough to analyze their data and they can very well show you the difference that okay, they know standard deviation, how was the deviation sampling here, what is that. So they can manage their data. What statistics to be done, they are very good in that. And apart from that, they have in their program 1 year of 1 month they have to go outside for this some of the training work. So they are run the equipment like LCMS, GCMS, and ICPMS. So these students are very good enough. They have learned during their research work in the masters and PhD. And I am very confident enough that when you think of our PhD student, that is they do the masters, the dissertation work, they are बोलते हैं ना हम लोग महाराष्ट्र में कच्चा लिंग. ये लोग कच्चे लिंग होते हैं, but when they come in the PhD, definitely they are good enough to analyze in kind of data, any kind of research. These are the what we have the potential, and now you can show us the path that where to go and where these people can be fitting in the field of environment as a whole, or in particular environment or environmental impact assessment concepts. So this is from my side. Thank you for the patience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening all the activity which we are doing and our students are waiting for that. And we are moving forward for the lecture of Mr. N.K. Sinde on the case studies in AI. And before starting this talk, I would like to take a moment for brief introduce our esteemed speaker. So Mr. N.K. Sinde, now currently working as a Deputy General Manager, PRJ and Infrastructure at Aditya Environmental Services Private Limited, Mumbai, and he obtained his MSc in botany, worked in a KB Tandarkar College, Dombivli, Thane, before this at initial stage as a lecturer. He worked also with the CSIR National Institute of Oceanography, Mumbai Center as a project assistant 3, and further he worked as a Kadam environmental consultant, Vadodara, Gujarat, as the senior scientific officer, and now he is in a position of a deputy general manager at Aditya Environmental Services Private Limited, and his focus of area of expertise in assessment of ecological sensitive features, uh, ecological assessment, assistance in the EI report, assistant in environmental clearance, ERZ clearance, management, representative constituency division, quality manager, internal auditor for the ISO 9001, 45, 45001, 17025. And he is also AI coordinator. So he's a right person to show that what is the scope for the IEA. And I invite you, sir, for this lecture.
Good afternoon. Audible. Because it's online, I have to ask that. So basically, we have all heard about, we have learned, listened about it, and we have studied, read about the EI. And now we also come to know what is EI. So don't worry, I am not going to explain what is EI. In fact, you all must have also know about the framework, statutory framework of the EI, like from where this need of the EI has arisen. So that also has over now. Means the topic is covered. So now my question to you, whether you have seen the EI, चीज होता क्या है, EI होता क्या है? So let us see that. मतलब आज का टॉपिक ही यही है, केस स्टडी ऑन द EI. So please simply start our today's discussion on the EIA, that is Environmental Impact Assessment Report. But here we need to understand the important point is when I say just EIA, that is a process. Actually, I'm referring to a process, meaning a process obtained or adopted to get or obtain the environmental clearance or any other like CRA clearance or to have a sufficient to fulfill any statutory or regulatory requirement. Having said that, if I say EIA report, meaning it's a document. Basically, it's a document which is a guiding tool for decision maker. You must have heard many times this sentence. But why it is called so, and what all sorts of aspects we need to cover so as to become true. So basically, if we are preparing the EIA report, we going to make a useful tool, a very effective tool for a decision maker to take any decision over a particular project. Project here, I mean to say, project can be of any type, can be of infrastructure project, or it can be a industrial project, chemical manufacturing industry, or say fabric manufacturing, or it can be an infrastructure project, for example, construction of a highway or airport like that, or implementing any water distribution schemes like a dam or say a canal. That can be one kind of infrastructure. Another thing which can be a port or harbor. So now since we are dealing with the Series Institute, let's discuss about the area where we are expert in it. That is the marine area. And the field of marine area is mainly as the fishery is there, but however, as we are discussing about the infrastructure projects, and that is the ports and the harbor. So fisheries industry needs to have a support of a efficient infrastructure in the form of a harbor. Without harbor, fishery industry cannot take accelerate, cannot flourish. And this support infrastructure is very much needed. So we must be knowing that as per the EI notification, fisheries harbor requires to obtain environmental clearance. And there is one more notification called CRZ notification, Coastal Regulatory Zone notification. As per that, CRZ clearance also needs to be obtained. So these are the statutory requirements, and for that to make, we need to prepare this tool. Now, who is going to give me the clearance? Must be aware about it. Either it's the Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change at the central level, or SEIEA at the state level. So these two agencies or the authorities are going to give me a clearance to construct a harbor. Okay. Now, or if suppose there is a small fish landing center, even if like say for example of say Versova. Now Versova is a fish landing center, and there is a fish landing day in and day out is going on, and there are some fishing vessels are there. They need to sometimes take it on the ground for repair maintenance work. Then they have to have the fuel bunkering facility, water or any other facilities which fishermen needs that we need to put on. So we need to have some jetty or berth. Now to create that even a berth, even if a single jetty called a single jetty they may call it, that also requires CRZ because it is situated in the coastal regulatory zone. Now to start with, I have to show one example EIA that Commissioner of Fisheries in Gujarat wanted to develop a harbor in district Gir Somnath. The name of the place called Mahabar. So now I'm sharing a document which is prepared by the project authority to able to get the environmental clearance or clearance. Now let's take a quick round about what the document is about, like how it is prepared, what are the requirements are there, and how it goes along. Like what all I should consider if I am making the EIA report, what consideration I should have in mind, what sort of studies I have to make. Let's go one by one. So as per the guideline given in the EI notification appendix 3, that there has to be certain sequence and certain information or the chapters needs to be incorporated. So the index is given, which will give you the overall idea. And then we'll come to chapter number 1, which is the introduction. Basically, the introduction is about, because see, always keep in mind that this document is going to be used by whom? Decision makers. Now, decision makers to take a decision needs to know about the project, needs to know about the need of the project, justification of the project, and there is something called as rating criteria. Rating criteria meaning proposal, that is the project, has to be at a definite location. one cannot be placed any project wherever it comes to their mind. It's not so. So the justification of the site is also to be mentioned in this. And we know all that these clearances which I'm talking about, may it be environmental clearance, may it be CRZ clearance. These clearances are of activity specific and location specific. Here again, I need to define the location of the project. And of course, the about information about the project proper. So all this information will be given in the format in this chapter called as introduction. So basically, they have mentioned here the objectives of the EIS study. That is what in short I have explained you about, that it is a decision making tool. Then the policy, legal framework and administrative framework required to be followed for this particular project. Then the scope of work, that is also it is there. Then the methodology adopted for the EIA. Basically, in total transparency, we will be mentioning all those things to know about what kind of methodology we are adopting and what all the scope it includes. So this is the scoping matrix given. They have listed all the activities here and then the likely impacts at very first stage. Of course, these are very crisp manner. They have mentioned it in a summarized way. So what they have also considered is about the marine ecology, terrestrial ecology, ambient air quality, noise environment, land use pattern, socio-economic aspects. So all these things we need to mention in the EIA report. There is something, okay, so this is the location map they have shown here. So this is the area of interest. This is the project site. And then they have given the outline of the EIA. Okay. So now we are in the second chapter, that is project description. So now, as name suggests, this particular chapter deals with the information of the project, like what the project consists all about. So various components are mentioned here. So this is basically the layout prepared by the project authority, and they have shown it on the satellite image, that is the Google Earth or any other such media. There are other options available like Google, is the Indian made. So that also we can use. And this survey, that these are the basically depths which are shown here. So this is of course Arabian Sea, and this is the coastline. Now they are going to dredge a channel for approach. There will be docking of the vessels, fishing vessels will happen at this. So this is the area that they have made for future expansion. So this is boat parking facility, this is slipway, and these are the depths as I mentioned. And these are these outspitting jetties or the quays they call it as. Basically, the fishing vessel will come here, it will berth, and whatever necessary actions that are to be taken, it will take place, and the fish catch will come on the land, and it will be directly goes to the cold storage, like this. And then there will be associated infrastructure like parking, admin block, office building, cafeteria, etc. Now, why this is important? As I told you that it is activity specific and location specific. So with this project layout, I have mentioned the area, that is the location, as well as the activities. So my each and every activity is laid down in a given area. And there is a reason why this activity is placed here only. Lot of study and thought process are gone into preparing this layout. Also, there is, since this is now a CRZ area, that is coastal regulatory zone, we need to also take into consideration the permissible activity in the sensitive area. Sensitive area here I mean to say, there are different classes of this coastal zone, that is CRZ 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. And as per the norms, certain activities are allowed only in the certain classes of this CRZ. Accordingly, we have to make this layout. So, मतलब इस तरह से कह सकते हैं the ये project की जान है. अगर if I am changing the layout, I need to redo all these processes again. Whatever, even if I make this presentation to the authorities and obtain the clearance, I cannot change it this way, or I cannot shift it some other place, or I cannot put some plant over there, some fish processing plant over there. Why? Because it is not permissible activity. Or even if I put some permissible activity within it, but change the location, I need to retake the, I mean, we have to obtain the clearance again. So this is very crucial stage in the EIA, that the project authority, project proponent must prepare a project layout in a thoughtful way, keeping the requirements into consideration. Once this is done, we can start writing the chapter. Project description is nothing but like the information which I am giving to the public, like what all things will be there in my project. So this is basically, they have brought some data about fish production over there, and then the representation in graphical way, basically to justify the project. So this many tonnage of the fish landing is already happening. I must provide my fishermen to a good infrastructure, without which they cannot sustain. This will not, see, because they have to have always to do hardship. So there are few existing facilities as well. So that they have given what are the existing facilities. They have also given the coordinates that long of the site, railroad connectivity, etc. And whatever net mending activities or fish drying, boat building, etc., boat repairing. So these are the given some glimpse of that. Then the marine side facilities. So basically, they are divided the land side facilities and marine side facilities, as we have seen in the layout. So nothing but these layout they have described in detail, their quantities, areas, dimensions, etc. See here, existing and proposed land side facilities as Madhya. It has to be spelled very clearly. It's a kind of making it very transparent and clear at the very first stage. Look, boss, I have all these things already in my place, which is the running fishing harbor. It's not that tomorrow if I build a harbor, fishermen will start coming and the landing will happen. No, I have already so much of data, and fish landing is already, fish production is already in their place, and whatever they have at this stage. Automatically, it see. Now you can see this today's situation before project, how it looks. Can you see? There is nothing, and therefore the need is established here. Now, of course, the project cost. Any project has to implement, there has to be a cost implication. And then they have given the breakups of the activities with respect to the cost. Now, the project authority is also transparent in implementing the project. This is another aspect. Because whatever money, like say for example, so this is 7,000 crore, 7,000 lakhs of the rupees is invested, going to be invested by the government. It has to be justified. It has to come to your public use. किसके लिए कर रहे हैं? Fishermen के लिए कर रहे हैं. So for a social cause, this project is being implemented. It has to be fit for its reason and gives back to the society. Now that they have given all these their activities and the market, कब खत्म होगा? Fishermen are waiting, keeping eyes on when my harvest will come up, when my hardship will come to an end, when I will have my facilities to repair my boat. Because today I have to have full the entire craft on the land just on the rollers, and they literally pull by hands. So much time and effort goes in, and at the end they don't have a proper platform or proper stand to keep that boat upright. And many of the processes, even today's date, are going by, they do it by hand. By we we consider them as very important and vital element of our society. We also study the science behind the fisheries, and we all the time are in effort to make their life easy and increase the productivity, production, and by sustainable way. We are also working towards making it advanced, so creating app, and their government is also broadcasting the messages and feeds on their cell phones that okay, so and so species you will get there. There will be a show. There will be a huge cyclone is going to be come. Don't go there. All such things are there. But with all this hardship and mehnat, when they come on the land, they have to wait. Why? There is no draft. There is no enough depth of the water available at the shore, and they have to depend on the tide, meaning that they have got their enormous effort goes into catching those fish. If it is their sampati, it is their well. Their livelihood is dependent on it. And you know better than me, the fish catch is a perishable. Now, if they have to just wait idle because of the tide comes, when the high tide comes, and then I will get the sufficient depth to reach up to the shore, then I will align my vessel and boat and berth, and then I can unload my catch. Half of the catch will go up. Why? You know. So I need to have a infrastructure, suitable infrastructure. This is again the need. And government is also making efforts towards it. And now they have started this project implementing on the this thing fishing harbor, and then they have telling us as a public also. It is just not to the public, to the authority, but it is also to the public. This report is also to be made for the fishermen as well, or the all elements of the society. And because this is being on the public domain, what do you think? Am I part of this? No. But how I can access this? You can also right now. This is the transfer. There is a website called Parivesh. Nowadays, earlier it was called as EFCC. That's their official website. Now they have brought a called it as a Parivesh. And if you just type it in a Google like Parivesh, and you will come to know, you will get that link. And you can also download, you can also keep an eye on the various developments all over the country. So, since this topic is already covered, I'm not repeating that. But as a part of the process, EIA process, there is also step called as public hearing, public consultation, right? What for it? Is for the public, common public, the stakeholders, interested parties. They need to know what are going to be I'm getting. For example, for the stakeholders or the fishermen, they should know what all kinds of the infrastructure is going to be created. It is mentioned right here in this chart. And when it is going to be implemented, it is mentioned across the month. So this is again the important what we can say essentiality in this chapter. So I'm going to give you a kind of infrastructure is going to I'm going to create when and at the cost of what. That is the cost. So need location already. Now I have listed all activities, duration, cost, etc. Now the environment. because we are dealing with the environmental impact assessment. Ultimately, we have to also look upon the environmental side of the project. Like all these things will happen, okay, fine, good. But by creating so, kind of impact it would create that I need to enter. So these are the environmental that we have written here. And at the end, we have given the layout which we have already discussed. Now, as I told you, that area which is falling in the goal. And then there is a called qualification. Right? There are two classes which already identified activities which are permissible in respect to which you can do. Now this is again a map called as HTML or CSS map to the language. That it gives us idea about the various CSS classes, that is CSS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Classification of the area, why it is important. It is very much important to know us where my where I can have a dredging channel, where I cannot have. I should know before making the layout, which I have prepared in the second chapter. As I told you, there is a similar, you can see here. Same thing is mentioned here, same layout. Correct? Now you can see most of the my project area falls in the water. And only few in this area. That is 1B, that is intertidal area. And then there is some land area also, some creek is going on. There are some mangroves also, and then respective buffer zone. All these things are there. Then, but why I should make this? Again, is it one simple reason is that it is a national requirement. Yes, you have to karna hai boss. There's no option. So karna hai to kar liya. But for me, to know which is class it falls, I come to know whether this activity ultimately when I am going to present to the authority, whether it will be permissible or not. मैं पूरा स्टडी करके मेहनत करके जाऊंगा अथॉरिटी के पास और अथॉरिटी जब बोलेगा अरे ये तो इधर अलाउड ही नहीं है, ये मैंग्रोव है इधर, यहाँ पे आप नहीं ड्रेजिंग कर सकते. I would have changed at the first stage, no? Why have to wait so long and pouring the money and efforts? And what will happen if so? It happens so. As I told you, I have to change the layout, and I have to change the layout, meaning I have to go back to stage number 1. Right? So this map is again is a requirement, and it has to be prepared by one of the authorized agencies. So it is that they have prepared. Now let's see what else they have covered in this chapter. So the chapter name is Environmental Baseline Studies. We need to know what is baseline. Baseline meaning the status of the environment before project. Now, what is my air quality, water quality, soil, noise levels, socioeconomic conditions, ecology, biodiversity. I need to know. So I am describing each and every aspect of the environment in this chapter. So at the beginning, I am explaining the methodology, then the meteorological parameters like temperature, rainfall, humidity, wind speed, wind direction. Because this is also one of the considerations of the authority. So these are the sampling locations where the agency will collect the air quality samples AAQM, ambient air quality monitoring. And so this circle is the study area. This circle is the 10-kilometer study area. So this is 5 kilometers, this is 10 kilometers. They are denoting the distance from the project. And this indicates the locations where they have collected the sample. And then they have given the results. So basically, we are not going into the details. Why? We are just understanding the structure of the EI. So how the EI report is being prepared, what is the implications and the need that we are discussing. So we will not go into the deep into the values, but we need to understand what it should be, what it should include, the interpretation of it, the most important part. ये सब कर दिया, इतना सब बता दिया, आप कहना क्या चाहते हो? At the end, you have to tell the interpretation of that. Okay, I have placed the sampler, this and that. Ultimately, whether my project is going to affect this air quality or not, as it is the state that we have to tell. Similarly, for the various aspects, as I said, the air, noise, land use pattern, now see, they have collected even sample from the sea. And these are the pins locating the locations of the sample. Now, if you remember our project area, where was our harbor would be? At this location. Correct? So, I have covered entire surrounding area. To know the water quality, sediment quality, the plankton, photic zones, all crucial parameters required for the understand the status of the marine environment. So all these parameters, physicochemical parameters, BOD, dissolved oxygen, nitrate, nitrite, turbidity, all crucial parameters. You must have studied all this. I need not to repeat those or go into the details, right? So all this goes as a study in this report, in this particular chapter, baseline environmental status. Like soil, each and every aspect of the environment is studied. See, they have given the description of each and every parameter as well, and their concentration and the interpretation. This is the essential thing which we need to cover. Again, the bacterial population, each and every aspect that they have. Chlorophyll, planktons, zooplanktons, phytoplanktons, any other sensitive features, suppose turtle nesting ground, mangroves. So the abundance and density they have given you of the various diatoms present in the study area. Study area that they have defined, it is the 10-kilometer radius, the circle that they have shown. Within that circle, that study area, they have selected few locations, and these values or these characteristics or this quality we can say belongs to those sampling locations. So overall, I can say, because it's a representative one, I can say marine quality, or particularly if we say the abundance of the phytoplankton per se or the chlorophyll, the status of the within my study area. Now, why it is needed? Now I know the values before project. I need to monitor it during the construction phase of the project as well. Meaning, when I'm actually going to construct this harbor, I need to monitor those. Whether any concentration is disturbing, may it increase, may it decrease, may it remain same, depending upon the activity. So this is basically the representation of the data I need not be go into the details, you know it already. So this is the benthic community that they have studied. Then the mangroves, corals, if there are any, they have written because it is one of the schedule one species. You know the schedule one species? Yeah, good. So we need to also take care of those when implementing any project. Otherwise, we need to identify the activity which can pose threat to such fragile creatures. If at all, we need to either think how it will not impact those. If it is unavoidable, we have to suggest the mitigation measures. How my project activity will not affect those. Those meaning now we are discussing a particular organism or any species, then up to that, specific to that. But overall, in broad way, I should say to the environment. So if we do so, then only we can say this suffice the purpose. Ultimately, what we are doing, we are making a tool for decision maker, whether any impact will occur or not. So we should be very transparent and truthful to our findings and our understanding of the project with respect to the surrounding area. So hope you are getting it. If you have any doubt, you can stop me then and there. We can discuss. So this baseline chapter, that is baseline status of the environment is over. Now let's come discuss the impacts. What will be the impacts of the my project activity on these parameters, like these attributes of the environment: air, water, soil, noise, ecology, biodiversity, socio-economic, traffic, or any other meaning. If there is any specialized things, so for example, is there any archaeological site may be there, right? There can be some migratory corridor is there, or can sanctuary may be there. So we need to take into consideration to minimize the impact. So the impacts are identified. Now it is always said so the impact cannot be generic. It has to be specific. Now when I say specific, specific to the project, specific to the location, and specific to the species which we are dealing with or the attributes we are discussing. Say for example, now as we have discussed that they want to create a navigational channel to bring their vessel to the shore. They have to make the navigation channel, meaning they have to make the dredging. Now the dredging, like we need to mention here that what kind of substratum is available there. Is it the sand, is it silt or mud, or gravels are there? There or rock may be there. So I need to know because that will decide my methodology, like how I can do. If it is a mud, I can just go and do the hopper dredging. I will just put the hopper. If there is a seed, I can have a cutter suction dredger. Okay, that will work. But what if there is a rock? We cannot use this methodology. Now see, this is the importance of doing baseline study. Because I will come to know when I showed you the layout, some depths, some figures were mentioned over there. As I told you, those are the depths. So these eco sounding studies, they have carried out. Bathymetry studies, they have carried out. And they come to know the contours, where the depth is sufficient. And in such depth, they have to reach from the shore. Now, knowing the strata, I can decide the methodology of my activity, that is dredging in this case. That dredging, depending upon the methodology, the impacts will vary. And of course, the project cost, project timeline. It may so happen that if certain methodology is not allowed, what should I say? What should I do? I may need to rethink my location. Because there is a rock I cannot put cutter suction dredger. I cannot have bucket dredger. What should I do? Should I take blast over there? You know, it's detrimental to the environment. Marine creatures. What should I do? Right? So we may need to change the location, or we may need to find the alternative locations or means and ways, because ultimately what we need is the depth, right? So this, they have given the trading, then they have given the quantities, like what kind of volume will get generated, where I will dispose that. Because removing the substratum will definitely jeopardize my benthic organisms, right? Because those are also contributed to my ecology and biomass. If that gets lost, I need to have an action plan in place. How am I going to recover that? First in place, but I should know what amount it I am going to use that benthic loss is happening. So they have given the quantity, they have given the area, and then the disposal mechanism. So all this should come in place. So this is the dredging that they are discussing here. See, proposed location of dumping. The dumping site for dredge material. Meaning they have also studied such a location where we can dispose, because otherwise, in another word, it is a waste. We have removed the substratum for our benefit, because we want our vessel to go to the shore effortlessly without wasting a time. I have literally killed those organisms because it's a home for them. No? These polychaetes, crabs, and not many organisms, benthic organisms, is a home ground for them. And now I have ruined them, I have destroyed them by putting my treasure. I have removed them entirely physically. And not only that, I have destroyed their structure also. So, but now, whatever comes now on my hand, like on the treasure, what should I do of that? Either I can use for that as a reclamation, or I have to dump it in the ocean. So they have studied this location as well. What if I do dumping there? What will happen? How the ecology over there gets disturbed? Because me dumping there, it will create a turbidity in the water column, right? Again, it will hamper my ecology over there. Meaning, I am destroying here to make the channel. Now I got the substratum in my hand. Now I'm throwing it somewhere else. Meaning, I'm destroying there also. So the quantification of impact has to be there. Meaning, for my betterment, for my interest, good interest, I am destroying the environment twice. One at my project site and one at my dumping site. So, decision maker also thinks about it. We need to study even this. So the disposal methodology, again, it always you think, when you think of an activity, you always think of what are the sub-activities covered into it, what are the methodologies you are going to adopt, what are the options you have available for the choosing the activity first in place, then the methodology, which is best suitable. And when I say a best suitable, definitely it is best to the environment, right? So, and then thirdly, if there is any, how I can negate or minimize the impact. So it is always said that elimination should be your first priority. वो इम्पैक्ट होना ही नहीं चाहिए, इसलिए क्या कर रहे हो वो बताओ. अगर वो पॉसिबल नहीं है, कोई ऑप्शन है दूसरा, वो पहले स्टडी करो. वो भी नहीं है तो मेथोडोलॉजी में कोई एडवांसमेंट लाओ. अगर वो भी नहीं है, then you go for the mitigation measure. ऐसा नहीं है कि बस mitigation measure मैंने कुछ बता दिया, now I am okay with, I can now start my project. No, you have to think of the environment first. Because, say, for example, for this particular project, we are totally depend upon the nature and environment itself. Keep in mind, where this fish will come from. What you are creating, you are going to create a fishing harbor. Now the fish, if it is not there, the fish catch remains, will go down. What you will do of that harbor? So you have to think of the environment first. And therefore, it is very much important we should study what is in my hand, what is there in my backyard, before the project. That is the environmental baseline. And now I am discussing the impact. Like I have know my project activities, I know what is there in the environment and surrounding and at the site. Now I'm superimposing these two things. Meaning my baseline data is with me. I know now the picture of the environment. I know the project activity also. When I compare, when I superimpose, I come to know the impact, what is going to happen. And then the mitigation measures, how I can reduce. So this is about what we are discussing about the dumping site as well. Now they have also mentioned here impact due to reclamation. As we have seen that they are going to create some like land area for ice plant, cold storage, or auction hall, any such activities. So that they have given, see here it is. So they have to reclaim that portion, and what will be the impact that they have given. Now, as a fishing harbor, they are going to many such processes like fish cleaning, sorting. All this will generate a wastewater. There has to be system in place to treat it. So the treatment methodology is given. Authority even ask for it, right? Just don't just say STP or ETP. They also need to know what kind of method you are on. Again, the methodology comes. So you have to always think in mind, whatever you think of the mitigation measure, also this you have to think the process. What are the steps? What will be the sequence? What is the methodology? You have to keep that also. What is the best one? Which requires less resources and its optimum process you have to choose, right? So that they are giving about the water environment, what all impact it will create. Then the construction phase, the noise will be there. Pile drivings will be the more impactful. As you can see from this table, it is very much evident here that pile driving will cause more impact. But that they have now predicted the levels also, what levels it will go. इसका मैं क्या करूँ बताओ, ये मैं लेवल सुन के मैं करूँ क्या, पता करके मैं क्या करूँ, मैं ये प्रेडिक्ट क्यों किया है. Ultimately is going to hamper and fauna, fishes, and all such creatures living in the environment, right? Again, the vibration. So noise and vibration go hand in hand, that they have now mentioned it here. Now they are stating the impact on the marine ecology, into the air environment. So basically, you need to understand here our approach and the important elements that we should not miss in while preparing the EIA report. Rest everything you can do. You are well qualified. I did not explain each and everything to you, but to give you a direction and a few pointers to keep things in your mind while making the EIA, that will be helpful. So this is one of such efforts which they have made, and I am just presenting to you to give some glimpse about the EIA. Now comes the management plan. Now environment management plan, यानी कि मैनेज किसको करना है यहाँ पे, टैक्स को मैनेज करना, environment will get automatic, correct? Because now see the sequence also, huh? I have selected the site which very much thought into it, which gone through the various options. I have listed out the project activities. I have made the layout. So now I'm done with my project activities. Now I have studied the baseline. I have identified the impact. I have also put in the mitigation measures to curb them or minimize them, reduce them. इतना सब कुछ हो गया, but उसका जो realization है ना, you have to implement it, no? who will improve? You know, this is very much important. Management plan, basically plan should be in place. I mean, otherwise it is just a, it's a literature, no, otherwise. ये होगा वो होगा, बट मैं ये करूंगा उसके लिए मैं वो करूंगा, मैं फ्रीज लगाऊंगा, मैं एसटीपी दूंगा, मैं ईटीपी लगाऊंगा, तो कौन लगाएगा? प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल लगाएगा, प्रोजेक्ट अथॉरिटी लगाएगा, अप्रूविंग अथॉरिटी लगेगा, और whether it will be taken care by the stakeholders or the common public or the creators who are going to impact, they themselves are going to put this mitigation measures. Meaning, if we really want to do some good things about the environment, at the same time implementing my project, I have to have plan in mind. It has to be jotted down. So the key elements, I will run through with this chapter, but telling you key points. Any management plan, or to call it as a plan, there are 2-3 things very crucial and important. Number 1, activity. Number 2, time. लेकिन क्या करने जा रहे हैं, कब कर देंगे? Third thing, कौन करेगा? Responsibility has to be assigned. And the most important thing of all, what is that? Anyone? Yes. Correct. पैसा ही नहीं है तो कैसे करेंगे? सब कुछ बोल दिया, पैसा ही नहीं है तो क्या करूंगा? So now I have showed you the table. 7,000 lakhs of the rupees I am going to invest. The government is going to invest it. Now, okay, this cost is towards creating that infrastructure or making those things. About environment, I have suggested the mitigation measures. I will do that. I will do this. Okay, but that will also comes with the cost, no? Cost has to be spread out. Who will bear the cost? When? Where? All such questions we have to give answer in. Then only it will make a plan. Otherwise, it's just a vision. It will remain on the paper. Responsibility has to be assigned. Timeline has to be assigned. And the cost has to be there. Let us see what they have now given. They have given their approach methodologies. And they have given some quantification also. 80% of the total waste generated from the fishing harbor is biodegradable. Right? So they may make a manure out of it, etc. And then they delineate the cost also. Right? So this is the way it should be. See, they have summarized it also, the cost estimate for solid waste management. So these are the things that they have given and the cost of it. Effluent treatment plan. Right? They have given the schemes also. How they are going to control the noise, air emissions, safety aspects of it. Each and every aspect they have studied in detail and they have given. Even they have also considered the safety also, safety aspect. It has to be there, of course. And then they have summarized it within the table. They have assigned the responsibility, right? It has to be there. Now they have allocated some funds. So it should not happen that, okay, I have 7,000 of this fund available for the implementing this project. I have just paid out. Now I don't have money to create such infrastructure. No, it should not happen. Fund has to be earmarked. It has to be allocated. Budget has to be there. That they have done. Now they have assigned the responsibility as well. Right? So all these things are there. You can just read. It is nothing to be explained in much, but important to understand the concept. So the EMP cost that they have summarized it. Now disaster management. Again, the same thing. That is in detail, like likely emergencies, what will be there. Because this is basically towards the preparedness of the event. What will happen if there is this cyclone? What will happen if a sudden storm strikes? What will happen if there is a huge downpour? Where my fishermen will go? What sort of safety I am going to offer while creating the harbor, the project itself? I should think of this. So again, this system are in place and disaster management plan is prepared. All these elements or this information is essential and prerequisite of any EIL code. So they will give roles they have assigned, they have provided the training, everything they have mentioned here. Now the monitoring program, meaning all these things, okay, is fine. I have now also placed in the management plan, assigned responsibility, cost description, everything is there. Now I'm starting my construction. Okay, fine. Now I have to also check, or you can say monitor, that is what the title says, is whether my mitigation measures which I am suggesting is sufficient, appropriate or not for a given impact. If, for example, if suppose water quality I have checked, I know the turbidity levels, I know the DO levels over there before start construction of the harbor. Okay, I know. And now I have suggested some mitigation measures also. Everything is fine. Now I have started construction. Now, when I'm following those mitigation measures, now I have to check whether those are correct, those are appropriate, sufficient. I need to check the water quality. So now I am implementing mitigation measures, right? But whether they are giving me intended results or not, I have to check, I have to monitor. So I will be doing that, and whatever data I have collected before project, that is as a part of third chapter, baseline chapter, same parameters at same location with some different frequency, I will collect, I will analyze them to know whether my project, while in the construction phase, is going to hamper the environment or surrounding or not. So these are the parameters they are again listed. So all sort of like in the sediments or in the water or in air even, I will cross check, and it will give me the confidence that whatever management plan I am going to or I am being implemented is sufficient and it works. That confidence will give. Therefore, it is essential. So if you think it's a perfect system wherein it is ensured that the project activity will take place at the same time, environment will not be impacted, right? So this table also they have summarized it, like these are the parameters and the location also they have specified, frequency they have specified. So to do so, there is also some cost will come. That also they have captured in the earlier table, right? So this is bit about the environment monitoring plan. So that they have now repeated here the cost of environmental monitoring, right? Let's go to the next one. Now what? What next? After following all these procedures, such kind of things you will get. See nothing but you see what we call it as environmental clearance. Such kind of document you will see. इतना सब क्यों कर रहा था? तो EI किसके लिए है? For a project authority, उसको तो क्या है? Who is interested in having that in place, no? Harbor, fishing harbor construct करने का. When he will be able to? after making this. Correct? So this is the ultimate thing, the output of all these efforts. Right? Now there is one of the requirement that the whoever makes this EIA report has to have the disclosure who eminent personalities were involved in making this EIA report, and that they have given their names, their designations or expertise, area of expertise, and they have signature it also. So they have endorsed it also. So think of the system, how they have created the system, that there is should not be any escape. Then they have made you also, like means creator of this EIA report, writer of the EIA report, also responsible. It's not just that okay, something I have read from the internet, I have some copy pasted it some and put it in that. No, you have to work for whatever your contribution towards. So this is that declaration is there. It's a mandatory thing basically that they are doing it. Let's see what else they have to. Okay. So this is the report prepared by Institute of Remote Sensing, Anna University, Chennai for tideline demarcation. That CRZ map which I showed you, with the pink color, that water body was there, etc. So that basically report comes with this report. So any map will come with this such kind of a report, wherein the areas of the project activity will be mentioned here. Now there is something called as TOR, that is terms of reference, which was given by the SEIAA to this particular project, and how they are going to comply, that they have given. Hope like you all know about this procedure like TOR, etc. So this is nothing but the index, or you can say a list of studies you need to be incorporated into the EI report that they have mentioned. Now you have to fulfill those. Like, suppose if there is any sensitive feature, it is there, they will say, okay, you have to study the nature of this creature, their requirements, their special features, and that you compare with your project activity and tell me whether your project activity will hamper that particular case of uptake or attempt for us in our case, or manuals, or turtle nesting grounds, for example. So government authorities or the decision maker needs to ascertain whether this particular project will destroy their habitat or not. They will simply put one condition that okay, you have to study this from say reputed institute and give the recommendation from that institute or say forest department or whoever is the authority, competent authority. They use the word as competent authority. So from that you have to get that. So that is that basically nothing but that the TOR, and they how they have complained that they have mentioned here. So the complete transparency is there. So this is the TOR compliance. Like this was asked and the answer that they have given. So whatever the answer is covered in the section 3.9 of this particular story. That is what they have mentioned here. This is nothing but the TOR compliance table that they have given. So that's all about this particular EIA report. So we have seen the EIA report prepared for a particular harbor at Madhwad in Gujarat. As a what you can say a decision making tool, right? So okay, so I will stop here. But before, if you have anything figured out, the call is open. Yes, please. Right. So as you have seen the bar chart of the project authorities prepared for their project activity. AI making firm also have their own to make this report. Generally, it takes 10 months or 8 months, 10 months, or even a year also to complete this process. Meaning, if it requires an environmental clearance, it has to go in the DO first, conduct the public hearing, please conduct the baseline studies first, will get the EI report, put it before the public, the project will be explained to them, then it goes to the recommendation for this thing, coastal zone management authority. They will review, they will appraise the proposal. All these steps will happen, and ultimately it takes this much time. So your question is that how, basically your question is how you are building your team. So these many experts, this particular are required to make this particular EI report. So here in this case it is 8, but it may require as much as 12 also. So there is QCI and NABET, that is Quality Council of India, has its a board, that is National Education and Training, that is the board that they have, which is called as NABET, and that gives the accreditation for such EI making consulting organization. And in that their scheme, they have delineated these or identified such 12 experts. They call it as FAE, functional area expert, in respective. So someone will be in the field of air, he will be expertise in that. Someone will be in the socio-economic, like that. So depending upon the core qualification, experience, and the interest, the particular candidate will be applying for that particular post or that particular candidature. So suppose, for example, if someone is having good knowledge about the air environment, that particular candidate will apply for functional area expertise in air pollution. Then there will be some interaction will happen. In common language, we call it as audit. They call it as assessment. Okay. Now, during the interaction, if the candidate found suitable and with some criteria of marks, if the candidate achieves that, the candidate will get the approval as a FAE after fulfilling the requirement. Then that particular candidate becomes a FAE now. Now, officially, that particular candidate, a person, can contribute to the EI. So, now, like selection can happen just by the natural process, the regular one that कोई आया CV देखे गया. If there is any vacancy, interview will be conducted. Found suitable, the recruitment will happen. There's nothing to expect. But it is very first time initial stage. After that, the candidate has to undergo the process I have explained you right now. And then the this thing will happen. Like if someone is suitable and get approved as an EI coordinator, then he will become an EI coordinator and now he will lead the team of all these experts. Kind of a project leader you can call it as, or team leader you can call it as. They have their own terminology as an EI coordinator. So we will coordinate within the team, within the project proponents, authorities, whatever, whoever the stakeholders are. And likewise, this particular EI making agency thought that these many experts are required and very much essential to write this report. That much only they have involved, like noise experts, ecology experts, social experts, so and so. Accordingly, the team will get built up, constituted, and that particular candidate will be given chance to contribute to the EI. And he will, because when I'm explaining, impacts will be identified, mitigation measures will be suggested. तो मेरे मन से नहीं आएगा. एक अकेला बंदा ये नहीं कर सकता है. It's a teamwork. So, and to able to contribute in a manner of identifying the impact and suggesting the mitigation measures, a person has to be a expert, has to be have a knowledge and the experience, without which it will not work. So, hope I have answered your question. Yes. Right. So there are 2, 3 stages. First, at first stage, this report will be put in the public domain. Like suppose you are now public and now I'm presenting the report to the public. Public can have their own understanding of the subject, their experience towards it, because I will say there is no sufficient depth, therefore I'm making a navigation channel and I'm going to trace, suppose. Now I'm explaining the project activity to them. There will be even a layman in the public, but he has gone and brought up over there since many years. He knows, बावड़ा છે, यहाँ तो છે જ, पानी तो વધારે જ છે. खत्म. Meaning, whatever studies you have made, he in a minute said, there is enough water available. Why you want to dredge? Go in the high tide. Like that. So, your studies, your expertise, your whatever plan which you have made, you have to be very thorough with, you have to be very confident about it. You should be able to explain that. What is the need? Like that. So at first stage, at the public, because since it is a public meeting, it's not just the public, various stakeholders are there, NGOs are there. They will also scrutinize, they will raise the question. At this first stage, this report will get scrutinized. Next stage is the State Coastal Zone Management Authority. This authority will be constituted with the various experts in their respective field. So there will be a meeting wherein the project authority will be called for their presentation, and there will be a team of experts sitting in front of you, and they will ask the questions relevant to their field of expertise, and you have to answer them all. Okay. You have prepared this report with the help of these 8 experts, for example. Now, if you are presenting the proposal to the experts over there, they will ask the questions from their whatever comes to their mind as per their expertise. You have to answer. So there will be the next level of scrutiny will be happen. Then there is one more committee. It is called as SESC, State Level Expert Appraisal Committee. Each state will have its own. Like Maharashtra, we have Maharashtra SESC. It is also a committee of technical persons. They will raise the questions. They will ask the feasibility of it, why it is so, this and that. They will scrutinize technical basis. This all I am discussing very technical needs. Means it will not just a financial thing or any generic one. Each and every aspect or whatever the questions will be asked from the scientific manner with the technical background only, except the public wala. But this whatever State Coastal Zone Management Authority, State Level Expert Appraisal Committee, this all will ask you the technical and scientific questions, like why this such BOD is such and such. But this is such and such report is already available, or this university has already published a paper last month, and they have found there are dolphins over there. And how can you say that you are doing the piling and noise and vibrations is created, and you are saying no impact? How come? There are mammals, there are dolphins, and there are turtles, etc. So you have to be very thorough with your studies, technical studies. Third one, at third stage, that is the Impact Assessment Authority. That is the ultimate one who gives you this letter. That one I have showed you earlier. That is the ultimate thing. That committee also a technical one. They will also ask you the questions, and if you satisfy them, your project will get approved. So at these 4 levels, this report will get. There can be 3 also, depending upon the nature of the project. If the project is not requiring environmental clearance, only CRZ clearance will be required, for example. Then only, so the public hearing will not be there. That one level of scrutiny will be meaning. The firm has to be accredited, meaning, as I told you that about that NABET, NABET. So these personnel, these all experts are already approved functional area experts or EI coordinators. And based on that only they have prepared this. See, this is that NABET thing which I was referring to. So this such kind of certification the organization will get. And only those organizations which are having such kind of accreditation can only write this EI report and able to present to the authority. Yes. Then the court will decide. Meaning, meaning, see, the application was made by the project authority to obtain the environmental clearance. After due course of the actions and following the legislative procedure laid down in the framework, after complying all the requirements, correct, and following the procedural things, the authority has granted the clearance. Meaning, we just now decide the levels of scrutiny it will undergo. So if a project nature is such that if it is not required by the framework, that is as per the EI notification, if it is not required, then only if it is not required. It is not my wish. It is written down very much in the law. You have to follow those procedures. If it is not required, not given in the notification, that publication is not required, it is not required. But if it is required, you have to conduct the public. But to answer your question, even if public in hearing is not involved, this particular project, with the report, is hosted on the website. For instance, as I mentioned earlier, anyone and everyone can access that. And as your thing was there, in anticipation, if someone wants to raise any query, any question, right, and that agitation, whatever things, but here in the scenario, that agitation or the opposition is happening after getting the clearance, following the due procedure, right? That's what I'm saying. So our scope, our role restricts up to the obtaining the clearance. Authority with due process and the scrutiny, various levels of scrutiny, has given you the clearance. They have done their job. Even if in public's mind that this project is not worth for them, this or whatever reason, and if they are opposing that, authority cannot do anything. EI making firm cannot do anything. Yes, please.
Normally, what happens during the course of making this EIA, there is something called a consultation with the project affected people.
Correct.
If you are doing a project, there is a community, for example, Christian community, and if it has got any kind of interest, if it is getting employment generation, livelihood, or whatever, but all those factors are considered, and there is something called as what is that called?
Public consultation.
Prepare a plan for their,
CER, corporate environment responsibility. Then,
you prepare some kind of compensation plan for them.
okay. That is only for PhD.
You have been there, you compensate them, you provide them alternate livelihood and all. So all such factors which you are raising are actually considered before filing of the. So that, and even after that, it happens that.
That is why I said,
Am I right?
report. Yes, very much. No. See, once this report is prepared, it has to be put in the public domain. Now, when I'm saying in the public domain, there is also a procedure to be followed. And what is that procedure is very much written down in the EI notification itself. That is the, like it has to be, there has to be a advertisement to be given in the local newspaper, local, with the local language, like if it is in Marathi, and the English as well as in English, well in advance. So that number of days also it is mentioned in the notification. And it has to be put in at various places, Gram Panchayat, Nagar Parishad, Taluka Panchayat Committee, in collector's office, everywhere, in the MPC, like Pollution Control Board, Environment Department's office. So these are the locations already mentioned. There we have to put this EI report and with free access to anyone. Anyone can just go and pick up the copy, read it, and raise the questions if any, or support the project, both ways. See, howsoever the location is remote, ultimately there is some certain people are living together in there. So there is some hamlet, some village is there. Each village has its own village panchayat. In Marathi, we call it as Gram Panchayat, right? So that village panchayat is the local governing body over there for that particular village. Now, मुखिया होता है ना ऐसा, सरपंच बोलते हैं, president of the village panchayat. So now he is the responsible person. So the project authority also puts one copy of the EI report in the village panchayat office. And that also has a free access to any village. So even if it is a rural area or remote area, there is a village panchayat is already there. Correct? Now, this copy of the EI report will be also put in the village panchayat office, who is the falling within the study area, not all like. So the stakeholders will be having the free access and free access to the this report. They don't have to pay anything. It will be there, so they will make it available to the members of public. And one important to mention here is that the EI report now, during all this discussion, you must have seen that EI report is written in the English. Many times the common public may not be able to understand criticality of the technical language used in the EI report. For them, gist of this, that is executive summary, it is called as, also made in the local language. Like if it is a Marathi, like in Maharashtra it is Marathi, like in Gujarat it is Gujarati. That way. Local official language, it has to be, it is a mandatory thing. And therefore, such copy is also made available at that time only. So even common man can also read and understand that. Yes. Basic expertise is like into like education qualification. If you are asking me, it's a master degree, right? Then if you are even pursuing the PhD, welcome. No issue. Then you have to have some working experience, right? Even if it is not there, the candidate will be treated as a fresh. Any special? Yes, special skill is like, for example, if you are already having some skill of studying any environmental aspect, for example, like sampling, if you are going to do some fisheries survey, for example, so that will be definitely of importance. In fact, due to time paucity, I will not able to take another case study. So this is again one of the EI report which our firms only have prepared. So this is again the report for the same this thing. So basically, I'm going to tell you that such kind of experts we also require, and we also do undertake such kind of studies and projects in the field of fisheries as well as many other like ports, other industries also. So we will be definitely requiring such kind of candidates. And the basic minimum qualification that there is masters. PhD is also fine, welcome. And then, of course, if there is a experience, working experience is there, will be given preference. If not, then it will be a freshman. That's all. That is the way. Basically, it's a very normal and routine procedure. But this functional area expert which I have explained to, that is comes later, like after the recruitment happens. Because otherwise, no one will be able to get that approval from NABED. Just like that. That means no any college or any organization will give you. It has to be with when you are working. So working experience is the prerequisite of qualifying criteria. So the recruitment will happen first, and then that approval will happen. Yes. No, no training certification program is offering, but as a curriculum, part of your curriculum, if there is any internship is required to do, we can entertain one or two candidates. That we can do. We have our laboratory as well, environmental testing laboratory as well. So there we can give some exposure to the skills or working experience we can give. Yes. Yes. Good. It's a eye-opening question. काफी difficult question है. See, basically, there are few project activities listed in the EI notification which doesn't require the clearance at all. First entry, for example, railway. रेलवे ने आज तक कभी कोई क्लियरेंस नहीं दिया है. नेशनल इंपॉर्टेंस कर दो, जहां बिछानी है रेल पटरियां बिछाओ, रेलवे विल हैपन. हाँ, बट पोर्ट अगर है तो उसके लिए इसी चाहिए. तुम्हारा ये एयरपोर्ट है तो चाहिए, रास्ता बनना है, हाईवे करना है तो उसके लिए इसी लगता है. अभी नेशनल नेवल बेस का आपने एग्जांपल लिया है, तो उसके लिए भी सर्टेन अमाउंट ऑफ क्लियरेंस इट इज रिक्वायर्ड. But उनके लिए because of the safety and security reasons, such kind of reports will not be put in the public domain, of course. And but those are the permissible activities, and the cases pertaining to such kind of proposals will be dealt on the ministry level itself. That is the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. यूनिट मिनिस्ट्री लेवल पे ही ये सारे केसेस चलाए जाएंगे और उनका जो भी अप्रूवल प्रोसेस होगा वो फॉलो होगा. But it will not be come to the public generally. Otherwise, it is difficult. See, local people को ज़्यादा से नहीं है. It is of the national security. It is a question of national security. But at the same time, it's not that they are not. They are equally important. Locals are also equally important. And as sir said, that if they are the project affected person, PAP, then there will be a special consultation will be held, and their needs, expectations, their grievances, or whatever their requirements will be understood, and then the rehabilitation plan or whatever their compensation plan will be made, and then the amount will be earmarked for that particular community, and it will be taken care that their livelihood will not get affected due to this project. Though it is of national importance, if it is security importance, all that is fine. At the same time, my local resident over there is also equally important, and their livelihood and their sustenance will be also taken into account. And see to the project authorities, we will see to it that they are not get to affect. So thank you all.
For the effect of the, how this AI reports look like and how the AI reports actually work. So I think the students have a better idea how the reports and what are the different chapters of the AI. So he has given a detailed description of all the chapters and how the reports are prepared. So thank you very much, sir, for this insight and beautiful lecture. And now we will break for the tea for just 15 minutes and then again quickly assemble by around 5:40 for the last lecture. And just have means with all your students back in the lab for the last closing session. Okay, after that closing session will be there. For after the proposal lecture, there will be a quick discussion session will be there. So you can begin your question, whatever that you have not asked for the other speaker. Okay, so we will break for tea for just 15 minutes and again we will release in the last 15 minutes. Thank you.
ज्यादा ही किसी को मेरा पासवर्ड नहीं है किसी को जीमेल आ जाए अपना हाँ ठीक है हाँ वो वाला जगह वाला स्पीकर बिना उसका ऑनलाइन का होगा ही नहीं देखिए कहते हैं कंप्यूटर के नीचे लगाया जाए हाँ हाँ ठीक है तो ब्लूटूथ इधर ही लगाया चार्जिंग फुल है इससे पास लगा
सर ये टाइम डेट है
इसमें
कॉपी करना है इसमें
कहाँ पे करना है देख लीजिए
Want to share this one? I want to share this one.
Yes, sir.
People with online also.
Oh, yeah.
चलो हाँ हेलो 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 क्या चलो हेलो हेलो हाँ ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है हो गया प्रेम रुक जाइए 15 मिनट सेकंड रुक जाए जाना है क्या देखो संजय भी नहीं रुक रहा फिर अभी संजय नहीं रुका तो एकदम कौन करेगा सर किधर है संजय है ऊपर संजय पाटिल बदल चलो प्लेट का मुश्किल हो ठीक है अगर उसका तो ठीक है नहीं संजय कहाँ है तुम अभी रुकने वाले हो ना इधर आ रहा है नीचे फिर वहाँ रुकने के लिए खड़े हैं यहाँ पर कहाँ पे नीचे नीचे 300 नीचे अच्छा भेजता ना सर इसको क्या है ना इधर भी कुछ एक प्रोजेक्ट का चल रहा है काम ठीक है उसको बोलो स्पीकर लेकर रखने के लिए हाँ हाँ ब्लूटूथ नीचे रखा हुआ स्पीकर लेकर रखने के लिए रुकने के लिए बोलो सर काय बघायचं सर हा स्कॅम कशाचा स्कॅम नाही हो राहू दे त्यांना सांगा गेलं म्हणून सांगा निघून आता गेलं की आणि 10-15 मिनिट लागतात How much time do I have?
जल्दी हो सकेगा 40 minutes. वो एक बार स्टार्टिंग गया ना तो यूज हो जाता है तो लोग चाहिए थे actually.
So all we totally compare. PhD, you want to come to environment, what I saw, like half of the research area for more research. Practically speaking, overlapping of areas, we don't have candidates.
That's why I told you we have the support of the students. We have 25 students and very close. We can do multiple things.
See, what has happened to our organization is that we are supposed to do sometimes against the interest of the whole industry, right? They're supposed to do the what happens in PP, all political, judicial, we have only the limited time. The problem is that now, we have also do some things which sometimes we don't like I don't like going to the court cases. But the thing is that you're not going to because they are actually high on the neck. So what happens is that we write something a little bit off street. Yeah.
And we are not used to that language.
That language, I used to get calls from CSC, CSC is doctor, they are interviewing certificate. Now, in our government system, we take upload of our director, even people, and every time I speak, I have to speak with murdered components. Like in speaking, because it goes into media, and we know what after the impacts from that, if anything negative is, then we are not.
Who will interpret that? How? Cannot say that.
Actually, I acquired diabetes because of anti-diabetic case. I was the first patient saved in cancer suffering I must be. SAP here, it's implemented. Every second or third secretary he asked me to answer it. Every answer I will go to the director. I'm not supposed to answer it. But he is more popular. There are a lot of cases. The industry is like I find out the business of getting a thing करना है कैसे design रखे थे FBI system.
So now they lost, they. Now I cut their.
Saloni, Bharti, come this way.
Because, after facing all these things, then you feel that it's better to teach.
I request everyone to please settle down.
Yes, definitely.
Because what makes a good sport, they are, because my own friends, so they, my friends are created. The he is a combination. So that personally, I find that you're bullying people. So that's why.
We will have plenary session, so maybe.
Come, please settle down. Arun.
His presentation. Okay, so now we have moved to last presentation by Dr. Pramod Davsare, who is the Director Center for Sustainable Environment and Development Initiatives, Navi Mumbai. So before his talk, I just introduce this key speaker. As he is an environmental scientist, policy maker, trainer, development professional, researcher, social entrepreneur with more than 23 years, 3 years of the experience and the sector contribution. He is principally working on environmental and development issue with the India's top research institutions like Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bangalore, and the Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, Mumbai. He contributed more than 20 years with the environment and development sector partners with the World Bank, German Technical Corporation, Asian Development Bank, Water Aid UK, US Aid, UNICEF, WSUP, London, UNITAR, Geneva, Tata Trust, IRC Netherlands, DFID UK, CR, NGOs, CBOs, and government of national and international and local level agencies. So his key contributions like designing policies, strategies, guidelines on various environmental issues, including waste management, sanitation, water skill development, livelihood promotion, climate change at the national, state and local level. He built capacity more than 10,000 of sector professionals across the country and internationally, and authors more than 60 research paper, policy document, technical guidelines, strategies, research paper, training manual, conference paper, etc. He is the members of various bodies and committee. So he is the perfect person who can bind up all those this scope for students in the EIA. And I just invite you, sir, for giving your insightful lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very quick introduction. Being last has a lot of advantages and few disadvantages. I was wondering if I should be speaking last or not, but I think it made my own understanding bit richer with being with you all. Earlier speaker with very rich background, technical understanding, including Dr. Karthi, Mrs. Nandeshwar, Kundan Kumar, and Mr. Shinde. I was actually very impressed with the theme itself, entrepreneurship in EIA. But I had a question. And the question was this: why EIA? Why not environment? You are students of fisheries, right? Masters or doctorate. I have been working in the sector of environment, various aspects, not too much into EIA, but multidisciplinary aspects, you can say, for more than 2 decades. As a trainer, as a policy maker, as a social entrepreneur. Now the organization which you see is a consulting firm working almost since more than a decade. So I think I also have some other very interesting organizations actually, including an NGO, including an organization which makes eco-friendly products and all that. So that is why I like the word or the idea of entrepreneurship, and you as a student kind of enriching your understanding about how you can widen your scope of thinking. And EIA to me was a very specific subject. That is why I asked, why EIA and why not environment? So this is a closed-end question as of now. You need not answer. I'm sure you are familiar with all this. Are you? Can you answer one or two? Leachate, for example. What is leachate? Any student? Leachate. What is biomagnification? What is food chain? What is sustainability? These are some of the words you must have heard during the course of your studies and all that. Our understanding as sector players, understanding of my colleagues after working in the sector for decades, plus there is organization, there are people, there are experts working at international level and trying to find out answers to a lot of questions we as humans face on day-to-day basis. Right? And out of that, this warning, I think you spoke about 8 billion population. Who spoke? I think the joint director.
So since the start of this session,
Very brief, very quick.
Sustainability means the resources that can go further in the future without being exhausted.
Okay, good. Anything else?
The resources that we are using now without compromising for the future generation.
Right. So it is basically striking balance between environment and development. If you go aggressive about development, you degrade the environment, you degrade your resources, you exhaust it, then there is nothing for tomorrow, right? So what we are trying to basically do in sustainability or sustainable development is that we are trying to strike a balance. You develop in such a way that you use your resources in a judicious manner. That is what is the intention here. So all these, you must have heard of circular economy. You must have heard of micropollutants. Very important. What is micropollutant? In fact, you as students of masters and PhDs, when you go deeper into the research part of it, you should study all this and what can be the impact of micropollutants on. Why? Because we as humans are largely dependent on them for our food habits, for our day-to-day needs. Whatever we do with marine life or oceans or any water body has direct impact on our health. Right? Where does your waste from your household go every day? Solid waste, liquid waste. What is the end point or end destination for that? Aquatic ecosystem. What is that? Rivers, then ocean. Ocean is the ultimate destination, right? Everything has to ultimately end into the oceans. Leachate is a poison. Leachate is a chemical. Leachate is something which can damage your life. There are number of very serious health impacts, health elements we on day-to-day basis face. For example, cancer, heart attacks, neurological disorder, and whatnot. Infertility. You know how infertility is growing day by day? Every city you see there are IVF clinics opening up in large numbers. Tata Trust is in, going for more and more cancer hospitals. Why? Why I am putting this slide? Because when I say biomagnification, it means something. There is a threshold limit for survival of each living creature. And if you cross that limit, what can happen? What can happen? Have you heard of extinction? Let's see. When species like dinosaur could not survive on this earth, what is human? So point is that. So let us take this bit seriously, understand the logic, ideas, concerns, everything behind why we are talking about all this, and then do whatever we are trying to do. I think earlier speaker spoke a lot. I don't think so I need to say anything about what EIA is, why it is important, how to carry it out and all that, right? The only point I would like to emphasize here is that we should focus on projects which are sustainable. Whichever projects you undertake, whatever development you want to undertake, be it road, new airport, like we have in Navi Mumbai now, I can see on almost daily basis. Coastal road you have here in Mumbai. So your intention, our intention should be to ensure that while you undertake such project, it is sustainable. It does not have on not just environment, but humans also. Then why? Because our government policies, corporate planning, and environmental conservation of efforts that we are trying, everything demands EIA and environment related considerations. That is why we are talking so much about it. Now coming to entrepreneurship part of it, I think you see at the global level I'm talking about again. Morning someone again gave reference of 1972. What was that event? Stockholm Convention. We started with that. After that, there are treaties, there are discussions, there are agreements happening. And those agreements, those treaties are adopted by countries, including India. Climate change, for example, we have taken kind of pledge to reduce our greenhouse gas emission to certain level. There is something called as Millennium Development Goal. You must have heard about it. What are these? These are global level agreements, global level understanding of the issues we are talking about. So our understanding about sustainability or understanding about environmental regulation or understanding about health implications or linkages with health about all these has been increasing with a lot of data, a lot of research we have been doing since ages, and that is why we are kind of coming out with stricter environmental regulations. And secondly, there is an opportunity to work on diverse projects, influence policy, as well as create innovative solution. In fact, I was very impressed with Dr. Kundan Kumar's presentation, mainly because he was touching upon issues with some innovations you are trying to, come out with. But my point to that, which I will talk about, those innovations, those research should come out. That is precisely where your entrepreneurship, equal to whatever you are trying to do, will come into play. So we have to really talk about it a little bit. I will go maybe beyond EIA and talk about it a little bit. Then entrepreneurship gives you a lot of flexibility, complete control over the project. As someone who is working in NIRI, as someone who is working in ministry as a regular employee, as someone who is working in ICAR as a professor or whatever, you have got limitations. We are discussing one administrative decision takes a lot of time to do. That autonomy you have in private or entrepreneurship or NGOs or consulting or advisories or whatever you want to do. Right? So it gives you a lot of creative freedom. That is what Dr. Karthik was, Dr. Kundan was talking about what all you are doing, like for example, plastic removal something. How can we make that particular intervention, how can we make that innovation to take out from the lab to land? How can we make it accessible to people? How can we commercialize it? How can we make our life or livelihood out of it? How can we make entrepreneurship sense out of it is a question mark that we need to really answer. And it has definitely got very positive environmental impact, very significant environmental impact. I come from policy background. I have been working with ministries. I have been working with agencies like the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, particularly in policy development. I have trained, as he said, at least 10,000 professionals across the country about number of things, including professors from IITs, NITs, and most of the research and academic institutions in the country. When we develop policies, it has got a meaning in terms of EIA notifications, regulations, and all we were discussing since morning, right? It is a comprehensive document which guides you to do certain things. So that is basically a policy, but that is a national policy. There can be a state policy matching to that or following that or making smaller changes which fit to your needs and requirement. One national policy cannot be universal for all the states. What we normally do is we recommend or we come out with something which is applicable for the entire country broadly. But northeastern states may have a very different requirement than states like Maharashtra or Rajasthan or Kerala or Tamil Nadu. So what these states normally do, these states adopt it, change to suit to their needs and requirement, and then come out with their own guidelines. Level number 2. Level number 3, there is something called as implementing authority. What is that? As per the constitution, 3-tier governance, national government, state government, and local government. We have cities, we have villages, we have Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation, Mumbai Municipal Corporation, or Gram Panchayat of some village, right? So these are third tier is basically implementing authority. Say for example, you have coastal zone regulations. Under coastal zone regulation or under EIA, lot of responsibilities have been given to the local authority. It is their mandate, it is their job to follow these, include in their what is called as bylaws. You know, when these policies come down to the lowest level, they frame that policy as a bylaw, and that bylaw is what they have to adopt. Like, for example, we are sitting in Mumbai. So in the Mumbai Municipal Corporation, what they will do, whatever national policy or state policy is there, they will adopt to their level and then make little bit changes wherever it is permissible and acceptable. That is how this. So what are the opportunities here is the question. You as a student, you will come out of this course, you will search for jobs. So there are number of opportunities in policy development sector itself. There are number of opportunities to ensure that there are regulators, including say pollution control board, so that your environmental compliances are respected. A lot of audits have to be conducted. All your projects need to meet those environmental standards. So these are the opportunities in government and regulatory bodies. And you have got opportunities in all these sectors. These are just some list of ministries where people like you can think of exploring. The most relevant one is your Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Trade. All of it is very relevant for you. There is Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. There is Ministry of Agriculture, Farmers Welfare. Then there is Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. There is Ministry of Earth Sciences, Ministry of Rural Development. I think also is there in the next thing. Then there are research and development bodies like, you know, all of it. I think your name is also there, right? There is Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute. Then there is Central Institute of Brackish Water Aquaculture. So all these institutions provides you scope to explore number of things. As soon as you come out as a fresh student, you may not be adopted or you may not be taken as a policy maker. You may have to work as intern. You may have to work as a project associate, assistant, or whatever. So that is how you have to go through. Someone was asking what is the qualification for becoming consultant. I'll talk about it. Then there are regulatory bodies like Coastal Aquaculture Authority, Fisheries Survey of India, then National Fisheries and Development Board, and you know this Food Safety Standard Authority of India. Then there are number of state government agencies as you see here. I'll not read everything. Then there are number of related bodies like NGT. NGT has been a very powerful, very strong parallel court authority, court I would say, which can supersede all the decisions by even courts, or equal. It has got equal power. It cannot super, but it is working very aggressively. I have seen them penalizing the violators to the tune of crores. For example, biomedical waste management. Authorities, hospitals, centers violating the laws have been penalized to the tune of crores. I think there was a कौन से बाबा थे वो दिल्ली में यमुना रिवर. So I think he was penalized with crores of rupees. Sri Ravi Shankar. So NGT is so there are number of such bodies. There is the National Disaster Management Authority. There is Ministry of Jal Shakti, which deals with water, particularly in rural areas. Ministry of Rural Development. There is Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So all these ministries provide you scope to try out whatever you are learning here. Very interesting. You must have all heard about NGOs. There are NGOs and or we call it civil societies also. role of NGOs has become very instrumental, very important to ensure that interests of not just individuals, communities, but environment also is ensured, taken care. If it is not, they raise their voice, they support the implementation of the program, they collaborate with the authorities, they do a lot of advocacy work. Advocacy in the sense, influencing something. There is a problem, say, about fishing communities. It may go, related to your questions, it may go unnoticed if they don't have voice, if they don't have power to fight with the powerful, say, any powerful group in the country. Like we have Navi Mumbai International Airport coming up in Navi Mumbai, right? You must have all heard about it. So I have been watching what is happening there. So with the kind of protest communities, NGOs are doing, they were able to raise their demands, they were able to fulfill their demands to the best possible extent. Whatever compensation, whatever alternate land, whatever rental for 2-3 years during the process of switching, because a lot of villages have been evacuated in the process. So in your case, it can be similar situation. So NGOs definitely have got a very powerful role. They can campaign, raise awareness about the issue, help you understanding all these things properly. Then they can take up a lot of conservation projects. There are a number of, let me see if I have a comprehensive list. No. So there are a number of national and international organizations, like WWF is very popular, you must have heard. They have been working extensively, aggressively in conservation of biodiversity and all that. There is a Greenpeace, there are organizations like CE, CSE and all that. So point is, because we are talking of entrepreneurship, this is one thing that might interest some of you, that might definitely interest some of you, and you can take this as a profession. Not binding, it is only for those who have interest in this kind of issue, right? There are a number of international development partners who are working in the country, who are working internationally. List I will share first, and then we can talk about it. Can you just quickly go through? There is IUCN, there is Asian Development Bank, there is World Bank, there is GIZ, that is German Technical Cooperation, there is IFIAD, there is Food and Agriculture Organization, there is UNEP, there is UNDP. These are just indicative, as I said. There are more than what I have written here. So there are number of international organizations working, and you have got scope to work with them. What they do? Like one of the projects I was working was with Asian Development Bank. We supported Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation to come out with a policy on solid and liquid waste management for the country. And I was national coordinator for that. Asian Development Bank provided technical support to the ministry. And then we carried out, we visited as many as 22 states in the country, carried out a lot of assessment, lot of many things. It is a comprehensive process to make a policy. Earlier we used to talk about sitting in AC में बैठ के policy बनाते हैं. Now policy making is no more a AC में बैठ के बनाने वाला job. It has to be substantiated with lot of field work, lot of groundwork, lot of consultations. In fact, the question you asked about why I was interested in it, because when we make policies, or for example, solid waste management rule, solid waste management plan for any city, community consultation is mandatory during the process of making of it. Why it is mandatory? Because tomorrow, once you finalize it, you don't, people should not come and ask why this is not included and all that. That is what we do, what we recommend during the process of, say, for instance, EIA making. You consult the people, you talk to them, not just people, all the stakeholders. Some of them may have positive impact, negative impact, no impact, or whatever. whoever is directly or indirectly impacted by that particular project or intervention has to be consulted. Taken their feedback, taken their suggestions, understand their concerns so that we include them in the report. So that once you present it, finalize it, you don't face any problem. Even after that, some projects face problem, but that is a different issue. So basically these international development partners, bilateral agencies, international agencies, what they do, they support national governments in doing a lot of things. They sometimes provide grants, they sometimes provide loans, they sometimes provide soft loans, they sometimes provide technical support and all that. So in any capacity, they support to the government, they need national experts with different background. There are a number of projects supporting, for example, fisheries development in the country. So where will they go for experts? Institute like yours, right? They also support capacity building, training kind of activities. A lot of such things are done by them on a very large scale, on different areas of work, including agriculture, pisciculture, waste management, water and road and everything. So if you are really interested in working with them, you have to first spend some time working with whatever organization, understand, develop expertise, then you become eligible to join such organizations. I'll go to next, research and academia. I don't think so I need to speak too much about it. You already know what career opportunities, options you have. Faculties, researchers, advisors, postdocs, and everything else. But the point I would like to emphasize here is that whatever you are doing, like Dr. Kundan presented, should not remain in the lab. I was into research for initial at least 7 to 8 years of my career. The best institutes in India, including Indian Institute of Science, including Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research here in Mumbai in Goregaon, that is Reserve Bank of India Institute. I came out of it because I was finding it too sometimes theoretical, too impractical, too not so much of use to the people. Writing new papers, publishing it was kind of addiction. You be happy with that. What happens to what practical implications it has was a big question mark. This may not be true with everyone, but I'm just telling you my story, right? So it should not remain in the lab. Take it out, make it feasible, make it practical, make it useful to someone. That is what can possibly happen. So there are some lists I have given: research institutes in India, academic institutions in India. You can just go through. I will not read it. I will give this presentation to you so that you can maybe go through. Then there are some at international level. Again, I'll not read. Only thing, depending on your interest, depending on your capacities, depending on your understanding about a particular subject, you can choose, you can think of joining them. Then there is consulting and private sector, which is emerging very fast in India. There are a lot of environmental consultancy firms. There are some corporates. Now you must be knowing that CSR, corporate social responsibility, is a big term in India. Many NGOs are dependent excessively on CSR for their financial needs. Your institute can maybe collaborate with some of the CSR to develop new products, to help communities, to research, to train people, to do whatever. So there is a possibility to get into these sectors, provide consultancy services, provide whatever expertise people need to do, people need to implement all these projects, right? Some of the consulting and private firms, there are big names like E&Y, KPMG, PwC. Why can't we come out with our own organizations? There's so much Tata consultancy, for example, Tata Trust, for example. There are a lot of private sector already, functioning in the sector. So these are again indicative. They are functioning, but indicative. There can be more than that, or there are more than the listed ones. Corporate social responsibility, I already spoke. See, this is the most reliable source of finance for many working in the sector, including fisheries, because you see last 10 years, many NGOs particularly have been closed down for a number of reasons. Many NGOs are facing restrictions. NGOs in the sense, they are more like grant making agencies. They are more like donor agencies. But because of restrictions at national level, FCRA and number of such things, it has been cancelled by the ministries, by the government. So they are literally struggling for funds. So in such situation, corporates have this responsibility to contribute 2% of their profit share for development purpose, which is a huge amount. And the most reliable source of finance for many people. So, and they have got, mandate to kind of focus on sustainability, conservation, community engagement in development projects and all that. Then they can also support you in program management, including designing of the programs and addressing number of environmental issues. So your job can be to understand all this in context to your expertise, in context to what you are doing, right? So there are a number of companies, especially CSR firms working in fisheries and related activity. As you see, Tata Group, Adani Foundation, Mahindra Foundation, JSW, Vedanta, L&T, Infosys Foundation. I think Reliance Foundation was also there. Yeah, Reliance Industries. Actually, it should have been Foundation. So these are the CSRs, larger CSRs working across the country who can support you realize your dreams about what you want to do. Then there is so much scope to train people, build awareness, build their capacities about each and every factor we are discussing. You can, like, this is one of the event you are organizing here, right? Workshop, seminars. There is a scope for online education. So these are the organizations working in this space, particularly training and capacity building. I have worked with some of them, like Unitar in Geneva, 14 number. I was a trainer for them for almost 5 years, providing training to international participants on governance in solid waste management, governance in waste management and sanitation or something like that. So point is, you have got huge scope to develop your entrepreneurship skills, understand all these things properly, develop skill sets required to do all this. Why is this? Can I? Yeah. You want to start that? Lot of self-employment, startup opportunities we have in the sector. Each innovation, each research project, each problem statement that you develop for your projects as a PhD student or as a master student, it can be converted to some business idea, including organization like ours. Ours is a consultancy firm providing expertise in number of things. We are not specialized definitely into fisheries, but a lot of things related to environment and sustainable development. So you can come out with something like that. You can try developing your product lines. You can innovate products. In fact, I have given an indicative list here again as to what kind of opportunities we have in fisheries sector particularly, like fish farming, integrated multi-tropical aquaculture. I think this is important. You can spend little time here. Ornamental fish farming. Many people have this habit of going for fish tanks and all that at home or institutions and all that. Very mature sector. A lot of demand. Huge money people spend on all this. Then fish processing and value addition. Number of fish processing units you can establish. They require a lot of byproducts. Made and all that. Then ready to seafood. Huge demand for all these. Then fisheries technologies, innovation under that you have a lot of aquaculture technology. Then fishery management software itself is a big thing, created, modified, provided. We should learn from what is happening in the IT field. I was talking to Nandeshwar madam in the morning while coming. Everyone wants to get into IT. Whatever you do, it is like सब रास्ते IT को जाते हैं टाइप. आप इंजीनियर बनो IT, मैकेनिकल करो IT, एनवायरनमेंट करो IT, सिविल करो IT, टेक्सटाइल करो IT. तो फिशरीज करो तो भी IT हो सकता है, provided it is some use to understand the problem, find out the gap, work on it, develop software, develop whatever. So how can we kind of make softwares more useful to the people? Cold chain logistics. आजकल तो होम डिलीवरी का जमाना है. On the click of mobile button, you get everything ordered at home, including fish, including seafood. So there is so much to do in that, Then sustainable fisheries and conservation, huge scope. Marine conservation efforts have to be actually consolidated. We really need to seriously think about it on a long-term basis. It is not a small-term project, definitely not. Though your activities have to be short-term, but its impact, because the damage has already been done. We are discussing again about it. The kind of influx of pollutant that is happening in the oceans has already damaged the ecosystem, right? So how can we take up steps? How can we strengthen our ecosystem? How can we adopt sustainable practices is a question. Fisheries equipment and supplies. I know you understand this better than me. So how can we, as an entrepreneur, think and develop something? I was talking to again your people about that fish tank there with plants. My expectation was probably to make it a self-sufficient unit, wherein you don't have to feed anything from outside. There are plants or you add whatever is required, but make it self-sufficient. That is what is the entrepreneurship opportunity for me. Can we think like that? I'm sure some of you definitely would be thinking like me. Then retail distribution, we spoke a bit about it. Seafood retail outlet, then fish markets and all that. I work in, again, waste management. Fishery, fish waste particularly. Many cities, if you go, there are mandates, there are policies, there are regulations, but still there are not many facilities to address this particular challenge. Slaughterhouse waste, we call it, right? So the waste from seafood, the fish market can go to slaughterhouse waste, but there are not many such, treatment facilities available across the country, barring few cities. Yeah, please.
Food and beverage sector and for GLB emissions. food and beverage sector under which all these things come, it is not organized. Like in Europe or Western world, the food industry is very organized. They have a well-known companies like ITC, some all Smith and Mission, Procter Gamble. They have set up a beautiful industry chain using this. In India, food and beverage industry is not organized. You have only few players, and they are only producing certain amount. Getting that on this itself is a big thing. Like one of my estimate requirement is seafood security methane emissions are there. We don't have data. So we have in Kochi, we have fisheries board. I take some data, I use some kind of analysis, and then I do calculation to see how much emissions are coming. So we don't have wastewater management for these kind of industries, because if you see in India, this chicken, mutton, all these things are available on the road. They don't have a proper industry. Only for mutton shops or beef shops, you have kind of slaughterhouse that do in few cities. So food is actually an unorganized sector, so we need people expertise in this area so that they can give data. So once you start working in different areas and different aspects of industry requirement, data requirement, then you will get more opportunities. Otherwise, think here normally you won't get much opportunity. You have to go and see how your learning is needed for the country. How your learning is needed for the country. So what activity data is needed. Activity data, what I mean is data. So thank you, sir. Thank you.
Actually, that is why my second slide was talking about why EIA and why not environment. Climate change is directly related to everything we do, including what you just said. Data is a driver, people say. Actually, it is driving many things. So if you are sitting on the data, you can do many things. You can literally play with the psyche of the people if you have proper data. So these are some of the opportunities. Then there is opportunity in consulting and training. I said I spoke about it. Ecotourism and recreational fisheries. You know, there is something called as special interest tourism, we call it. Ecotourism, we call it. Many people, I have seen many people coming from outside just to sit with you and study, do fishing, understand how it is done and all that. How many such people are there in the country who can, provide these kind of services? Don't know, isn't it? So there is a big opportunity. There is a big gap, I would say. Lot of certification, quality control have to be provided to different agencies. So you can become someone who can do that, isn't it? You can ensure that quality control is managed by your organization. Certification is provided by your organization. Then there are a lot of alternate innovative products like seaweed, algae farming. I think spirulina, someone was talking about. Yeah. So there is a great demand for all these products. How many of us are doing? How many of us understand all this is a question. Then there is something called as insect-based fish food. I don't know how much of it is available. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that these are the possible opportunities. You get into it, study it, you might find 50 more options. And that is where you have got scope for entrepreneurship. What next? It is expanding. It is growing. Country like India with 140 plus crore population, where world is looking at us, world is targeting us as a big market. Why can't we ourselves come out with such things? Is a big question for us. Why should we depend on other countries? Lot of products you see related to fish food, basic thing, gears required in the fishing sector, including boats or jackets or whatever. Where from it is coming? Why can't we do that? Why can't we spend some time, efforts, and one understanding it and then commercializing it, taking it to market? So this is what I think you as a student need to explore, understand, and take it seriously. People are sitting in your college, outside your college, sitting here to advise you, guide you. What else is it? So I deliberately wanted to keep my presentation bit short, and I think I did that. Now we can maybe take 1 or 2 questions or sit in the plenary and then address questions. I think that will be better.
That is the better.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Really, we found a good teacher in you because you have started with the questions and given a very good platform to understand the scopes of EIA for the students, a new opportunity in their field. So thanks very much. So we will just take this discussion preliminary session, including because we are very late to the all the sessions, so that we can take the concluding session also parallel.
So last presentation, as I said, has got advantages or disadvantages?
I think that is the main interest of the students, if I'm right.
I think we can start with question answers.
Yes. So for this session, I just request my fellow colleague, Dr. Arun Sharma sir, for moderate for question and answer.
Thank you, Dr. Saro. I think it is good evening to everybody. So as we are running short of time, so students, I think this is the last opportunity where you can ask anything, any doubt you have. So please one by one, Saro, can you just ask the mic?
Sir, I have one question. Like, generally, that CA comes under an act that Green Tribunal also, sir, you told it also comes under act. If like EIA is generally a guideline. So what happens if we like consider the EIA as an act or legislation?
What happens means?
Like
What is the question?
Sir, like what are the benefits? Like EIA is a guideline. Means like if many company will not follow, like they are not penalized. Like if EIA is considered under an act or any legislation, then what will be the beneficial part of it?
No, it is under the act, yes. So it is not a guideline. It is by notification. It's an executive action. Notification is released. It is based on a statutory action, which is the parliament. So it has a legislative cut. It's a statutory cut. It is not a guideline, it is mandate.
One more question, like if a industry like established under the EIA guideline, then the industry must have to follow that ISO 14,000 environmental thing, or like this industry may skip that ISO 14,000.
Each industry has a different ISO thing. Again, the guidelines are there for. So it is not under just the EIA, right? Each industry has a different.
Thanks.
So actually, industry is not established under EIA. EIA is a prerequisite if you want to take up any development project, any project for that matter. Like coastal project we have in Mumbai now, right? So before you actually take that project up, you have to ensure that you carry out EIA, so that you understand what are the impacts, and if there are negative impacts, you have mitigation plan, you have project management plan, so that whatever negative impacts are there, they are internalized, they are taken care, they are compensated, or whatever is done to ensure that environment as well as people's interest is protected. That is what is the purpose of EIA. Okay.
So next. Thank you, sir.
My question is for ma'am. Ma'am, that EI notification 2020 has come.
Yes.
So it is having so many loopholes and it is a somewhat controversial notification.
Right.
Yes, ma'am, how do we justify it? Because it is giving clearance after starting of the environmental test.
Yeah, environmental.
How
So
do
that
we
is a
say?
proposed, it's a proposed draft, and it is not implemented yet.
It's still
And
pending.
It is in a pending stage itself. Right now, only 2006 notification is in.
Then why this 2020 draft? It is under the supervision of lots of protests and many things we saw in the news. What is the main problem? Why it is not implementing them?
Because there are many changes which are suggested and which the public at large feels will affect their livelihood also, lives also. And also the 4 stages of EIS in screening, all that is mentioned. For example, the public consultation process. So initially it was in 2006 notification, 30 days period is given, notice period is given. Now it is proposed as 20-day period, which may not be sufficient. That is one of the risks. Then second aspect is the post facto environment clearance, which has been suggested. Again, the repercussion that may have is that industries may set up and then it is simply regularized without following the steps which is indicated in the EIA notifications. So therefore, there is a lot of protest and happening, and therefore, draft is still in the same stage. It is not implemented.
Another one thing is like the public participation. Who all can participate in that public hearing? Is it anybody from across India? Or
Anyone who is a citizen of India can participate.
as a research scholar, we can also participate.
Who is also, yes, and the stakeholders, of course, and if you feel you are impacted, or if you feel that public at large is impacted, you can represent them. So, yes, you can participate.
Actually, one small point here, they have to publish what is called as public hearing notice.
Yes.
Yes.
So two
newspaper.
two notices in the local papers and one notice in the national news, depending on the project size.
So if you see the newspapers, you will find environmental hearing, public hearing. So people go and attend, mostly from that jurisdiction. So that is the job of pollution local regulatory agencies to highlight that and bring it to the notice of public. Many people do attend, most of the public hearing, a lot of people attend.
Also, many a times what happens, the authority responsible invites comments, suggestions and all. like Mumbai's development plan, you must have heard, right? So Mumbai's development plan was put in public domain. People were asked to comment, provide suggestions on that. So similar thing can be done or people do with such plans. EIA, particularly of the projects which are very sensitive. Thank you, sir.
Thank
The
you.
intention behind public hearing is that if you have a genuine concern and any technical reason why you are objecting to that, that will be brought into the public notice. Discussion, you will be answered. See, if the stakeholder, I say public, if their questions and queries are answered properly, projects can easily go through. Many times it doesn't happen. Okay.
Actually, one very interesting example I would like to give you here. Again, of Navi Mumbai International Airport. People were expecting that it will be named after some personality which is known globally or whatever. What happened finally, you know that? It is named after someone by name Diva Patil. It is called as Diva Patil International Airport. Who knows who is Diva Patil? Do you know? No one sitting in the room probably knows. But they were kind of forced to give that name because locals protested. For locals, he was big leader. For locals, he was Karta Bharta types, you know. So government had, they actually did a lot of agitation, lot of rallies, lot of morchas, and they ensured that, and this is the central government decision after. Not easy to, reverse. They wanted to give a name of Balasaheb Thackeray or someone like that. But they could not do that. So very powerful. Public protest, public consultation, public hearing and all that, it has got a lot of power. If the decision taken by any authority is not really interest of the community at large, it can be reversed. Even at the largest. Many projects have failed because of that. Many projects had to stop because of that.
One example is Setu Samudram project in Tamil Nadu. So that stopped because a lot of objection. Imagine dredging square kilometers of area. What happens to this marine environment? There are limitations in the
Narmada Bachao Andolan.
Narmada Bachao. Actually, the problem with EIA reports, any information that people don't read it, and people who have interest for details, probably they bring out the negative things not done in the study. So I think it is a public consultation. People will bring it. It's good for the society and environment at large.
Thank you, sir. Any other? If no question is there, sir, from my side, one doubt I have. So actually, sir, our in particularly eco-conservation industry, the buzzword is industry ready. Industry ready means our students should be industry ready, sir. So all of the subject we are very much clear, but when it comes that environmental sciences, we are not much clear. Particularly me also, I don't know students how far it's clear. So as you said, we have consultancy private firm. So how we can go in that direction, as it is related with entrepreneurship. So how we can shape our students in that direction, because they have 1 month time where they can go for some training, special training or internship. Which way they should move so that they are become industry ready in that field?
Industry, what do you mean by industry ready? The job or to take up
industry ready means, sir, whatever you said, no, consultancy firm. So if someone want to be the owner of that farm,
establish their own,
how they can go in that direction?
See, first thing I would not recommend to get into it immediately. You need to have some basic understanding about things, some maturity about what issues you are trying to target. And once you do that, little bit of maybe exposure by working with some organizations, similar organizations, then you can go for registration. Or registration can be done at any time. There are different types of registration for a startup. There is a individual partnership firm, we call it. Sorry, proprietorship firm, partnership firm. Within partnership firm, you have something called as LLP now, limited liability partnership. You have private limited company. You have not for profit section 25 kind of, option to register. So there are number of options that you can go for. You can select from the list of names. It will depend on your area of interest within lot of things we discussed, which particular niche, which particular area you want to work. You want to work especially on providing EIA services. You want to work especially on, developing some technologies and, commercializing it and marketing it or whatever. It will depend on that. So,
It has been something just immediately after completion of the students, but type of job opportunities there so that they can directly.
I am very good.
So maybe your answer perspective to the EI. But I don't think that for immediately the students will be able to get something like EI because they related to something that accreditations that just like NABL accreditations that accreditation process should be there students that I have discussed just now. And beside this also, no, in the morning also I told that so many other things are there where it is may not be the purview of this thing, but the students of environment, just like a consultant of aquatic rehabilitations, that you can start now. Some area where they totally desperate, that you can bring back to the normal situation. That is technical input that you can give. Restore the original person. That type of thing you can think of. So now this very basic purpose of this meeting is to think of how to go ahead. Means just after completion of the masters, what are the different avenues are there so that we can think of going there. Then where something else qualification is required, so immediately you may not be fit for this thing. Just like if you know some lawyers, junior doctors, they have to work with the senior doctor. Immediately nobody will ask. So similarly, I also was just discussing whether there is scope there to work initially with the senior people, working for EIA particular role. Then you will how to prepare that is the DPR. For DPR means those who are working, they are having work experience, but being a fishery students, you know that technically you can prepare a technically sound DPR than anybody else. That is the strength you are having. So you should explore the strength. Once you are entering in, then you will find a way that means how to go into deeper.
Yeah, just a small point. As soon as you pass out from your PG, there are a number of opportunities actually, like working as a professional, working as intern, working as a lot of UN organization provide you a lot of opportunities, especially to the students who just pass. You work with them as a fellow, as a intern, as a young professional. Get trained with them. They put you in good place. They provide you a lot of exposure to the field realities. Then you can probably think of establishing something of your own. The list of organizations I have given you is good enough to start with. You go through them, understand your need, understand where you match your interest and all that, then accordingly you can explore. But you'll have to do some groundwork.
I'll add to that. I don't know whether all of you know about the internship in MOEF. If you go to MOEF, there are certain departments like biodiversity kind of departments where you can be an internship. You get trained, you stay there, you learn from the seniors there, you'll be part of their projects. Few of my students who are working with me in JJ, they're already placed there, and now they are working for leading agencies, UN agencies. One person has gone to Japan to do PhD. So opportunities are there. How you open up your mind and go and do that. That's one thing. The second thing I want to add is, when MIRI itself conducts skill training programs under National Skill Development Corporation. So we have annual training program in which you can apply to a certain training program and attend that. You get a kind of certificate that gives you more exposure to the industry. So there will be a lot of people, fresh students, industry people. and some even older people who comes and attend the courses to refresh. So if you attend with them, you would also get insight more what is happening in the world. Like, third thing, what I would like to say is that there is a lab called CFT. It's a sister lab, CFT, Center for Technology Research Institute. They have developed in whatever food products which you cook ready-made, like MTR, all these products and ready-made poha, ready-made upma. It was developed by CFT. It's a sister concern. Okay, so they developed defense products for soldiers, high protein biscuits, high protein food. So you can also participate in the Center for Technology Research Institute. So they are working in the area of food where food can be preserved and stored under extreme conditions. So that also you can think about. That is, I think, is missed in the list. So that also you can think there are a lot of scientists who are working across the different science groups. So you have chemical engineering, you have biosciences. What I find is that whenever you apply for environmental research, the main problem when we put for recruitment, what happens is that we take people of people who are chemist background, environmental science background. So we don't put kind of fisheries like that. So if the degree is somewhat named like life sciences, plus life sciences, every parameter has to be analyzed. So that will gain you insight into the other world. Besides management, whatever list which are shown, probably you can enter easily. Life sciences means you can enter into the environmental stream also. So I don't know how it is done from here. Yes, then as I said, there are a lot of foreign agencies. Few of the students, they are working for UN agencies. There are a lot of, some of my colleagues, they have joined there as professors in Africa. You may think Africa gives better pay package than India. If you go there, you get in dollars, not in their country. You get in dollars. So you work there for 2 or 3 years, post a PhD, you can do postdoc there, you can be a lecturer, professor or something like that. People are there. Some of my colleagues are already there. They are working for so many agencies, particularly with respect to agriculture, marine ecology, all these things. So there are opportunities across. If you stick to India, probably you are limiting it. You should think about going abroad, Africa like that, because Africa is the next continent which will be the hot topic for the world. So there are a lot of, I myself had gone to Africa for under UNFCCC project. So I find a lot of opportunities in Rwanda, Zimbabwe. You may be seeing media, but if you don't go into technical aspects of job recruitment, somehow I got registered. So I get a lot of postings there. So you can look into the once you finish your MSc or PhD. Most probably, if you have a PhD degree, you get easily across the continents like Australia, New Zealand, where you get opportunities to work there as a temporary professor kind of thing. After 1 or 2 years, you can get into their university. One of my friend, he worked with me in Niri. So he's now working in Monash University in Australia. So he's saying how opportunities are there. First, how do you come there? So you need to look across the continents, not just India, because India, then you will have to stick to limited opportunities are there. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think since morning, so we have enlightened with so many different type of ideas and knowledge, particularly in EIA, entrepreneur opportunity. I think I am now in the position, I'm very much thankful to all the panelists.
Can I make one
Yeah,
final comment? See, I have been studying countries' overall job market, particularly research institutions, academic institutions. Situation is not very supportive. That is what I can say. Getting jobs, especially government jobs, I'm sure you know what is the situation. Is it easy? How easy? Or how difficult? Okay. So if 2% people are getting government job, what will 98% do? So in that context, what we are discussing becomes very, very relevant. Okay, so you as students, for example, of your PG, you must be having some project work as a mandatory component of your course, right? Project work, dissertation, whatever you call it. So my advice to you is to select areas of your choice as a project work itself, so that you already start gaining understanding about what you actually want to do. It can be 1 month, you can extend, you can start studying since beginning. No one can stop you, right? In addition to doing your regular coursework. You understand for first 6 months or a year or so, 2 years course it is, right?
2 years master, sir.
Masters
PhD
is
3
2
years.
years. Yeah, PhD is 3 years. So first year you understand, then second year onward you start working on your area of interest, start developing some proposals and all that. So that is how you can probably, develop that understanding or reach to a point where you can decide what you want to do after your PhD. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Saurabh to continue the session.
I'll add one point to that. What
Yeah,
you said
please.
is, climate change scenarios. If you go and see the reports of MOEFs in climate change, initial national communication, second national communication, third national communication, BUR, biennial update reports, 1 to 3. I am part of that. So if you read that book, if you read those reports, you will get an insight how much climate change is impacting every sector. That includes you also. So what is projected at the temperature? We have they have models based on 1.5 degrees, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5 scenarios. They have created SSPs. Okay, now what we understand by that is tomorrow's world will be water world. So then, of course, the platform is yours. So when you imagine water world, so you can imagine the possibilities. There will be a lot of cities going under water. So that's going to happen. So water world is one movie which is similar to what is going to happen in future. So we should be prepared for that. Probably you should look from climate change aspect, which is people are doing research. That's why I say you see these reports, third national communication, the latest one, in which adaptation is also added. Earlier national communications don't have that. Third national communication, we have adaptation. So now when you read adaptation, agriculture, fisheries, all these things will come under the platform. You read these reports, it's all available in MOIF platform, free, nothing. It's only a 500, 600 page report. You learn that, then you have another opportunity of doing modeling, those kind of things.
Thank you, sir and madam, for very fruitful discussion. And since morning, we are imparting a lot of knowledge, and I'm sure that a student got fruitful sessions. All the lectures are so extensive, so objective oriented. So we, not only a student, as a faculty, we also got in-depth knowledge of this AI or overall the environmental management aspect. So thank you for that. And we are just moving to concluding session. So I just invite the organizing secretary, Dr. Kundan Kumar, for giving some brief report or like key points of all the sessions.
Thank you, Saurabh. Just I want to inform Joint Director sir and all the participants here that from morning session we have started with lecture of Dr. M. Karthik from NIRI. He has given a detailed information about the EIA and how it was earlier and how the challenges are there and what are the new development in the EIA. And then it is followed by Madam Gautam Bala, who has explained the legalities and legal policy and framework about the EIA. And then we have moved to this lunch session, and after lunch, I have given a showcase about what our strength in the case of environment and what our lab and what are our activities in the field of EIA. And afterward, we have a session by Dr. N.K. Sinde from the environmental group, who has given a lecture on that, shown how the EIA reports are there made and what are the different chapters of the EIA. There are 10 chapters different. He has elaborated each chapter, what are the main contents of that. And afterward, this Dr. Pramod Davrase, who has explained what are the different career opportunities for the student in the national and in the international scenario. So this is how from the morning session means a lot of EIA discussion has been made up. And want to also inform you that our students have also actively participated and they have put forth so many questions to the expert panel. And I hope that they have been also been satisfied. And even though if some more questions are there, you can give a mail to, and I will circulate that PPT to your this one mail, and their email and this thing would be there. So if any further question and clarification is there, even with the email, you can contact to them. So this is how, sir, from the morning session to the evening, it has been going on. So I think it was very fruitful, and I hope that all the students have been very well benefited and they have got some idea that how they can get into this EIA. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for giving a brief report of today all sessions. So now it is high time to facilitate our guest or today the guest key speakers for all the sessions. So I would like to invite our respected joint director, sir, and head AHMD division to facilitate our all the key speakers. First, I call Dr. M. Karthik. Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, Nagpur. Next, Mrs. Gautam Bala Nandeswar, Principal Associate, MB Kini Law. Mr. N.K. Sinde, Deputy General Manager, CRZ and Infrastructure, Aditya Environmental Services Private Limited. And Dr. Pramod Davrase, Director, Center for Sustainable Environment and Development Initiative, Navi Mumbai. So we are grateful that they have given a very insightful lectures. So we imparted a lot of knowledge about the EIA and environmental management. So now I just call convener of this program to give her remarks.
Before this thing, we want to listen.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
थोड़ा उसके लिए किया था, let them say, वही ultimate.
Students, you can give your feedback.
कोई यहाँ चल रहा है अदर? कोई नहीं आएगा?
Kaushik, then I'll tell names, sir.
वो मालूम इधर आएगा, highlight होंगे, ये लोग बुलाएंगे फिर आपको.
Job opportunity इधर ही है.
जो इधर आएगा, highlight होगा.
You can say from your place also, no problem.
Good evening, everyone. So this has been a fruitful session since morning to the evening, and we really get to know so much about the EIA and what are we gonna do after this masters once end up. And we have got so much ideas, and definitely we are going into the industry and we'll do something for the country as well as for ourselves.
और student entrepreneurship उसके बारे में कैसे, what you understand, what is your perception after the thorough marathon meeting of interaction of since morning to evening. So what you means got from this meeting about the prospects of student entrepreneurship.
So definitely we learned how does this EIA process goes on and how the extensive studies are being made behind all this EIA process. So definitely, like I asked sir also, that if we can get trained under someone who can teach us how to do that, and later on maybe we can develop or something, some agency that can be able to do this EIA for our fisheries sector as well.
Okay.
वहीं से माइक दे जरा. Off कर, off मत करो, it's on only.
Good evening, respected sirs, guys, ma'am. From morning, we are listening to this term EIA and these things. We have learned this thing in our coursework and we know the just theory part of this. But as coming to the entrepreneurship part, not only EIA, but environment also demands some experts in the field and in the industries. And we need to just search the things that we are lacking, I think. So now we know that it is opened the doors to us that we have to go and search the things, whatever the things are there, we have to apply. We have to, if the skill set is not there, we have to learn the skill set. So everything is open and everyone wants a better person to get hired. So students also are trying to do it. Like conventional jobs are there, but we have to think out of the box. That was the take a key point from this session. And definitely students, we will try to master and get to something from it. Thank you.
Towards you, immediately what is, you can do after completion, अब क्या search करेंगे?
Sir, first we can join any private firm.
नहीं लगा आपको ये तो private मतलब who? Which part?
Sir, first we have to gain the skills, then we can apply for any private firm. Basically, we are in
Which skill?
skills, sir, skills.
Skills.
About EIA. Now, we don't have any EIA skill. We generally study in our course only. So we have to develop some skills. Then we can apply for any private firm.
Do you know whatever skill is required?
Yes, sir. That draft making, all these things like project, how to formulate or how to formulate the report and all this.
It will give a scope that whether you will like to work with a senior persons for 6 months to learn just like junior advocate works under the senior advocate, junior doctor works under senior doctor. Similarly,
yes,
6 months per year, because technically you write a very technical sound DPR. So that is required for the senior person submitting the different project they are getting, submitting DPR. But if it's related to fisheries, somebody told me that is a 36 area, something area you are having. Fishery may be one of the area. So being you are the expert in fishery, you can develop a very good DPR, technical sound DPR. That is, you have gradually you learn.
We like a fishery student, we have a profound knowledge about the technical skill, but we don't know how to draft or prepare the report to file that EIA for EIA. So first we have to learn how to file that draft, and then we can succeed in be a part of any firm for our future. Thank you.
You feel that the total discussion was fruitful and you learned something.
Yes, sir. Session was fruitful. Like Karthik sir told, on their website. Hello. As Karthik sir told. As Karthik sir told on their. So the overall session was very fruitful for us, as in our first semester we have studied about the EIA on the theoretical aspects, but today we got to know how this EIA exactly work. And as Karthik sir told that on their website there are many skills training programs, so we can join. We can.
सर जो आज का सेशन था सर पूरा आई ओपनिंग सर हमारे लिए जो मेरा सर जो कार्तिक सर का जो फर्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन था तो उसके लिए मेरे को मीन्स बहुत सारा मिला गुजरात में क्या क्या अपॉर्चुनिटी है मोस्टली सर बात करते पोल्यूटेंट के रिलेटेड ऑलरेडी मीन्स मेरा जो मास्टर का काम था वो मीन्स बायो रेमिडिएशन पे था तो मीन्स मेरे को और थोड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी मीन्स देखा कि एक्चुअल में क्या कहाँ पे पोल्यूशन है वो सब, तो मीन्स सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन था सर, आपको कुछ पूछना भूल गया सर। इन इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट सर, solution for pollution is dilution only sir. In developed country means वहाँ पे तो इमर्जिंग मीन्स पोल्यूटेंट है, वहाँ उसको भी टारगेट करके वेस्ट वाटर ट्रीटमेंट, एडवांस वेस्ट वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लान। तो सर इंडिया में ऐसा क्या किया जा सकता है जिससे मीन्स वो जो इमर्जिंग पोल्यूटेंट है जो भी नाउअडेज एक्वेटिक एनवायरनमेंट एज वेल एज ह्यूमन हेल्थ मीन्स इन बोथ कॉन्टेक्स्ट मीन्स डेंजरस है, तो उसके लिए क्या कर सकते हैं, वो कौन सी मेथड हम मीन्स जो कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव रहेगा, तो मीन्स वो हमारे लिए
Question is a very difficult question to answer in a short span. But I will tell you, I think almost all our speakers told you, highlighted about the critical pollutants which is coming into our aquatic food. Like Dr. I think triclosan पर आप लोग का research चल रहा है, Dr. Kundan Kumar ने बताया. So there are critical, not only triclosan, dioxins are there. Microplastics are there, all these things are there, but we don't have people working on them. Like Niri may we have only few people working on microplastics. So the thing is that your question is very, it's not easy. Like one example I can say, sewage treatment plants also generates, discharges a lot of these pollutants. You do research on that, that is a eye opener for the country. So it's up to you how you put your proposals to what agency. You can put a proposal to DSC, DVT. So you have to be very specific about what you're going to do. There are so many areas where you can put proposals. They, as a research organization, we get called for proposals. But like I have a different background. There are people who are working in science stream. So you can be a part of that. Suppose aquatic. See, the thing is, that's what I said, one point. So your degree comes under a very specific topic. If it is life sciences, so then when we put an advertisement license, you can join as a project assistant, research associate like that. So this is what is missing. I personally feel that environment mein aap log kyun nahi aa sakte. It's an open challenge. I'm saying that we definitely need people who are working for the aquatic environment. Oceans are there. Everything is polluted. Actually water directly up in except in the Himalayan region or where pristine conditions. We have a lot of scope. I cannot answer certain questions because partially some things are true, partially we don't have data.
मैं ऐड करूँ छोटा सा पॉइंट इसमें. Solution to pollution is dilution. In today's time is a myth. It is true. It works only when load of pollution is limited. Right? But now load is concentrated, load is excessive. So in such situation, pollution का dilution नहीं हो सकता. समझ रहे बात को? So you have to have alternate mechanisms to ensure that वो pollutant वो water body तक पहुंचेगा ही नहीं. That is where sewage treatment, wastewater treatment, common waste, STPs, and all of it that we are trying to work on comes into play. So सबसे बढ़िया strategy इसमें ये हो सकती है कि हम generation level पे point number 1, disposal level पे या फिर जहां पे वो water body को मिलता है उससे पहले उसको treat कैसे किया. I said already कि damage बहुत बुरी तरह से already हो गया है, but still better late than never बोलते हैं ना, तो अभी भी शुरुआत करने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. शुरुआत ऑलरेडी हमने कर ली. पिछले 30-40 साल से lot of things are happening, but अभी भी seriousness नहीं है सेक्टर में, लोगों में भी नहीं है, कुछ जगह पे गवर्नमेंट में भी नहीं है. And I am sorry to say that people who have been working in the sector, including engineers, do not have basic technical understanding about many things. I work in training and capacity building. Say for instance, I conduct training for sanitation, जिसमें हम septic tank का design discuss करते हैं. So you will be surprised to know that civil engineers with 20 years of experience can't draw septic tank design proper. Can you believe? जो नगर पालिका में, महानगर पालिकाओं में, गवर्नमेंट में काम करने वाले इंजीनियर्स,
I have seen such. तो ऐसी situation में, it is extremely difficult to achieve the results that we are expecting. तो थोड़ा सा मुझे लगता है हम सबको we will have to show that seriousness in learning the skills. ताकि when you go out in the job market, you are valued. Consultants ऐसे ही नहीं बनते हैं. Madam was asking me how to become consultant, how to become expert. So expert you can become, consultant you can become once you develop thorough understanding about that particular topic, that particular subject. उसके लिए मेहनत करनी. It is individual effort. No one will come to help you to do that. It is your own effort. लोग गाइड करने के लिए रहेंगे, लेकिन उसका फायदा अभी 10 स्टूडेंट बैठे हैं, 10 में से एक वर्ल्ड बैंक में पहुंचेगा, तो किसी एनजीओ में जाएंगे, एक किसी और कोई अपना बिजनेस करेगा. Everyone was given same knowledge, but how you make use of that knowledge will decide your fate. Yeah?
Yes, a very good evening to everyone. And of course, I'm not concluding, I'm just giving my inputs because we will be starting some recommendations now. After all, listening all what full day was there, I'd be really thankful to Mr. Shinde because he has shown a full actually case study, which seeing that they would understand if they want to go for assessment or like inspection, what actually has to be there. So seeing that, I think, and so many terms which have been used, of course, about inspection are like legality, carefulness, cautiousness, and responsibility. All those terms are there, which are included with this type of career. So I think our students, of course, they are very good in lab work, of course, when it comes to research. But when it comes to become an assessor or an a person who can accreditate, then I think we are really in a juvenile stage. And what ma'am suggested in lunchtime, that it would be good if we can have some mock of writing this inspection papers. So that if we do the way Mr. Shinde showed, if they have some mocks, round of mocks, or even that if that is included in their syllabus, because they have a course on that. So if they have mock of writing this 200 pages or 100 pages inspection this document, I think that will make them mature and that juvenility will be gradually, maybe in 4, 5, 6 years, we will be producing masters with more ability to become inspector. So that probably is a recommendation from my side. And thank you to everyone for their really critical inputs. And still questions are there and still so many inputs are there. So I think we can keep it open-ended for email conversation or WhatsApping. So because their queries definitely are not going to resolve in one day. So thank you from my side, and maybe we can open for recommendation how you want to go. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. And now the whole program is just like a perceived or like a guidance or given all the critical inputs from our joint director. We are also thankful for funding of this program. So now I just invite respected MP Sahu sir for giving the concluding remarks of this total sessions.
Very good evening, students, all of you. All the honorable speakers present, first speakers, the faculty from the same division, the students. I don't know about the environment impact analysis, but I could see that the morning session and this session, at least 50% mortality is there. Means school was there, but students now. But those who are staying here till now at the last, they are really enthusiastic. They're asking the questions, still having energy. I told them that every human being having the threshold. Beyond that, nobody can listen. Some students come in the later stage because they are for their survival. Huh?
Statistics
class. Okay. So you people don't have any statistical classes. But anyway, what I perceive about this, I could also learn, even if I was there in the inauguration session and last session. You know that what I feel, this course, it was designed and developed based on the requirement of aquaculture and fisheries, that point of view. This time we have expanded our purview to include the environment in general. So four experts are there. I think that the senior, he is working something on the specific fishery, but others they are working in different horizon on environment impact assessment. Particularly this training was environmental impact assessment. You are the students of environment management. Many things are there, it is one of them. Correct. So total discussion was focused only environmental impact assessment. And what I understand that to go for details about the assessor or impact assessment, assessment means that assessor should be there, for which some skill is required. For that, some pre-qualified degree is required. Just like NAVL accreditation, we are discussing particular that accreditation is required, that we should go for. First, some our faculty should have, then institute should have, then gradually we should go. So what you are telling that skill is obviously for anything skill is required. And you know that to enhance the environmental impact. Today I am giving an example. Today morning, I think that nobody got a scope to listen to today TV news channel. Today news channel is full of microplastic. Oh, itna the way they are telling, because the news channel, readers, they give the masala to the news to attract the viewers. They are telling some such. We are also doing research on microplastic. But purposefully, we are not giving directly to the public, because unless otherwise you are having repeated result, then only you should tell. But anyway, these newspaper readers, they are getting the news, they are telling that microplastic now it is coming from the mother womb to the newborn. When newborn is coming out to the earth, having full of microplastic. So you see, then you see what type of news they are giving. So now this is the most pollution. No? So what I perceive that what he told, that is the solution for pollution is dilution. So it is not, that is what your perception was there. I think that he clarified, Dr. Pramod, that now that not dilution to some extent. After that, so means something, it is a one section, that is a one section on bridge is required. This totally perception on this fisheries. First, I think that our course curriculum needs to be thinking to addition something, so that when we are thinking that our students should have better opportunity for the environment, enhancing the environment, the job related to environment. So our horizon should be expanded, not limited to only fisheries. So we can have one more meeting with the experts, so that what type of course curriculum or particular course can be included. Because we are having some limitation, that is guideline, how much course can be changed, but some course curriculum can be included, which can be optional courses. Any students, they are thinking that this course will be helpful for their career development, that type of course they can be taken. And also, we can think of developing some of the skill-oriented courses which is required for students. Initially, you can work with the senior people working. You can have interaction with them. And I am sure if you will make your career in environment, only environment related issues, that is the best thing that you can do, rather than searching a job along with other students of your friends. Correct? So if you got the opportunity to develop your career in environment management, so try to explore the best. Nowadays, for every meeting I used to tell, you are the next generation student. Next generation student means the way you can explore yourself, nobody can. Correct? So during our time, we started our career with that library reference card. Then after that, computer came, then Google. Now you are ChatGPT. Next generation had come. So your exposure is better than any other else. Your exposure to the digital era is better than any other else. So the way you can understand the things better than anybody else. So I request all of you, the students, even if you are not getting the scope what you are thinking there should be, but nobody can stop you to learn. Because nowadays some open sources are there. You can have also some online courses that you can have, nobody can stop you from. This science is much more developed in overseas universities. So you can have some online courses, you can register on that courses, have some degree. Based on that degree also, you can have some jobs. And you try to practice what today lecture only, what you have learned, that you try to make it practice, correct? Otherwise, you are wasting your time searching job here and there. No, you think that I am in a better place, in a better profession, better discipline. I will explore on this discipline. So you will be the best person, and you will be on the top. I understand that the best students are coming on these environments. The toppers are coming. So being the toppers, why you are not exploring yourself? After you just explore what is the strength in you. That strength you utilize it for your career development. Correct? Some लोग interested, I have seen nobody using the mobile. Otherwise, that will be the best indicator that those who are interested or not. Nobody is seeing the mobile. Otherwise, simply sitting will be engaged with the mobile. Nobody is seeing the mobiles. That's why they are totally interacting with the speakers. And one thing that I have interacted, many things we have to do. Many things we have to interact with the people who are working in the environment, either it is fisheries or forestry or any other disciplines. Environment is environment, correct? So you should make your vision broad. Fishery, जैसे डॉक्टर सिंधे से बात हो गया सुबह, you start with fishery, you can extend yourself to other fields. हमारा एक साइंटिस्ट है, वो डॉक्टर जैन करके थे, अतुल जैन. He resigned the job as a scientist. He started doing his private practice. He started making a report for the state governments. Started with the Rajasthan government for fisheries. Then his report was so attractive. Other state governments started asking questions, preparing the report for UP government, then Punjab government. There is almost 50-60% of the state government. They started asking them, making DPR for fisheries. Then based on his experience, somebody asked whether you can prepare for dairy because somebody else reported the similar report from dairy. Then he told, okay, I will try. Then he also, due to his skill only, he could make a better report on dairy also, because almost format is same. Once you are in the same field, you will put your brain that how best you can make the better report. Some basic question you can ask from your friends. Then now he started from dairy, then poultry, agriculture. So though even if he is a man of fisheries, he started making a DPR, fantastic DPR in all the fields. That based on the experience only, one can do it. Similarly, even if you are in fisheries, but environment is there, based on your experience, gradually you can learn everything. Correct? So that is my advice. That from the very beginning, we planned that this subject, this discipline needs a very diversified focus rather than limiting yourself within the fisheries. That's why all the experts we have called today, they are from the other backgrounds. So you will have a better exposure. From tomorrow onwards, your thinking process should be different. If it is not different, then this program is of no use. Correct? तो कल से आप लोग थोड़ा आप सोचिए आपका डेवलपमेंट कैसे करेंगे. आप सोचेंगे that my career is in the environment. Now there is a scope for environment. Till earth is there, environment will be there, and the environment will be there, your career will be there. Some other careers just like engineering comes and go, but this environment it will be evergreen. वो evergreen को छोड़िए मत आप लोग, उसका career बनाइए. कैसे how to make the best career, because a uniform platform will be given. The best will be, you will be the best person to make yourself best. Otherwise, best means only one. In a crowd, one will be visible if somebody jumps. Otherwise, nobody can identify you. That is, it needs a personal skill. Anything for making yourself marketable, you need a special skill on. What skill आप develop करिए. For that thing only, now there is unlimited resources. You can have it. This is the advantage of next generation students. So I wish you all the best that this throughout the day discussion deliberations will be helpful for you. I am also thankful to all the speakers, the very experienced speaker from your interaction only. I could able to know nobody is leaving the mic because all are tempted to speak. So some people are there online, one or two. I also that is convey my regards to all the faculty of AEHM and Health and Environment, Dr. Megha, Dr. Sukla, Siddharan, Bharti, Kundan, and Arun and Saurabh. So I thank you all for making this program successful and meeting the expectation what we wanted to. The environment that in the next step, we will again think that how best we can go further, and at least we will include some courses which will have some market potential for the students. Some courses we will discuss with them. Then skill-oriented courses, something will. I don't think that any colleges will have this opportunity, or they can think even. So now we know that something that we hope to incorporate in our syllabus, and we will take the help of these people. We will have a meeting, one more meeting, that how best we can include something in the present curriculum, because we are having some limitation that 100% change we cannot do it. This syllabus is prevailed throughout the country. Only 30% the scope is there to include, but some new courses can be included that will be the optional courses. Total credit remaining same, they can extend some courses in place of some one existing courses, then one new courses they can take. So that type of design, that what you will suggest, that if they will go for this type of courses, this will help them for their career opportunity. That type of course we will design it and we will include in our syllabus. Thank you very much for staying with us for throughout the day. And I think all are tired, exhausted, but thank you very much for taking the pain for us. I wish that we will meet again for some in a different format. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Always your words of wisdom inspire us. And I'm seeing that all students, even the faculty, are so energetic, so keen to listen your words. So we are now, I think, of course, the tomorrow is our energy is different. Our like a perceptions of environmental science is different, and we will boost our students career in a different way. So now for this final, for this concluding session, I invite Dr. Kundan Kumar for giving formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Saurabh, for giving me the opportunity. Now we are coming to the end of this marathon session. It's already been delayed, so I will not take much of the time. It is my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks, formal vote of thanks for this concluding session. And first of all, I want to express my sincere gratitude to all the speakers, Dr. N. Karthik, Dr. Pramod Dabrashe, Gautam Bala Nandeshwar, and N.K. Sinde. They have shared their valuable input for this workshop, and they have shared their expertise and knowledge and whatsoever their experience they have shared with us. And definitely, I think that it will be really helpful for our students to think in a different way what our JD sir is telling. And thank you so much for giving the wonderful insight and experience sharing with our students. Thank you all the speakers. And then I want to thank our director, Dr. C.N. Ravi Shankar. Sir, he is not there, but still he has given us the opportunity to go with this, conducting this workshop. And I'm very much thankful to shown the confidence that we can do and our division can do this program. So thank you very much, sir. And now it is my proud privilege to thank our joint director, sir, that he has planned that and his brainchild that, okay, the environment is now lagging behind, and it has lot of potential, but it is not coming up to the mark. So we should do something for this environment. So he has told that, okay, you go ahead with such a certain program, that environment people should also get the opportunities and all in the open forum and open field, because field is unlimited and the potential is unlimited, but our student is not in casting. So he has shown his potential, means confidence and faith on us. Thank you very much, sir. And this is, I hope that this is the last program from the NAHAP sponsored. So also thank you very much for giving the sponsorship from the NAHAP, sir. Now, throughout this workshop planning and all, our HOD is with us, and he has given a lot of confidence to us that we should come up with this nice program and all. I hope that, madam, we have definitely, whatever the confidence you have shown to us, we have definitely justified it. So thank you very much for all the support, ma'am. Now, I want to thank co-convener of this program, Dr. S.P. Shukla, sir, and Saurabh, and one of the coordinators who is not here today, her interview is there, Dr. Jeena. So all this team member, they have supported for this organizing a smooth functioning of this program. And also I want to thank all the different department HOD and all the different faculty member who has given their input for conduction of this program. And the students are really backbone of this one, and you have participated, actively participated for this program. And on behalf of this student also, I want to assure you, directors, joint director, sir, that definitely from the tomorrow onward, the think and view would be different regarding the EIA and all, and definitely they will be thinking in a broader vision for the environment. So I assured you from the student, and I thank you for active participation in this program, all the students. And I want to thank IT Cell, who has provided all the support, Dr. Raj, Moitra, and all the team who has given this IT Cell for this smooth functioning of this program. Then vehicle cell, vehicle department, that they have provided the vehicle and transport for bringing the guests to this program. Then Jagidar sir and team for his this auditorium use and all, they have managed nicely. Thank you, sir. And all our contract staff who has supported throughout from morning and from yesterday. They have supported us throughout the program, and they are with us right now also. So thank you all the contract staff for the smooth functioning of this function. And also the photographer taken by this Manoj and all. They have provided good support for photography. And now, finally, I want to thank NAHAP for the sponsoring this program, for all the support, for the financial support. And the last, I just want to say that, sir, environment definitely is a big field, and a lot of opportunities are there. And already been mentioned by our joint director, sir, that this has a lot of potential. And I want to assure from our section and our team of the student, this one, that definitely we will come with a different perspective and different ideas. And in the coming future, we will definitely will come with certain new things and new initiatives, sir. And it is our now, whatever this program, it is not been end of this process. This is definitely a new beginning. What we are thinking of. So definitely from tomorrow onward, it's our vision and our thinking would be in different way. And hopefully, and the last, I just want to say that in the whatever the faith has been provided by our directors, sir, joint directors, sir, and HOD, all higher authorities, that we have justified this program, and whatever the financial support and all has been provided, this has been totally justified, and I think that program is successful. Thank you so much, one and all, who has supported for directly and indirectly for this program. Thank you once again. Thanks again.
So I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Kundan sir also, because he was the all things behind this program to execute for the successful. So thank you, Kundan sir. So now I am ending this online broadcast. So goodbye. Yes. So yeah. So high tea is arranged outside. So please take it and go home.